more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Already? That was fast. Name tag, please. $30 damage? That's it?
Yeah.
Number 12, state your cause of death, briefly.
At risk I wasn't the first one out. Coach can't limit for that.
Seriously? Why is everyone dying so fast? All right, let's hear it.
Hey man, how'd you go out? I don't recognize you. Rookie? I got too hyped up and looted early. Keeping on the move and finding a safe path into the next circle. Isn't that a good thing?
I pushed up too fast, ended up completely alone.
And of course, the enemy squad rolled up on you, right?
Give me the gun.
Hold on. I don't recognize ya. Where are you from?
I am ranked pretty high on Leaderboard. But this is my first time in Esports.
That explains the look on your face. Everybody starts somewhere, boy. Just watch and learn. So, sir, how do you die? You went on even faster than I did.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted afterimages caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100 plus audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
9th anniversary celebrations, some updates to TDM and IBR, and a chicken man? Well, all this and more as we dive into the Update 40.2 patch report. First up, we're kicking off celebrations for our 9th anniversary. We've decorated up the maps and starting islands with interactive anniversary statues, and a festive drone show while in the plane. On Rondo, you'll find a special 9th anniversary prize wheel, which you can spin for a chance at some gear to help your match. Just be sure to spin at your own risk. Players also have the chance to happen across a unique character on Rondo. If you hear an audible, take a look around. The herald of the chicken dinner himself, Chicken Man, is nearby and will drop some items. Or the special 9th anniversary gift egg when defeated. The egg can be cracked open to immediately reveal a piece of high-level gear. He might even drop his chicken suits, so you can lure unsuspecting survivors into a trap, or just take home the chicken dinner in a chicken suit. There's plenty more anniversary stuff, so check out the patch notes to see more. Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale are getting a few changes as well. For TDM, map probabilities have been adjusted. For IBR, we've added new weapon supply boxes for shotguns, a rare supply box containing level 2 armor, and added 8x scopes to the DMR SR random weapon boxes, with a 6x also being added to your inventory. We've also added Sub-Zero items as options to UGC Alpha, and opened up more options for naming and tagging your UGC creation. There's more of everything to go over, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 40.2 is here, so try some new loadouts in arcade mode, chase down that chicken man, and celebrate the things that make PUBG truly special. All of you, happy 9th anniversary. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted afterimages caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100 plus audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
You heard what I said.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got to sell a pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake.
I don't bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. New flame, I make him nauseous. I'm all in this gun, my homemade for auction. One of them breaking necks, make him get the double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate, the pressure elevate. Ain't got no time to negotiate, never chase, I set the pace. Got my 5-star click from the cradle to the grave. You wanna see me in a shining flash? You got to sell a pretty face. Gotta sell a dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face.
열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 구며발치 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 도미노 원인 I'm fair game yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 니들 티타임이 판에 so boring 내가 할 말은 피사
Locked and loaded like my gun, I told it. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. Sky's pitch black till we pull up and glow it. I'm all day with it, no, I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the boys I give the trauma. Diamond spoons stir up the pot, pretty face, don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now gotta pave the way, they'll never walk
Got
on.
a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense that's common? Talk the beef get cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress her up with diamonds. I know I don't bargain. You can press me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정이 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after-images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Already? That was fast. Name tag, please. $30 damage? That's it?
Number 12, state your cause of death, briefly.
At risk, I wasn't the first one out. Coach can't limit for that.
Seriously? Why is everyone dying so fast? All right, let's hear it.
Hey man, how'd you go out? I don't recognize you. Rookie?
I got too hyped up and rotated early.
Keeping on the move and finding a safe path into the next circle. Isn't that a good thing?
I pushed up too fast and did it completely alone.
And of course, the enemy squad rolled up on you, right?
Give me the gun.
Hold on. I don't recognize ya. Where are you from?
I am ranked pretty high on Leaderboard. But this is my first time in Esports.
That explains the look on your face. Everybody starts somewhere, boy. Just watch and learn. So, sir, how do you die? You went on even faster than I did.
It cannot be much fun to get eliminated this early. These folks need some help.
Let's roll the footage.
Our movement felt fine during the game, but no, it wasn't good play. We just kept rotating around non-stop. All we really did was broadcast our position to everybody on the map.
At that point, that's no strategy. That's a field trip.
Cause of death, chronic over-rotation.
I died fighting over a compound.
Fighting over the compound?
Yeah, I called dibs on the spot, but the other team settled the argument with better aim.
A tournament isn't a first-come, first-served seating, man.
Cause of death, disputed reservation.
Please tell me this is just the first tournament jitters. Oh no, are you about to show my death clip? Not again. I mean, the whole game just changed. We've got to rethink a few things.
We have to play more tactical, more organic, less panic.
Yeah, survival is key. Let's reset for the next one. Come on, let's go.
All right, we take the lesson and we move on.
And the tournament goes on. It always does. This is a new chapter for PUBG Esports, and we're just getting started. Get out there and survive. PUBG Esports.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Looks like we are getting into our first game here of the final stage.
Biel spotting out Kiss, catching some air, goes for the shots around, but Kiss manages to survive for the time being. Biel, oh, Kiss gets the better side of it. That was absolutely ridiculous. Back behind Falcons, but he gets vision on Twisted. Great shots. Can he get the flush? Does manage to do it. So we're looking at a 1v2v1. Falcons with the 2 up.
H went up to the high ground, takes that shot, knocks the head, opens the spray. Vatulin goes down. Fly, Falcons, fly. They spread their wings and take flight off the top of the roost because these guys start strong. But Twisted Minds with a 10 kill count also dominating.
And that's huge for him. 32 damage with the nade here. Molotov is coming in with a one more. Traded back and forth. Nade Edgewin with a full wipe here in Twisted Minds, except for the last guy. Amazing play here for Falcons. I'm standing to stand though, but I don't think he's going to be able to get one more pilot point out of it. Nope, it's locked down, and DN Supers winning the second game with 6 kills here.
Oh, Tego time. Finding kills, finds angles on Lou, down to near on nothing. Finally gonna go down. Vitality finding a lot. Just 1 up for Twisted Minds.
Blue zone grenades, he does. He lets the blue overtake him, starts to tick down. Blue backpack is done. This is where he said, I didn't get the kill, now I get the deny. Excellent strategy, excellent placement, and a great win, though, for Vitality. 5 kills. Matt, not a bad game, but I think that the, I don't want to say MVP, but MVP team status goes to Twisted Minds and how they played that endgame.
We are ready to rondo. Serper is having a great impact here, and Gedrox with the Panzer shot Cerberus down completely.
10 kills going their way, placement points as well. How are you supposed to deal with Full Sense when you are a 4v1 right now? They've got to be happy with it.
And now 17 stun grenades running in, running and gunning. Nice. And that's 1 more kill going the way of Full Sense. 16 kills chicken dinner, James. That's 26 points.
Gentlemen, I'm getting word that we are ready to go into game number 5. So Toffees, Matrim, take it away, my boys.
Close range. If you're coming for me, I'm going to make it dirty.
I like that he knows he's going to hip fire that gun, so he stores his 4x on top of it. That's awesome. Lights him up and defends as Shen says, oh, you didn't know I had this thing? Let's play ball. No! What a man! What a man! DESTR, oh yeah! As Destroy makes the play to break EA open. It's now a 3v2, and EA is tucked into a hole. Let's take the fight to him, says Destroy. Gets out that DBS, takes forward the shotgun, hits him in the head, and says, let me go. 4. That's the knock, though. Now it's a 2v win. Himas off on the left side. I don't know if he even knows that he's there. He tries to go for the open spray. He wants at least the flushes, if not the juice. Wants to go for the final. This is it. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Himas secures
54 points for anyone's legend at number 1. Thank you very, very much for joining me here today, gentlemen, as we round out PGS 2. So we'll see you then for more PUBG action.
It's just a fact.
I just don't think that's true anymore. I don't think that's objectively true. This tournament.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm sitting here with Team Falcons to do some quick point questions. Are you ready, lads? Okay. Wow, love the excitement. First question, who is the best driver on the team? 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got 2 for kickstart. Is that 3? Oh, okay. Well, here's the fun question. Yeah. Who's the worst driver? Oh, I didn't even need to count. Yes. Just defend yourself, please.
I mean, historically at tournaments, Tig has lost us the most cards. It's just a fact.
I just don't think that's true anymore. I don't think that's objectively true. This tournament.
We'll see. Yeah, redemption. Okay, well, next question. Who is the troll? The biggest troll on the team? 1, 2, 3. Okay, defend yourself, Kickstart.
I don't know. He doesn't need to defend himself.
Okay, last question. Who's the yapper on the team? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think it's 1 for Shrimzy and 2 for Tig.
Was that? I don't even, I guess. It's my job. I do it. It's live streaming, I guess.
All right, that is all from us. So to say bye, thanks for joining me. Hi guys, it's Bella, and I'm sitting here with Kraken. Hello, Kraken.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
You're good? All right. Translator DraftKings, why don't you just join us?
Yeah.
I think it's better if DraftKings just joins.
Okay.
Hello, good to see you. I want to hear, what does Kraken do when he gets nervous during a match?
Tá, traduz agora.
Para em português?
Tá, eu como no mesmo horário, E que mais? Eu não faço muita coisa no dia. Eu faço as mesmas coisas.
I want to laugh too.
Reply ever.
What?
He said, I always see it at the same time.
Yeah?
So,
You don't get nervous?
No.
Oh, I guess that's easy problem. Because what can you say if you're not nervous, right? Well, can you tell us about your personality then with one word?
Confident.
You're confident?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, we got that. All right, well, tell me then, can you describe your team's color too then?
Maybe family, like bride.
Oh, familia.
Yeah,
Oh,
familia.
familia. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, the couple of days that we had, you guys had off in Korea for PGS, what did you guys do?
Tipo, conhecer novos lugares e ela perguntou o que a gente faz quando a
o
gente...
que a gente fez no day off, tipo dia off?
Sim. Fala que a gente foi conhecer a cidade.
All right, thank you for joining me. Thank you, DraftKings, for translating. Okay, thank you. And we're gonna say bye together then. Which player is most satisfying to kill in-game?
Example.
All right. Tell me, who's the GOAT of PUBG?
Kagatori.
Oh, well, who's the most underrated player then?
Melman.
Okay. And if you could team up with one other team, who would it be?
Team Falcons.
Okay. Which player is most satisfying to kill in-game?
Example.
Which Korean food is the best food?
Bulgogi.
What music did you listen to today before the games?
Claire Obscure.
5.
Glorian Testart.
Okay. Who is the funniest person on the team?
Bustik.
How many kills from Haka today?
30.
30? Okay. All right, we'll see you. Bye.
Something big is coming.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, give it all you got, we got next. Y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it, must be off your rocker, then you gon' stop her. We got next.
One week removed from PGS 1 and we have it clear as day. All the way at the top of the leaderboards now, it is completely different from just 1 week ago. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to PGS 2, where the West has fought back. However, it is not all clean, not all said and done towards the top, because at number 1 right now anyone's legend, with returning names, with legends abound in their own right. Welcome. It's time to figure out who's going to be our champion here across the next 5 games. My name's Kalaris. I've got Avenger, Toffee's and Matrim to talk about everything that's going to be going down here throughout the day. Avenger, it's a good old time to be a PUBG fan. We got a lot of great names on this leaderboard.
Yeah, and we got a lot of great games and action coming towards you today. 5 of them, and $5,000 for chicken dinners, and also $100,000 total prize pool's going to be figured out by the end of the day. That's awesome. PGS points as well. Not so much as next week, though. That's going to be exciting too.
Yes, definitely. A lot of more money on the line next week. With, of course, that circuit concluding and how things are going to be going with PGS 3. But Toffees, suffice to say, the West did fight back. Falcons fought back. Twisted Minds with a sub fought back. Navi's still up there, being continually great from PGS to PGS.
I appreciate you saying Falcons first, despite the fact that out of those teams that we named, they're not quite stepping up, I think, the way that they would like to be stepped up. Is sitting at 35 points. Vitality also coming out of the West has been very, very strong with their new branding, looking good at 35. Navi and Twisted Minds, though, for me, you know, I know Navi's only 2 points ahead, but they felt like maybe they caught some bad fights, but they seemed like they were very on. It seemed like Boostic and Akator just working well together, and I can't get over how strong Twisted Minds looks, Matt, with a substitute. Again, reminder for everyone, there's a substitute on this team.
Yeah, but it's still the method to the madness. Twisted is finding ways to play what was constantly propelling them into the upper echelon whenever we looked at the last few years. Yeah, there's been a change in perspective, but they still found a way to navigate that and start finding victories and compete against the top and the best in the world right now with that sub, with modifications to play style. It's just insane to see the growth that these guys do. It just pops. Suddenly everything works and they're back to just being at the top of the leaderboard.
It scares me how many PGSs they could potentially win with if Perfectix was still here as well. Just saying. Just saying. But anyway, of course, that is Twisted Minds here playing very well alongside Molodoct. One thing that's interesting, Martin, whilst I was looking at the numbers between days, is if you discount the advanced points from the days, if you actually take those away, I can actually show everybody that in our chat as well whilst I talk about it here, you would see that Anyone's Legend had an insane day compared to everybody else. It might look a little closer towards the top than what it would be, but they would be at 53 points compared to the closest, which would be 41 by Twisted Minds, Martin. So Anyone's Legend yesterday blasted out of control.
Yeah, they were absolutely insane. 12 and 15 more points than for second and third place is just next level, right? And that's, I think, it's been, you know, talked about a little bit with these advantage points. And for me, to have when you have the top 8 teams that are going to the grand finals and you keep having an incentive every single game, sure, it could have been $1,000 for a chicken and a 2, but I think when it's only $1,000, I think the strategy around saying, okay, we might hot drop a team that we don't want and we want to take their loot spot, I think the $1,000 is not a big enough incentive compared to 10 points into the finals. That's carrying over into the finals, or 6 for second, 5 for third, and all the way down. It's the top 8 that's getting all these extra points here. And all the way through the last game, when it's only a BO5, you can shift that massively. You can go from 1 point to 6 points quite easily, right? So I think the incentive in the advantage points is way, way better than having, unless we put a $50,000 for each chicken dinner or something like crazy like that. I don't see, or maybe 10. I don't see a change where, or an easier way to make it where it's a free way to make a huge incentive for all the teams playing, right? So I really like this new change here for the 2026 era.
Toffee?
You know, so I think Anyone's Legend, as we talk about their incredible run yesterday, I think this is an interesting thing because I think Anyone's Legend and then previously Cerberus and some of these teams, where these guys have come from, right? Himas, and we've seen some really good players here. They got Tycon coaching. They're famous for their past play. And then on the other side, you got the Expendables who won PGC 2024, who've like the glories of glories. There's always players that were talked about. I feel like Delwyn got some props, but not enough respect. What happened this week? Delwyn, again, remember, was the caller for the Expendables when they won their world championship. He has transferred over to Anyone's Legend, has taken over that leadership role, and now has these fraggers who are being completely unleashed, which he did with the Expendables by breaking open Clories and the other guys. So, to me, that's the beauty of this team. Delwyn is proving, I think with another PGS or 2 to show if they get a win here, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that he is an incredible leader and truly puts the win in his name, because he seems unstoppable when he's given the reins.
I imagine the financial incentives of going to anyone's legend were probably quite high as well, right? If I put what I know behind the scenes about these organizations, anyone's legend seems to have a lot of money. The Expendables, not so much in terms of an organization as a whole. Avengers back with his moss again, lovely. But anyway, that is anyone's legend here, Matchroom. We can kind of move on from them and talk about some of the other challenges here, because we don't want to spend all of our time talking about anyone's legends as we take a look at the 16 teams that are competing today. Supers once again, Matchroom, just being able to position themselves so highly on this leaderboard right now, with 42 points currently here, looking to make a run here for that championship.
I mean, just a hyper consistent team. They're very balanced whenever we look at their placement points versus kill totals. Kill totals a little bit low on side from what we're kind of used to. But then back behind that, we also just have this crazy compacted leaderboard from Petrichor Road in 4th all the way down to where I would say Falcons in 8th place. There's just 3 points between it all.
Yeah, it's very close to the point where we could have huge jump ups and huge changes happen to our total prize leadership so far, as we currently have Petrichor Road at number 1. Curious as to whether or not Petrichor Road actually continues this on, because they've been a bit hit and miss here in PGS 2, I would say, Martin, but their yesterday was good with the 38 points coming in.
Yeah, very impressed with Petrichor Road. And also we have to consider this Petrichor Road alongside Navi as well, and alongside Vitalis as well. They're in the top 8 currently, and they came out of our survivor stage, right? So that's very impressive. They have no advantage point, also doing extremely well. Sure, Petrichor Road, a little bit of a kind of comeback on their last game. As we look to the road to the PGC here, the PGS points coming in as well. All the teams in the finals are getting it, but 30 points was given out to our winners, and it's going to be given out to our winners today again here. So Petrichor Road being in 4th, is very likely it's going to be put them in the overall. Next week, though, we double the PGS points. So it's going to be twice as much on the line in terms of the PGS points. And remember, we're going to see 9 of our teams from the PGS points, plus the defending champions in Twisted Minds, coming in from this system to Esports World Cup. And the top 8 is going to PGC itself once we conclude all 4 circuits.
It still tickles me that there is a few teams there with 1 point. But it's
3 of them.
It's a thing for now, and maybe we'll see that change a little bit later on. But yes,
that
here's
might
the
be
leaderboard.
That might be the tiebreaker, James, right? That 1 point that they got here in PGS1.
We are definitely keeping our eyes on that at the very end of the year and see if that is the determining factor later on. But of course, this final stage MVP as well, a very important factor. Currently, I believe Toffee's Himas is number 1, and it's almost a blast from the past for some people, obviously, just focusing on the internationals.
Absolutely, 96.85, but you kind of rolled down that pipe, and you got Delwyn also in the mix in the top 6. So to have 2 of your players, and then on top of that, other side, Lewin Batulin at 3-4. This is not only is it Lewin Batulin, but these are not the 2 that I would have expected to be at the top of the MVP leaderboard from that roster, right? Like, these guys have been really taking care of the heavy lifting, and it's been really, really impressive. As you look at today's matches laid out, I do want to finish a little stamp on that Petrichor conversation just to remind everybody how impressive it is to lose your star player, right? Like, Icelef drifted away last year, and they replace him with 2 relatively unknown players in 26v6 and 04NB, and Chewy has to become the hard carry, and they're doing it. To integrate 2 players that quickly and be performing this well is mind-blowing.
And we take a look at the numbers coming in from this, as very impressive by anyone's legend as a whole. I swear they got 6 in that first game yesterday, but maybe I'm totally wrong. Beyond all of that, as we take a look as well at 4 Angry Men, who have not had the best run of it in this finals, I think it's fair to say. Matchroom, obviously, we were far more impressed by them in PGS 1. Here at PGS 2, it seems like people have caught up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad that it has a lot of upside right now. We're seeing a lot of strength come out from the way that they play, the way that they attack things. It's a much more aggressive 4 Angry Men than what we've been seeing for the last several years. 4 Angry Men has kind of been hiding in the corners for a lot of firefights. Now they're much more willing to get engaged, and whenever we're looking at stats from players like Himas or Hakatori, they are finding ways to compete, and it usually ends up being a 1-2 punch from 2 of their very star players.
Yeah, and Hakatori, of course, looking great alongside Himas there. As we take a look into the coach's room here, Martin, what are you expecting from today? Well, if you had to look at the leaderboard, if you're thinking about what's going on across the lobbies as a whole, what are you expecting, Martin?
There's a few things that I want to kind of I say raise to you guys, and I think it's going to be an open conversation for it. Is first of all, we have 3 new guys that's in the top podium right now compared to last week. One for me is, of course, Anyone's Legend. They're close. They were 4th last time. Patrick Roth 4th this time, but 1st last time around. We talked a bit about it in terms of like, it's only 10 games. And I think that is the biggest one for me is like, you got to have impact every single game. Otherwise, we're not going to see this. We're not going to see this podium finish. I don't think, and you talked a little bit about it as well, Tough. It's like, it's not so much about the points per game, but it's the faster you realize that it's not going to be a win and you can start salvaging. And sure, that's been the case for many years, but it's more so in 10 games. Like, you need to immediately say, okay, this circle, guys, we're not winning it. Let's focus on getting the point here, because those few extra points every single game over the course of just 10 games is going to have a huge impact in terms of how far you are able to get up that leaderboard.
Yeah, I think one of the questions for me is going to be like DN Supers, and this is a fun sort of case study we can maybe look at. I think they're playing a little bit differently. I think chat loves calling them camp soup, right? Like, because these guys tend to sort of like, they seem like they're going in the middle, they're holding a spot, they're not really doing a lot, and they're getting active once they lose the circle. That's working for them. I mean, 42 points is nothing to make fun of after 5 games. My question is, do you think it's fair to call these guys the camping supers? Is this a unique strategy that's going to stop working if everybody starts to sort of look at them? Are they doing something different than other teams, or are we just treating them meanly like we used to treat Oath in North America? That's my question. Do you guys think that they are camp supers, or are they making really just smart early sense?
I'm throwing a couple of cents on this one. What kind of leads to that mindset is comparative to everybody else around them. They've gotten a lot of their points, the majority of their points, on placement. Whereas everybody else has been doing just frag-heavy kill games, and that's kind of what's led to the left side of the leaderboard in total. By comparison, Supers have 14 kills, which presently places them, I believe 2nd lowest, 3rd lowest out of everybody. That is a much more quiet approach. But this goes into the way that we've seen the play style from these players kind of evolve. They want to just try to play it as safe as possible. It's almost like I would say 2019, 2020 style of meta, where, remember where there was that stat, it's like you have a 33% chance to like lose if you lose one of your players before Circle 2 that was always being thrown around back then. It feels like they take that to heart. They really want to try to avoid firefights until they can choose exactly the right moment to pounce, and kill counts aren't really what they're looking for. They're looking for those victories over and over. That $1,000 is what they do have their eyes on and what they're trying to accomplish. Does that mean that they're camping? No, but they aren't necessarily playing as aggressive as they could be, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad strategy and approach. It's just a much more quiet and, I guess, methodical approach whenever we're seeing a lot more craziness and, I guess, confident gunfighting coming out from everybody else.
All right, well, I hear that we are ready to head on over to the opener here, so let's get it going for the final day here for PGS 2.
很多压力吧，外界的压力也有，然后对自己的怀疑也有，然后作为指挥来说，压力比较大吧。PGS 1夺冠了，很开心，然后释放了很多压力。
วันนี้ก็รู้สึกตอนเริ่มก็ตื่นเต้นครับแต่พอเล่นไปก็รู้สึกสนุกครับเพราะว่ามันมีโอกาสลุ้นแชมป์ก็ทัวร์นี้ก็วางแผนกันมาเยอะอยู่ครับแต่ว่าส่วนใหญ่ก็จะเล่นตามหน้างาน
通过我们的努力，我们成绩也越来越好吧，然后也算是发挥出我们该有的实力吧。
คิดเป็นคนที่มีความสามารถในการยิงแล้วก็มีเทคนิคในการเล่นเยอะครับก็ใน PGS 2ครับทีมของเราแล้วก็คิดจะนำชัยชนะกลับมาให้ได้ครับ
我们这些东西 PGS 2开赛前会做好准备吧。然后可能会慢慢去协调，然后打得更好一点。
现在才是我们的开始。PGS 2如果让我进了决赛，我可能又要拿个冠军了。我们会延续现在的状态，一直赢下去。
I think the games were fine. We played poorly, but I mean, that's just PUBG. Sometimes you do good, sometimes you do bad, and if we played better, we could have done better, but we did not. We will play together better next week.
저희 4명이 약속된 플레이를 잘 해내야 된다 생각하고 있고요. 열심히 노력했기 때문에 다음 PGS는 더 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
Після кожного турніру ми робимо висновки, і це покращує нашу гру і результати. Зазвичай в menе одна і та сама ціль на турнірі – це показати найкращу свою гру, найкращу форму.
Yani buraya kadar geldikten sonra bunu da kanıtlamalıyız. PGS'te yeni bir rüzgar estirmeye geliyoruz.
항상 힘들게 올라가야 성적이 좋았던 것 같아요. 경험이 많은 선수들로 모여있는 팀이기 때문에 다시 한번 기대해 주셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
Chỉ cần cố gắng thôi thì kết quả sẽ có thể đạt được. Tại BGS lần này thì team bọn mình muốn mọi người biết đến team bọn mình là nhà vô địch của BGS.
All right, let's get it going. We have got 5 more games to determine who is going to be able to take the championship. I said, I guess, yesterday, Matrim, that I thought that anyone's legend would eventually gather some momentum and take a PGS this year. However, this is happening way quicker than I thought anybody would have imagined, considering what they're able to put up so far.
Well, whenever we look at this squad, that's usually the way that they'll try to do it, right? Hamas usually has a lot more strength at the beginning part of the year rather than the later part of it. This is whenever you can really use, I guess, your higher gun skills to influence big sections of the game and kind of catch people while they're still trying to get their synergies and their game plans together. So if you're trying to build up your own synergies, your firefighting, this is the opportunity for them to do it.
Toffees, your thoughts before we move on into Rondo? Sorry, and it's Miramar, actually. Never mind.
Yeah, well, you know, you're excited about those random maps later. My thoughts are, I'll bet Bella's got something interesting to say. So let's see what that
Hello,
is.
everyone. It's Bella, and welcome back to the stage for the final day of PGS2 Final Stage. Well, day 1 here was an absolute display of pure, overwhelming firepower. Twisted Minds definitely showed their veteran class with rock-solid rotations, proving once again why they are the ones with their stack of trophies. But anyone's legend answered back with incredible late-game focus, snatching the lead and now sitting proudly on top of that leaderboard. With the top teams pulling away now, the chasers can no longer play it safe. It's time for bold, game-breaking moves, and for the teams on the bottom, well, it's going to be a do-or-die situation with their last 5 matches. It is the only time to leave everything on the server. Now, before we drop, we have a special news again. Well, today we're relaunching the special project with our fans worldwide, the Player of the Day vote, the POD vote. I'm sure you'll see the QR code somewhere down here. It's more about just the numbers, from explosive carries or game-changing clutches, the elite survival and high utility IQ. We want to know who your moment maker was today. So your vote decides the hero of the day, so make sure to capture the QR code and cast your vote. We'll be giving updates on the standings, so make sure to do it now when you have the chance. Only 5 matches remain to crown our PGS2 champions. Who's going to walk away with the glory and take the trophy home today? Well, all eyes are on the players now because day 2 of the PGS2 final stage begins now.
There you go. All right, it's time for all of our teams here to prep it up, as we've heard quite a lot from Fury as we take a look over them here, Toffees, and they seem in good spirits. They seem in a good form as a whole, but yesterday, unfortunately, only a 15th place after having some great days prior.
Oh, you know, they had an interview on before the pre-show where Bella caught up with them, and it was interesting because they do, you're right, Zakraken and DraftKing, who's helping the team sort of coach right now, looked like they were in good spirits. They were laughing, having a good time, but I don't know how you're in good spirits after a day like yesterday, right? To go from, I think it was the previous day where we saw some really huge moments, to yesterday where you just could not put anything together. How you get past that is the challenge, and that's what I'm looking for in game number 1. Did that chat that we looked like they were having fun this morning when they talked to Bella, did it fix things last night? Can Furia bounce back? Because if they are, it's got to be in game 1.
I hope so. Matchroom, final thoughts before we go in?
Follow in. You just got 5 games, so make sure that this Miramar counts. We've been seeing it be the key component for a lot of successes in our more active, angry teams trying to keep those kill counts high.
All right, we're ready to pump. Let's get it done. It's 5 games here, and this is the first of them. Miramar is going to be on the cards. It's me and Martin bringing you everything from the desert. So let's do it, my friend. Let's see if there's any conflict early on, but I don't suspect so. I think people will shy away from one another.
The Miramar Joy is back at it once again here, and somewhat of a northern playing path to start things off. It's going to be rough for some of the teams to get into their Los Leones spots, to their Puerto Paraíso spots, to some of the old spots in the southern side, so we might have some contests for cars, James. But yeah, it's 2 Miramars to round things off for our final day of PGS2 final stage.
All right. Let's get the lay of the land, see where everybody's going to be moving on to, because we were always mentioning those kind of eventual openings that existed because 17 wasn't in the lobby. Of course, those no longer exist now. And looking back at how our Miramars have gone, at least it has had a bit of diversity about it here for the end of PGS2. And I'm really hoping we're not going all the way to the east side to get this rolling. But it looks like Irina is a little bit closer towards Stan, near towards Brickyard, that I was expecting. Okay, he's turned off. I thought maybe they were going to challenge for cars. No, it's that circle. God damn.
Another classic one. Hopefully we can see some more southern ones here. Maybe we get somewhere close to Los Lunas. But yeah, we've had a lot of Cantera sites. It's also, I mean, now we've had some absolute fantastic games from here due to their early positioning here. Super's also looking good. Petrica Road and Anyone's Legends. Our current top 4, James, is currently the 4 best locations inside Cantera Circle here. So yeah, it might end up being what we start with here. DN Supers, James, for me, again, a team that I would say have lost one of their star players to replace him with not as much of a star player, but still a star player.
Star player indeed, and I think he gels very well with the team, right? Like I think it fits the situation, it fits the replacement, everything about the kind of replacement as a whole really kind of sorts itself out very well for this roster. So I'm excited to see the future for this roster. I think that they really don't lower themselves in power level at all things considered, where normally you would see these kind of switches come in and you'd be like, okay, this is going to be rough. How are you going to kind of handle this?
Yeah, for sure. And then Twisted Minds, of course, not inside the circle, but they're going to be close. Talking about Navi, of course, is not in the top 4. They're 5th right now, but Twist is the guys that are furthest out, but looking good, 47 points. If it wasn't for that last amazing game that Anyone Legends had, James, that would have been Twisted Mind in first place. It's also, you know, with 54 points, if you're able to double that, we're going to have a higher cutoff. We've not seen the triple digits in our final stage just yet. And an early pickup here for Falcons. And I could suspect here and assume that they're going to go southeast, maybe grab some cars on the roads alongside Puerto Paraíso and some of these areas, because they know, based on the plane path, that there's not going to be, very likely not going to be anyone down there on the southern side.
And what's very clear is that when you've got a place like San Martin and you see an early pickup like this and you just look at the gear that they have available to them, they are prioritizing as early a possible rotation as they possibly could have gone for. Whilst we have a fight here, 1 second. PO takes down Destroy. That's not good for Anyone's Legend to start things off. Oh, dear me. I didn't realize that this was going to be a run-in here against... because PO is miles away from some of the members that are coming in from Chumacera. There is a 2 here, though, so he does have some backup. What I was going to say is that H1 still has a level 1 helmet, which means that they are prioritizing an extreme lean towards this move compared to actually just sitting around in San Martin and getting some better gear on board, right?
Right. And I think, especially with them coming in from the southern eastern side, they might have a little bit of time to loot, but they're also going to have a way better entry into the circle compared to coming from that north side, because there's so many teams coming in from that angle. So we'll see what their plan is and how they kind of set up here. I like some of the spots, especially some of the more high ground spots on the east side of Los Leones. Maybe they're locking that down from an early stage here, but let's see what happens here. Already cars are prioritized from the likes of Tickleton. Shrimpsy's on the high ground just above him, as you see in the minimap, and he's going to get in there and try to get maybe a car in on the further high ground too. But they have seen, while they were flying above and kind of across this, I think the timing with Crazy Raccoon and Anyone's Legend might have been enough for a kill feed knock. Because you see knocked players, to anyone that doesn't know this out there, you only see knocked players within a kilometer. So if they're further than 1,000 meters away, they're not going to show up as a knock.
Yes.
So that's a really crucial information to kind of adapt and learn and analyze your games as they go on here. So that information has been shared with them based on their timing flying over here. So they know that it's been happening in Los Leones, very likely.
Yeah, and hearing the gunshots, right? I mean, the thing is, the cool thing about Shrimzy's drop location from that emergency pickup is twofold. One, he can look over there and see what is actually going on. Maybe he could get a cheeky steal or two or anything like that. But also, it covers Tiggleton's approach on that vehicle. He can keep an eye on if anybody's going to be coming that way to also take that vehicle. And then now they know that they are fully defendable. So it's small things, small positionings off the back of an emergency pickup that you really got to look out for. And they're covering each other well without ever a bullet being shot. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Plans are going well for them here now. Two teams rest outside the circle, James. It's Vitality in its full sense. Currently 6th and 7th place in overall. This could have, with Circle, how bad it is for them, could have a bit of an impact. But let's see and remember how they fare throughout this game, considering they have absolutely zero priority into this next circle here. Luke gonna take some shots, try to pop some tires on Kraken's car. The Coop also taking a little bit of damage here with DraftKings in the distance. Also, lots of bullets on the side of Lou here. 280 reload. And they got a 6x on the MK2. 8x on Molotov. They've got plenty of loot, these guys.
I think they're keen at just shooting at everything, especially if they're given the opportunity like that for Fury to just drive on past them the way they do. Good for Fury to get out of dodge there, though, of course, with the 1 point that Crazy Raccoon got on board thanks to PO against Destroy. That means Fury is in last place. The crazy thing is that I don't think they've played like a last place team. I think they've played pretty darn well, but it really does show that this lobby is pretty stacked.
The difference is that they have 3 placement points, and that's what they were really good at in our previous stages, James. They were extremely placement heavy. They didn't get as many kills, but they were extremely placement heavy, and they got it again and again. And it was mostly due to the BRDMs. They were really good at playing and putting themselves into these late game positions with the BRDM. So I really want to see more of that from them. Meanwhile, here MK14 and a military level 3 vest and a level 3 helmet, of course, in this. And it's just next to Na'Vi. The question is, are they going to get out and get this secured? I don't think they know how close it is. Otherwise, they'd be out there already securing it. I want to have an honorable mention, though, to Ferris. He was, I believe, 6th place, James, in our MVP standing. And for the IGL, that usually isn't a fragging IGL, him having the 7 kills that he did compared to him as 14 and Hackator's 12 was actually extremely impressive. His survival time was extremely high. His knocks were good. His damage was good. Very DMR heavy, that player. But I love Ferris's impact from Na'Vi. And also one of the reasons why they're this close. They're only 10 points from 2nd place, James. And they have no advantage points coming into this.
No, they don't. No, they don't. So, good stuff to see the kind of bump-ups from some of these squads that have played a really good day one. Myth, though, a bit of a fall from grace there from PGS1, right? As we're on board with them. Yeah. I asked some questions about what was going on down on the ground in Seoul, South Korea, but it turns out there's been no changes from week 1 to week 2 for them. So hopefully they can have a bit of a recovery today and at least get into the top 8, right, for some prize pool.
Yep, that's the big one. The PGS points also rack up real fast once you get into the top 8. Double or tripling compared to some of our lower ranked teams. 16th through 14th are only getting 1 PGS point here. So that's very important. Of course, first place is 30. So that's going to be massive for them. Also, of course, the $10,000 equal to 3rd place in overall prize pool. 30 for first. 20,000 for 2nd and 10,000 for 3rd place. So that's massive. A DPS here in this. Not the kind of game. Unless we see a Los Leones shift here, James. This is not the kind of gun you want to be looking at for this circle here. It's usually very, very DMR heavy, very, very bold action heavy. So that's kind of what we want to continue to see here. Very split out for Petrogorod, though, and yeah.
The funny thing is, Martin, up until yesterday, I was like, the DBS in the crate, but then somehow, some way, anyone's legend against an E Arena made it happen yesterday.
But he's dead now. So he's confused. The only dead player in this lobby, James, so it doesn't matter.
True. Get him out of here. But no, that was bizarre. If we're on with the Arena right now, I still believe in my heart of hearts that they should have won that game out. Like, they should have been able to control the space a bit better against anyone's legend, and they should be higher on this table, which would have had huge differences if coming into day 2. Anyone's legend probably wouldn't be in first place. E Arena probably would be a lot higher in that top 8, but we sent her up for this circle. Na'Vi and Petrichor Road going to be very happy with that to start things off.
Yeah, it's far enough from Kantara to say this is going to be a different circle, James. Petrichor Road is going to be leaving some of their splits here, leaving some of the compounds behind, especially the Ents compound that Na'Vi now looks to be looking to go to. They saw Chewy leave the compound, so that's an easy pull-up for them. They do have a better spot inside the other with this skinny house east of Lost, but let's see what happens there. Lots of bullets for Tickleton and the boys here with the mini and AUG in hand. And it's going to be easy for them to develop this into more points for this one here. 35 so far, 7 points from third place. It is very, very doable still for Falcons. As I was drinking my green drink today here, I was thinking, yeah.
The moss. Yeah.
It is not, the moss. It's spinach, but yeah, moss. It does look very mossy.
Sure.
But I did think to myself yesterday, yeah, it actually was looking extremely good for them. But then you're looking at their overall games. From their 35 points, they got 19 from their first one and 8 from the second one. The rest of the day was horrendous. They got 4 points in the last 3 games, James. It really came down to them having a fantastic start of the day and then bowing down a little bit in the last one. So, yeah, unfortunate for them, but great for them to have a great start here. Now, Bexpert's winner predictions here.
Huh.
It's a tie between Supers, Falcons, and Full Sends. That is crazy.
Too short. It's funny yesterday because we were looking at those coming in. Oh, some shots coming in from Yuda, actually, from the angle. So this is very good to punish Full Sense on their push forwards. Nicely done by them, and taking down Belmoth as well. This is not what Full Sense wanted to happen at all. It's very interesting. You don't see too many punishes on these emergency pickups as they're going down, but they've seen this perfect opportunity to do so and completely shut Full Sense down.
Yeah, I love that. I love this send, and especially through the smoke to slide it through. If there's still someone in there, they're going to get it. And yeah, Cerberus adapting to this one here, trying to get it done easily with it. Of course, there's already 2 knocked here for this one. 1 knocked for it. Danadol's been found here. Udert's Tigger's been found too. This is looking like mutual destruction in my book, James.
Seems it. Tigger doing all right, let's start things off, but of course going down now. Stan is doing quite a bit of work here. I think that for Full Sense, this is all bad to worse. We're just moving away from this one and trying. I think for Cerberus as well, as you say, with the mutual destruction angle, like, okay, he does see Flash. He saw him actually jump on through there for a second, and now knows that the smokes are a good cover for him for a second.
Is it worth it, just James? I don't feel like it, especially considering from Cerberus. Sure, if you can get an easy wipe where you get 4 easy kills, and maybe that's what they thought with the emergency pickup here, but it's being a quick, easy disengage here. Flashes inside the circle. Cest is trying to look for it. He's going to come out. He's going to have cover in the tree. Good shots, though, from Cest, and he's going to get hit. And then, of course, the blue zone gets the last little bit of damage here. Shots coming in from a distance from Nani. It's Lou taking shots from absolute raining. That's like 500, 600 meters away, if not even a kilometer, to try to get points and steal a little bit here. Cest does get the confirmation onto Flash, even though it was the blue stun that knocked him here. Good blue. Oh my god, great stun here. Try to swing it. Good shots coming in. That all finds him, though. It's mutual destruction extraordinaire here. Full Suns is out, but Cerberus has lost 2, only getting 3 points, and there are no priority inside this next circle here, though, James. Oh my god, though. This circle, James, means it's very likely we're going to have an urban ending with the unplayables on the eastern side of the current circle.
Well, that fight is why I was a little bit apprehensive about casting it, because I was just like, well, none of this feels really worth it. And then with Twisted Minds looking your way as well, and then I think there was a visual bug with Tambin actually shooting his own teammate. But anyway, by the by, as Nurens start things off with Petrichor trying to crash in on the east side here of Los Leones. So I think for the most part, a lot of teams are going to gamble on it here, considering that there is those hills on that east side. I think it's smart.
Yeah, indeed. More shots coming in here from Nurens and the boys from the arena. A lot of damage done all to Petrichor Road already here in this case, and James, it feels like a perfect setup for a urban ending here, but for 4 angry men, it's going to be difficult to get in. There's a lot of teams already locked in. They're jumping straight onto the arena, onto Petrichor Road. Vitality is close as well, could be shooting it. They want to get to the top roof, maybe. I don't know. I think so. That's one of the greater spots here, but there's 40 teams shooting at them currently.
Yeah, okay, so they actually do get in here as well, and unless you're actually dropping onto this location, it's very hard to actually get on. Oh, but nades, good nades from Neurons across the way here, and Lyrics trying to still do a bit of damage. So they've taken other buildings close by and taken high spots on that to be able to even cover that on the response when it comes in from that E pickup. So very good stuff by E Arena here to try and get this cover going and keep themselves alive in an important position.
Oh my god, double blue zone and stuff as well. It's going to be difficult to save him. Pathampong gets the confirmation onto Spaceman. 4am in shambles after this here, James. That's not what they were planning to. That is not what they tried to set up. Shen's going to be the last player left alive here. Nades are coming in too. Oh, it didn't connect just yet on him though, but still, it's going to be enough damage done to 4am for them to have a pretty bad game here already from the first game in our final day here of PGS2 final stage. And again, Nurens, look at the impact he's had already. 1 kill, sure, 1 got stolen, but 250 damage to Arena, really setting up for a great game to start things off for.
Yeah, one thing's for sure for this PGS2 is I will be surprised if we get a back-to-back China win, right? So that's already an exciting time for all the other regions. The fact that they're being able to compete so highly against them in the second week of the circuit. And now, for all of these teams trying to position themselves in Los Leones, nobody's gone really deep into Los Leones. I think that is very intentional. A lot of these teams kind of setting up on potential barrier positions in Los Leones, just in case they need to make a bit more of a wild move out. It will make those transitions easier and less bogged down, less likely to be sandwiched.
I love what I'm seeing from Expendables. They're swinging in from the southern side. As we hear a little bit from Kickstart here, let's hear what they have to say.
Yeah, I just can't peek.
They left. They just drove blue line in a clown car. I think all 4 of them are on blue line.
It's going northwest.
Blue line. Oh.
City's
They know
Shift came in. Let's see what they say.
Close side city is fucking back. Like I've been. This is like 10 players on my waypoint.
I'm gonna spray the structure. I'm spraying back.
They're leaving blue. Wait, they just left blue. We can take blue. We can backfill that right now.
I got wheel. Let's kill a struck on yellow.
Are they going down Leo Road? Where are they?
Yeah, they are.
They're going directly under you. Going under Leo.
They got
One's pop tire.
The truck's lit.
Not one up rudder.
Nice. Careful, agent. Duck northwest. Duck northwest. Orange. 2 guys.
They're still driving, Tig.
Okay, interesting. So basically, Tiggleton is down on that far southwest side of them, and he was pinging places within Los Leones and watched people as they left. However, a lot of those comms, Martin, were based on the fact that they wanted to deny people coming in, despite them having probably one of the harder transitions to make compared to the other teams.
Yeah, he was also pointing out that Expendables were a full clown car. There's 3 guys, as we can see on the minimap on the map. So they already knew that they're going far south. Great rotation for them, by the way, as it's going to shift west into Los Leones. So we're going to have a urban ending extraordinaire here to start things off with absolutely amazing scenes, and I love that. Furia hunkering down also here in this location, James, though, and they are pretty damn central. They're in and under the building that Twisted Minds has. They've got 17 staring at them. They've got Petrichor Road staring at them. And looks like we're going to have an absolute banger of a first game. Look at this. Crazy Raccoon 2, DN Supers on this eastern side here. They're going to have to fight their way through this.
Yeah, let's call a spade a spade. Sometimes it can get a little bit silly here in some of these urban endings, but in a late game in this format, the utility usage becomes extremely impactful around corners, around those building-to-building fights. It's whether or not you can kind of confirm those knocks, which becomes a big factor later on.
Double Panzerfaust clearing the building for Expendables, as you saw from our bird's view perspective. Shrimps and the boys, they already saw the high ground, that they knew that some team was leaving this spot here, so they could get into this safely here. They could have gone deeper, but they will search and destroy further into this game here. So let's see how deep they're able to get into this one here. More good houses and compounds are available for them, so they're gonna have a bit of a good campaign from that southeast side. 2 guys went in already. Chewy finds U-Dirt here from Full Sense, and now more shots gonna come in onto Cerberus. Oh my god, great peek from Stanley with the AK.
Yeah, not bad at all, even though I-26 and the boys trying to go for the trade as well, so not too bad. Stan, technically speaking, he knew exactly where he was, but then the confirm does go down anyway. So that's not bad at all here. Petrichor Road will be able to recover. Bear in mind, they do not have Ming Ming on board, and there's no real opportunity for them to get a res going as well, because it's going to be so much condensed players in this location. You can't be moving through to try and make something like that happen before the timer runs out.
All right, next circle goes northwest here, James. Look at all the teams that's going to have to make a move. We're talking Expendables, Falcons, Made in Thailand, Myth, Arena, 4am, Na'Vi, DN Supers is going to have to make their way through Crazy Raccoon or through anyone's Legend. And right now, Ferris and the guys are actually like, okay, this went northeast. We might be able to have a sweep from the northern side into somewhere north. So here Ferris is scanning it, as you can see in the map right now. And Na'Vi and the rest of the boys are coming in from Spiro's side with cars. So really like their angle of approach, and they might have a great game despite of not being inside this next circle here.
Maybe. With all of those cars kind of being abandoned, you got to be on your feet. You got to be making some moves quickly through smokes, through some of this util as well. The arena sat on the side of all of this, and Na'Vi's the one that's going to be trying to go for a wide wrap here. I think that they realized it was going to be an absolute death sentence going through the town, so maybe try and make this work with a northwest circle. They might be able to dip in, but 17 of course is a little bit ahead of them. Let's see which buildings they want to take.
Absolutely. Great angle of approach here for Na'Vi and the boys. Let's see how deep they can get, though, because if they're a little bit greedy about it, James, on that western side, it's one player from 17. It's Tian. And all those concrete buildings that are somewhat actually central in this next zone here is ripe for the picking here. So let's see what happens. Main Thailand and the other guys here, though, are going to have to either defend east outside the circle or attack into the circle, where their next angle of approach is going to be here. Shendo now scanning, trying to get in here. Last player for 4am. This is just about salvaging just a little bit of points here in this case.
And I don't know if it's going to be possible. The question, he's going to have to make some crazy plays. Tiggleton, though, gets shot down instantly by Glories. That is brutal, as they're now trying to make a bit of a mad dash. I think that some of these car players are a bit desperate here to try and make it work. Because, again, going from building to building on foot, yes, it's slow. Yes, it's laborious. But this is a bit more of a Hail Mary to try and wiggle your way through and find no barrel at all. But Jacob saw things against the arena.
Great Raccoon as well. Glass trying to defend this one here. Such a crazy push from this one. It's always going to be extreme mayhem here, James, in our urban endings. And this eastern side is under so much pressure. I like the approach from Falcons. They thought, okay, southern side is not going to be as many. And indeed, that was the case here. Pio from against Scabby. Hello, my bat steals it, though, from Vitality. So many points stolen each ways here. And Foreigner Men goes out in 15th as Shen goes down.
Not bad at all, not bad at all. Bear in mind, top 8 from PGS2 go straight to the 3-day grand final of PGS3. There is no survival stage for them. So that barrier is going to be extremely important to watch, aside from everything else that's going on in terms of prize pool as well as the championship. But look at this. Falcons, are we looking to scale the building is my question. I don't think so. I think maybe it's kind of outside, right? You don't really want to be doing this. I guess just going up for the moment and seeing what you can find on the south side. Maybe some free points here and there, but eventually you're going to have to come off this.
Yeah, that's gonna happen eventually here, I should say, James. And for this one here, it's a difficult, because look how open it is. It's only like the open kind of concrete buildings in the middle. For me, with what I'm looking at right now, is anyone's going to have to defend Na'Vi. 17 is so spread out. If they get slammed into, it's going to be difficult too. DN Super spotted that this open spot here with not that much concrete protection actually was available. So they sent it and got into this spot here. A classic DN Super's fully aware of what's happening inside the circle here. And they're all alive. 4 guys strong. 0 kills, sure, but this is a guaranteed points game. There you go.
Yes, it is. Not bad at all. Furyx tries to make the cross here against Twisted Minds. They were kind of co-inhabiting these buildings, sharing, but Twisted Minds likes to do a bit of damage as they look to leave. I think for Furia, they didn't really want to coexist here at all. It just kind of locks teams both in place. But that's a lot of damage that's been done, as well as Molly. I think Twisted Minds realizes they can smell blood in the water. They're actually being more aggressive than they would have been had those not come through.
Oh my god.
That's very aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive. Trying to get a little bit of... Also, to maybe get a reaction, right? That's really the play that's being made here. I like it from Lou. Smart. Molotov trying to pre-fire some of the more spots here. And yeah, right now it's focus on the points, but also focus on trying to get into these next circles here. Petrico rolls out in 14th play. Himmers finds Hackatory with both a knock and a flush with the nades. Great utility usage here as the guys are trying to fight their way in it. There's not that many teams here on the northern side. It's just anyone's Legends and Na'Vi.
Slight correction, it's Series 1 and 2 combined top 8 from those winners that will go through to 3. So that's important, a distinction to make as we take a look still at the fact that Falcons here still wiggling around, still alive, despite losing Tiggleton on that bit of a mad dash forwards. So very nice for them. Obviously, they're still in the running to be able to challenge those top spots. The fact that Anyone's Legend still only has 3 alive means that there's a window here of opportunity for some of these teams to try and catch up. Zest looks very vulnerable. Blue's pushing him as well. He's got to make some big moves.
Yeah, big moves indeed. Well played here from them. Patron trying to find it. Oh, actually gets him down too. Good amount of kills here for Falcons. They've been able to steal just a little bit back and forth. Kickstart got 1 or 2 of the kills here. Either stolen them or flushed and knocked it. So good to see him as under a lot of pressure. Lil goes 56 damage from that nade. So now 17 is looking to third party just a little bit and maybe contain Anyone's Legend and Na'Vi onto this spot here. They are still extremely split out. Look at it, James. It's a 4-way split for 17.
Mate, we have 38 alive in this circle.
It's crazy, and it's about to 7-circle pop. A crazy game to start things off.
By the way, yesterday, oh my days. Yesterday in the PEC Cup in Tempo Dip, there was like 19 cars, and the game ended at 24 minutes on Erangel. So we're 25 minutes with 37 alive. The difference could not be more stark here for this urban ending.
Absolutely insane here. And an all-in shift for Anyone's Legend and for Na'Vi to get this one. All the teams in the south, and that's where the majority is. They're going to have to fight once again here. It's Vitality, it's Falcons, it's Crazy Raccoon, and Twisted Minds, of course, with Furia too. DN Supers looking great, though, in their current spot where they got to.
There's literally no way we're going to be able to follow all the carnage that's going to go down when everybody needs to move for these circles. This is going to be insane. So keep an eye on that kill feed because it is about to light up very soon once all these teams have to start moving on. Quizzy trying to hold off H-Twin and the boys here from Falcons. Kickstart is already down though. So there's only 2 left here for the Falcons that are trying to dislodge Vitality here from this position, but also Crazy Raccoon can see them as well.
Attention, find Tongef here on Expendables. Expendables with this big wrap on the southern side was actually really great for him, but 17 continues to try to hold this. Falcons tried to run. Getrex finds H-Twin. Try to go through the flush here. Oh my bad, gets it. 4 kills for Vitality so far. It's going to push them up into 5th place here, taking over Falcons with the tiebreaker.
The problem is they've got to move next. They're the ones that are going to be in the barrels of Crazy Raccoon if they're not careful here. So here goes Levante towards this position, seeing what he can get done. Fury, meanwhile, still surviving somehow against Twisted Minds, going for a crazy fight over this dashboard. What is going on? Oh my case, the Kraken goes down. Panzerfaust from BL against the rest of Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds is down. Furia plays a blinder against the aggressive pushes from Twisted Minds.
That's an insane scene. Levante finds an Onyx with the Panzerfaust too. Vitality continues on the southern side here within the opening door onto an Onyx and Crazy Raccoon on the southern side. Piodos finds Levante. Wange finds Chan here. Great to see the fight here on the western side. Nerens is out and Atman, we're into the top 8 here. 26 players left alive. 24 quickly here.
I think there's a problem that's emerging for the rest of this lobby, and it's the fact that Anyone's Legend has a great spot to play this from, as they have the warehouses that are north and not really being challenged at all. And this is Vitality here challenging everyone down to the bottom, but even people are just going down to the blue. There's not much people can do. They're up against the blue. They're up against the barrels of the gun on the other side of it. So it is brutal here.
What a fantastic game to start things off with now. It's going down just a little bit here with the next circle. Actually centering up just a little bit. Pretty fair, but Anyone's Legend just laughing. They've had this warehouse for ages, and they've been able to go in and out on the fight on Na'Vi and stay 3 guys alive. We're down to just Spiro on Na'Vi. Wangef is out now. Shawu gets the bleed out on him. And look, Expendables and 17 here. 17 might be able to reap all the rewards from this game here, but they've lost a player too, and they're in 12th place overall. They need the points, James.
Or a little bit for DN Supers, right? 4 alive, still in a position where they could potentially play this out. Maybe some transition points, maybe some free kills coming their way from the south side, depending on where this circle now goes. As the Expendables pushing up against 17. Already Little Ghost is down, so no extra angle. That's a sad situation there for 17, because Little Ghost's angle could have been vital to being able to stem the tide here of aggression. Tamvu actually mollied. Good stuff here by 17. Are we going to come around the corner? He's definitely going to be healing it once that molly hits. Of course, he doesn't quite know. Comes off the top. Oh no! Xiaowu exploits the proactive moves of Clories.
Extremely well played by him. Him as fine Spiro meanwhile.
Nice.
And Anyone's Legend have been able to get so many points. Oh my god, that's a great stun. He has to disengage from this fight completely. I don't think they're going to be able to get Lil Ghost up. There's too much pressure on the fight overall here. Getrox finds Guyang, meanwhile Rex finds DraftKing. And Zhao will try to go for the sweep here. Tries to get Expendables eliminated now here. Smoke out in hand. Oh my god, shots coming out from the side of it. Himas finds Xiao Wu here. Chloe's been flushed as well by BL.
Huge salvage from Gedrox here on the south side, taking out the rest of Crazy Raccoon, and now they've bumped up to second place here of Vitality. What a play from Gedrox. I think they're not long for this world, and likewise so isn't Expendables. Tanvu goes down to Wembois. Deal gets Gedrox, and this is the space control game from DN Supers coming on in. They still have a little bit of a lip to play, but they've got to be careful about the Anyone Legends position because they still have a huge chunk of this warehouse complex.
Yeah, and even from the friendly fire grenade we saw from Deal earlier, was they're still 4 alive, James, and that's gonna have such a massive impact. The man advantage when you're 4 versus 3 or 4 versus 2 is just how you win the games. But now they're gonna have to take on DraftKings, they're gonna have to take on BL here, and let's see what happens. The next circle is ending in between the warehouses and the open space here, and you can see it on the right side. We're a little bit on the guys here. They're trying to make some emergency cover. They're trying to put out a little bit of cover. Oh my god, good shot from Deal. Great angle. Molotov comes out. DraftKings trades to the Rix is down, and now shots are coming in as well from Deal. They're gonna try to get this one down here. And now, with all the utilities coming out, we're going to have it's a utility fight, James, effectively. We're going to have the smokes. We're going to have to have all the lethals coming out because soon there's no more hard cover.
Oh, Deal can see a few of those members
so
from Anyone's
much
Legend.
Info. Wow.
The problem is that as much as they've got the man advantage, Anyone's Legend proved that the man advantage for them didn't matter against A Arena yesterday, just at the very tail end of it. So we could potentially see a back-to-back here for them if they're able to get this going. The point is closer to the warehouses. Gumin takes some shots towards 17. 3 Titans here in the late game to try and get this going. Xiao Wu, a little bit more damage. Gumin and Deal, though, doing huge damage themselves. Deal against Delwyn. That's massive. This could almost certainly confirm it for DN Super.
Oh, Himas found one. Xiao Wu finds Deal. Oh my god, Himas finds Gumin. He was low himself. We're down to just heaven here. Himas on 20 HP. It's a 1 versus 1 versus 1. It's a 1v1 only.
Oh, dear me. Is Himas going to be able to win this? Currently, he's on track to be the MVP of this tournament so far, and if he wins it, it is very likely he's going to be able to get that even closer
9
to
stun
him.
grenades, James.
Stun grenades come out. Son-off shotgun in the hand here for DN Supers. Will Himas be able to get this through? He's taking a lot of damage on his helmet. He's going to try and go around the corner. He's actually isolated him a little bit here. He knows exactly where he's going to be gone, thanks to the fact that the blue has been able to push around and isolate this from being able to rotation fully. Oh, no! The flash! No!
Oh, he turned around, 57 HP. Can he make something happen here?
How many flashes does he have? He has a million flashes. This is ridiculous. But he's got to go. He's got to go. The blue's going to be pushing it. Oh, he turns around after the flash, and that's a GG. DN Supers takes the victory here for Miramar. A down-to-the-wire, close barn burner here as DN... Oh, this is crazy stuff. Anyway, we got ourselves Matchroom and Toffees to talk about this one. Toffees, this was a crazy ending.
Oh my goodness, that ending was like walking through Central Park at night. There were flashers everywhere. He had so many flashes, and yet the blue zone backpack, the wraparound, Gumin on the hill, going left to right, knock, suppression, tree, knock. Even though he went down, he did so much work. That was wild, and I love it. I think some of us picked Soup, some of us picked Anyone's Legend to win the first game, and it came down to those two.
I'm having heart palpitations, Matchroom. I'm a little bit flabbergasted by that ending.
I mean, that whole game was just hype once we moved over to Los Leones proper and we were just following all the way through. I mean, we saw crazy pushes coming out from a very aggressive Twisted into Furia. Furia managing to hold it. Furia then having to line up against Supers in the later sections of it. Vitality, 10 kills, big pop-off game for them. But I mean, it does just come down to the 1v1 at the end like you guys are talking about, and just how cleanly navigated. You're saying, oh, hey, camper this, camper that. No, it's just a tactical approach, and Supers are just good in these endgame.
I mean, even the person that is currently in running for MVP, like, looking so good throughout the tournament so far, Matchroom. Sorry, Martin, even, I should say. You see a point where those flashes are coming out, and there's some panic going on there, right? About how I'm going to play this game, because some of those flashes are not going the way of Himas, despite him being the one throwing them.
Yeah, I mean, there's some flickers that actually ended up being it, and I was a little bit okay. He's just gonna take it and run around for it. But with 9 stun grenades, 2 well placed ones, and then you push, right? I saw it, like, especially through the small through the small windows in from inside. I was like, that's a great one. If you can land it, you push on it. But then he continued flashing around the corner, and yeah, then maybe the other player has flashes as well. But yeah, DN Supers, absolutely amazing scene here for them to finish this on. And Heaven, yeah, what a clutch player.
Yeah, I'm trying to spy on Toffee's mug there, as we had a very big mug theme in PGS1. That's a bird.
Nice birds, handmade. You know, just a.
Yeah.
I was at a market in Brown County and saw an artisan selling them and thought to myself, why, that would be a fun addition to my collection. Just like him, saw a knock on Lil Ghost and thought, I could kill him, or I could wait till Xiao Wu comes to try to res him and add 2 kills to my collection. And that's what I loved seeing from these guys. They were even baiting down players. They were so aggressive.
Lovely stuff. And Team Vitality, as you guys were mentioning, 13 points for them. That's a big win for them, considering that, you know, they were at basically tied 8th place, 7th, 8th place. So them being able to get those salvage points match from Gedrox towards the end, I did not expect him to be able to take out Crazy Raccoon after they were supposed to be the ones holding Vitality out, who now moves into 3rd.
Whenever you get these Luciana circles and you just start losing people, it just becomes clutch up time, right?
Yeah.
And we see this with Vitality a lot, that they have the capabilities to innovate, and also just when their backs are against the wall, have these really big games somehow, some way, and find one player managing to be sneaky. Because if you look, that's what this whole Los Leones game came down to. It was solos, down to a 1v1 at the end, solos trying to fight their way through, solos trying to set up for baits on down players. It was just a lot of individual play because it was so messy. That's the only way you could survive.
You saw the leaderboard there, Martin. How far do we have to go in before we call it a 2-horse race between Supers and Anyone's Legend? Not yet? Not yet?
No, I'd say with 2 or 3 games to go, we'll start talking about it. Xiao Wu, great game, great for him to step up here. Good to see Shrimsy in here, but Pio, I think it's the first time we see the cat's paw strike at the most knockouts here. He did get a lot of knockouts, and I would say if it wasn't for Vitality and the guys, Crazy Raccoon had a great game here, but DN Supers, we were talking about during the game, what a great scent, great map awareness to go into a spot like this. It was difficult, but they stayed 4 guys alive for so long, and Heaven being able to swing out and get the absolutely crucial knocks onto him as here.
It's a tough one with this urban ending. Xiao Wu, though, will take man of the match here to get things. I didn't know where the man of the match was going to be going here, Toffees, to be perfectly frank.
Well,
so with an urban ending like this, it can go anyway.
That's because Xiao Wu had to like play this like crazy survival game and fight everyone, whereas like DN Supers got to play 4 men until the end and spread the stats around, you know? But congratulations, Xiao Wu did put up a fight. Also, I know we're going to go in a second, but I want to say Falcons. Or sorry, not Falcons. Furia versus, how would I say Falcons? Furia versus Twisted Minds was hilarious. And I feel like Twisted Minds had a little bit of disrespect and forgot about him for a second. And Furia came back and said, we're still here. It was good for them.
I think if you're going to get those 2 knocks and then be as aggressive as they were, they have to finish it faster. And they did not, and then it came back to bite them. But anyway, let's head over to an interview with DN Supers as Heaven is over on the floor.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with DN Supers. Heaven, 안녕하세요. Well, that last 1v1 against Timas got our palms all sweaty. So can you walk us through that last moment? What were you thinking to get the final kill in? 마지막 히마스 선수와 1대1 교전에서 보는 사람들이 다 손에 땀이 엄청 났거든요. 그 마지막 순간, 마지막 킬을 하면서 좀 어떤 생각을 하셨는지가 너무 듣고 싶습니다.
일단 제가 아웃서클로 돈 타이밍에 제가 좀 이겼다고 생각을 이미 하고 있었어가지고 그렇게 큰 생각 안 했던 것 같아요.
확실하게 내가 이겼다 자신이 있으셨나 봐요. Well, I was making that outer circle rotation, and I think before I got the kill in, I was kind of confident that I would win the fight. So I asked him, hey, were you already feeling confident? You knew it before you got that kill in? And he said yes. Well, it looks like you guys are just 2 points shy from getting that PGS2 trophy so far on the leaderboard. I want to ask you, how are you managing to stay calm and collected for the remaining 4 matches? 이제 PGS2 트로피가 정말 이렇게 코앞에 왔거든요. 2점 남았습니다. 1위까지 다시는 좀 이제 남은 4매치 동안 어떻게 침착함을 유지하실 예정인지 듣고 싶습니다.
그냥 똑같이 계속 침착함을 저희가 유지하려고 하고 있어가지고 그냥 실수 없이 좀 잘하려고 하고 있습니다.
I think the most important part is, not making mistakes and keeping our cool just like we did. All right, thank you, Heaven. 감사합니다.
Oh, very professional wave there from Bella this time. Okay, I appreciate that. You know, she's understanding the severity, Matrim, of the final day here to get those points on board.
Oh, definitely no bias at all for the Korean side of this in the slightest. You know, stepping up the professionalism after crazy 1v1, not in the slightest. But look at how close these damage numbers are between these two squads in that crazy Los Leones game.
Oh, yes. 17 Gaming's logo, like Little Ghost, barely visible. Let's change the color of this, maybe. But of course, it's good to look at the numbers and compare exactly how these two teams line up. 17 Gaming is making a bit of a run for it. I mean, they came in 12th at the start of the day here, Toffees. I'm not super keen on where they are, considering the huge highs we've seen from them. Group stage of PGS 1, being able to convert the points in the previous stages as well.
I think, especially for both of these teams, I know that DNS is high up there, but I don't love where they are at the moment because they start really strong and then they fall off. 17, like you said, is one of those teams that I have said from the start of PGSs in general. Is it good? Is it kind of this good 17? Is bad 17? Which one's got their heads in the game? I think a lot of our Chinese teams actually fall into this box of, did they show up? Are they prepared? And is today going to be a good day for them? I don't know why, but they seem like day to day everything changes.
Alrighty, let's get it going. Game 2 for the day. Game 7 here. We move on to Erangel. Our only Erangel for the day. It's a crazy situation, but these teams are looking for those big points. So Toffees and Matrim, take it away, boys.
Oh, thank you so much, Erangel. And it's going to be a military base plane path leading up to Severny, pretty much south to north. Gives you everything on the table, but this is going to be intriguing. Los Leones, with as brutal as it was, now we're moving over to Erangel, which is a more aggressive Erangel than we're used to seeing, Tom.
I mean, a little bit. I think part of that is the fact that I still don't think we're seeing as many teams taking these early fights. Like, it seems like our congestion in the mid to late game transition is creating a sense of brutality, right? Because it is with the visual changes, with the importance of defensive positions, and with the impetus to manage crashing. And my meaning for that is, in the old meta, you could crash one, you could send stacks, you could hit dead walls. Like, there were ways to breach buildings without overexposing yourself. Unless you are systematically sort of cockroaching, figuring out who's inside, doing a couple of circles, pre-smoking windows, double bluing a compound, you have to have the utility to crash. And so the crash system has changed, I think, pretty much through the early part of this game, where it only results in desperation in the late game. And so I do think that's why it looks so brutally violent. I just think it's all compacted into 2 rounds.
Well, we do have a potential brew that's going on in Yasnaya yet again, as it's going to be Crazy Raccoon, 4 Angry Men, pretty close to each other. Circle has popped, and it has gone down to military base-ish, but mostly focused in on a Milta. Falcon's not going to have to do the emergency pickup this time. Not necessarily a hot drop in Yasnaya, though, as it's just kind of an isolated drop next to each other. There is a spattering of teams to the north and south of the road between the two, so it does have 3 Crazy Raccoons to the top versus Winda and Shin for 4 Angry Men.
I mean, I think we've seen as many as 3, possibly 4 teams share this area without too much conflict, so it is something that is feasibly doable. That said, last time this happened, I think 4AM was in the top 5, and Crazy Raccoons was still sitting in the bottom 4, and they chose to try to take some fights with 4AM. So it is not something to write off. The Crazy Raccoons are unaccountable, unexpected. It is like when you walk outside to take the trash out on a Thursday morning and there is a raccoon sitting in there giving you the what for. Sometimes you just walk away. You say, okay, today you win. This is your trash can. So I wonder if 4AM will do that, as they are a team that is, I think, more likely to be able to pull the points they need today to at least get up into the top 6 and make something viable. But they have to have a big first game, and they have to avoid those raccoons.
Intriguing to see how Falcons are going to deal with not chasing a circle. They now have pretty much inside track to get whatever they want, but how are they going to handle that? Is it going to be more going up to easy path, the lumberyard? But there's a couple of different like small shimmies that they could make around the map to get strong points. They have a chance to get their loot in a great position for it. Fury's going to be the squad just to the west of them, but it is Twisted Minds that went for a Lipo drop, going to be due north. So this is a pretty brutal contain from the against the Falcons, as it's also anyone's legend up around Lumberyard as well. So while it is open and you do get the circle, it's not as open as it feels.
I got a message from James saying, do you really see raccoons that often in North America? Yeah, you do.
Yeah, quite a bit.
I mean, animals here are crazy. I was in Tennessee a couple months ago, and a bear let himself into my car while I was in the house. That was a wild experience. We just sat there and watched him eat all the food until he left.
I mean, the Aussies got the crazy killer animals, but we got a lot of them over here too. It's it's pretty. I remember the other day, like, oh no, it was not the other day. Probably about a year ago or so. I went outside and was just trying to clean up in the backyard and found like 2 or 3 black widows over there and took a photo of it. Trimsy was even just like, bro, why did you not tag this with anything? I did not want to see this today. And it's just, there's a lot. And raccoons are, I don't know, I wouldn't even say mean here. They're just arrogant. They just think that all the trash and everything that exists is theirs. They're like cats on steroids.
Cash. They are, with an attitude. That's the problem, is all of our animals have attitude here, okay? Just like the residents. All the residents think that they know best. And I think Na'Vi believes that they know best as they make a rotation over the bridge. Not too much trouble. They're going to scout Milta, but already the green teams have taken over this region. So Na'Vi, a very tough transition here, Matt, if they get spotted out.
Yeah, and it's going to be right along coastline. It could be okay. Falcons do look like they've spotted out Furia that was going for the shift just to the north of them. That might give a bit more space for Na'Vi to kind of squeak in over here. A lot of rotations starting to stack up on top of each other. As you got Petrichor Road, that's going to be roaming. Anyone's Legend does come in a bit later than Furia's already set up for, so pathing that they were wanting to go for him now means that it's going to be a commitment back to the other side of Lumberyard. Furia does have a bit more of a split. That nice defense should be able to stymie it for a little while, as Na'Vi has also managed to make a stop. And Twisted has come down from the north, so now Falcons firmly locked into position.
You know, it's funny. It just occurred to me. So Furia set a trap here. Last game, they got trapped in the early game, right? But it didn't occur to me that it was Twisted Minds that had done that to them at the start of the Miramar match with Lou on the motorcycle, forcing them off rotation. And the fact that they ended up together in the same house, even after all of that, for Furia to come out ahead is actually kind of poetic. And then Furia goes, well, I think, you know what? We do like attacking people. Let's go ahead and get into that. E-Arena, not only do they get a box and the crossroads, this is going to set them up for the cross a little bit. We got a Groza, some tier 3s, and a Gilly. The issue is there's not a lot of space north of that bridge, Matt. I assume we do a slow cross, maybe scout, take the gas station, or if you can find a boat, wrap all the way around. But like, this is going to be, they're going to be super cautious about how they get into this.
And really, it's not that bad. Whenever they look, there's no big bridge camps. Imas, those got a lot of friends around him in Furia. Posa's already got them knocked on the Sololzi, so more pressure starting to hit anyone's Legend. Destroy other side of this one, trying to see if he can peek around, but this is getting more and more, and look at this aggression coming out from Posa. Very well played, down to just now Himas. Can he clutch after that last game?
Their forest, their logo is a cat. They could be mountain lions when they're on a wrangle. They could be jungle cats in Tego, but whatever it is, they've got reflexes, and they seem to be able to, today at least, convert, and I love seeing it.
Hillside's got way more space than it did just a moment ago, but a ton of squads now also with eyes on it. 4 angry men have wrapped in. Also, I believe, have Cerberus. It's going to be coming in back behind Petrichor Road. 17 down to the south of this one. So Petrichor Road, going to have to be a bit cautious on the territory around them. They're starting to get a pretty target-rich environment, but this dip is strong enough to hold you, keep your vehicle safe, and that's something to be said, because a lot of these squads are already starting to take a lot of vehicle damage or vehicle casualties, not necessarily losing players, but you can see there is a big focus on trying to pop tires, because this is a very big rotate potential in these circles.
Yeah, it's hard to transition. Batu leans out the window. There's nothing that you can do to sort of crash this warehouse, so there is going to be that pivot off. Take tires, take cars, slow down rotations. This section of the map is very familiar to these players. In fact, I think, yes, last time we saw this, we had people on top of the smokestacks jumping in from the high ground. Like, this gets to be a very difficult spot to play, but if you don't have one of these compounds, there almost are no options that will let you get to the late game. So that's why we see a lot of early movement and a lot of posturing coming out of these players. And I will say this, Matt, no shortage of ammunition today.
Yeah, everybody had some time to get their loot a bit better off, given the fact that we're not running immediately down to military base like it seems like it's been baited a couple of times. Full sense not inside the circle. Crazy Raccoon still inside of Yaz. Naya. Myth's going to be coming in the circle in just one moment. Vitality on the tail end back behind that. The Expendables went over to the western bridge on Millie. Looks like they might be thinking about going over to the eastern bridge. They could wrap back around, but our late rotators have plenty of space right along the edge of the zone, and we still do have military base that's eating up a section of the circle, and a bait towards bridge has happened a few times whenever we've seen this.
So much congestion. I got to respect the Expendables taking as much possible time at, like, they're literally still just sitting on Sosnovka being like, okay, well, I'll just wait this one out. And I like that.
Expecting maybe a wrap over there.
Yeah, I think so too. But they're at 24 points. And if you jump all the way up to 6th place, it's 39, right? So that is literally one game with a couple of kills. So you need to, like, every of the teams on the bottom, Myth and Crazy Raccoons, as much as I've sort of not talked about them or wrote them off, if they have one win with 6 kills, they're literally right back into the mix of the top 7. So this is still, for all intents and purposes, anyone's game, which is crazy for me to say. Maybe not for first, but definitely for that mid-pack to upper pack, it's still wide open.
Well, I mean, anyone's legend going down early, if we also see supers go down early, it does have the potential for a lot of these squads to try to do catch up. We still got a lot here to play, especially whenever we look at supers. They do have high ground position around Lumberyard itself, but there's a lot of company over here that can make that go awry real quick.
I was not a huge fan of this club until they changed their name to Supers, but something about that change, it just tastes right. I think it's hot, I think it's good, and I think it is very fulfilling. So I like this DN Supers roster. I like the name. I think that they've got a good head on their shoulders. My question is, as the next PGS cycle runs, Matt, will their send, middle, and hold system fall apart because everyone's going to go back and watch a lot of tape about these rotations?
We've seen supers always be very good about rotation, and they've always had a very good trigger discipline as well. So I'm intrigued to see as we start getting more nitty gritty on circles like this, Leonis. It seems like sometimes where they can have a falter here or there, but whenever we look back in the last game, that's also starting to get fixed. They're starting to find more polish, find more space, so that way even on those more brutal circles, they still manage to keep control over the territories they want. But then they have to deal with squads like Crazy Raccoons that could just be like, you know what? Let's just go Lumberyard. Let's land there, and could just land right on top of the supers.
And I think that is, but in a way, that's almost like Super system, is they hope someone lands on top of them because we're in a set piece. Tonbin, Cerberus. Now, here's a team that has been so much fun to watch as they have just developed as a group. That grenade, a little bit of a scaler to check out where Petrichor is as Tonbin falls back, looking to get the flush here. The crash comes in. Uter going head-to-head with Myth. Cerberus got to fight two ways now, Matt.
I mean, just good backfill on this one. Jacob on the other side of it. Petrichor Road continues to regroup much closer. Cerberus down to just 2. Tonbin's just going to have to fight his way out. There is a benefit. It looks like Jacob, as well as the rest of the guys from Myth, are starting to lean more on the other side. But no, they shift back over. Eyes on Stanel. Last one up. And while he does have himself this wizard tower, it feels like Myth wants it way worse.
Yeah, I think that Myth crash was great. They've got the BRDM, so they can use that to come up here and maybe even like block the windows as they choose to push up onto this tower where they have to assume he is right now. It looks like they've got a little Dorito to toss on there. They're going to use those blue zones to chase him. He's got the backpack. He's going to throw it on the ground and try to save it. He's going to get low, maybe pick it back up. There you go. Buy some time for the heal. Little Ghost gets Tonvu on the fly. Expendables on your side of the map. We watched them in the military. They waited. They E-picked up at the very end when the circle popped. They tried to come in, but they ended up landing right here on top of 17. Glorious with the opening spray. Gets a nice move against Little Ghost, but Xiaowu gets the flip, and that is it. Expendables waited, rode, flew, dropped, and got back to lobby.
Got some time to get set up. 17 in a very strong position. Circle has leaned more on the western side of this one. Of course, going back into the main island itself. Milta's still a core component, but just to the north, the red zone is going to be kind of pretty close to center. Crazy Raccoons and the shift that they just made going to be really big. Myth still having to contend up against a couple more squads, not just looking at supers, not just looking at Petrichor Road, but now it's going to be full sense. Other side of them that could create their own set of issues. Irina did lean into Milta proper, but it's going to be a lot more of the spattering around Lumberyard, staying, I would say, unfriendly over here. It's just trying to get more space. Everybody's realizing, okay, this might not lean as Lumberyard as we thought it was going to. It seemed like a lot of the teams were setting up, opting for it to go Milta. Now it's kind of leaning more that farm side.
Yeah, it'll be pretty interesting to watch. Keeping in mind, while we watched the other fight of Expendables showing up, the Myth did get Cerberus finished off and take over that section of the map. That's why you sort of saw them lollygagging in a circle, getting themselves healed up and ready for whatever the next transition happens to be. As we zoom in on Furia, a team that was weak yesterday. They started today at a very tough position. They're already up into 10th place, which is actually a pretty big gain for them. They were in 15th coming into today with 18 points. So to be here at 32 is a journey.
On a journey as well was I-26 V6 because he was kind of separated away from the rest of Petrichor. That got exploited, and Furia now with this so much information and just having to get so many fights. Let's kind of listen in what's going on with that.
Cerberus perdeu 3. Não, Cerberus out. Expendables perdeu Clores, o Duck.
Pero perdeu alguém, eu não vi.
Pero perdeu 2. Pero perdeu 2. E eu acho que o resto foi só time out. Não, a Quataim perdeu um também. Pero e Quataim. Pedro perdeu 2 que eu tenho, perdeu 1. O resto é tudo time que foi out. Eu acho. Acho que eu não perdi ninguém aqui.
So, with my limited Portuguese, it's mostly based on my limited Spanish.
Tá boa safe, tá boa safe.
It sounds like they listed all of the teams and what information they had about them, Matt. Who was alive, where their locations were, like an update during the low time. I love that.
Trying to combine sound cues that they had with kill counts. Kill feed is just making sure that they have an idea on where the set's going to go. They are right on the edge of this new zone. So here comes the rotates. Twisted looks like they're going to be leaning more south, falling back in behind Na'Vi. To the north, there's going to be a wrap coming up from Full Sense. Regroup coming up from 4 Angry Men. There has been a call back in to bring Spaceman back, so should be able to regroup. Not a lot of loot, but should have some cars at least to maybe help him get back set. A lot of space right now for Vitality over into the northwest, and nobody in farm.
The drop. Spaceman, the MVP of the past, is now struggling to drag his team to the top, which is, a little bit of a surprise for me. 4 a.m. coming in here. They're going to get the tower next to the Crazy Raccoons. I don't like having anything next to the Crazy Raccoons. It's not a safe place to be.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, is you never know what they're going to do. They're one of those squads that maintains a high level of unpredictability. They feel like they can be passive sometimes. At the same time, there can also be a solo that's right underneath of you have no idea about. And then they can also go, you know what, it might be better to fight for this in Circle 2 and just make a push that nobody's expecting.
DNS here on the outside. He smells trouble? No, he didn't hear anything. I think he's going to come in. He's coming in. The trap is going to work. Sneaky Soup tries to
doesn't quite get it. Glaz, though, on top is going to get spot onto Guman, take him down. Crazy Raccoons, again, you can see they always have some type of new plan that you've never seen them do before, and that's what makes them fun.
I mean, it's just raccoon play, right? Like, how many times have you lifted the trash can lid and he's just staring at you? Guman thought he had the scout. He circled, he heard nothing, he saw nothing, they gave nothing away. Then he goes to park the car and probably called out, hey guys, let's do this. And then pop. That's the end of it. So fortunately, it was just him, and Soup will continue with 3.
Looking at the map, Farm has near on nobody around it. The Na'Vi is going to try to usurp that. It's just really Vitality to the north and Na'Vi in the west. There is a 2-2 split across the road that kind of cuts over on the western side of Milta leading into Shelter, where we see 17 holding down, but everybody else is Lumberyard down into Milta. We do have E-Arena that's playing Milta, Twisted Minds, and Falcons all already there.
Vitality looking very good, sitting in 3rd place right now with 49 points. These guys have been a picture of consistency here in the grand final. We'll see if that continues. The Falcons, on the other hand, I should say on the other hand, they're playing well. They're going to go ahead and grab this E-pickup, prepared to go into the middle of the circle, and it should pay off. I think the problem is they're going to be landing if they take this. I don't think they will. Okay, good. Because that would drop them right on top of both Vitality and Na'Vi's rotation. So instead, playing edge and sort of backfilling off of Milta is going to be a really strong choice. Fight in the middle, though, it looks like. 4 a.m. getting crashed and eliminating. That's it. The top 2 teams in the lobby are done and dusted.
Hey, it's a race now. Vitality, other side of this one, has some space to work with. Looks like they're going to be coming in back behind a weakened Petrichor Road. So already got some space to play in this new circle. Na'Vi has already made their shift closer to the road as well. Eyes on the other side of this one. Ming in a lot of trouble over here. He's just kind of hunkered down waiting for it. This aggression coming out from Vitality is so good, but not prone to early game aggression. These guys tend to want to play for the mid-pack. Most notably, once we get about circle 5 or 6, seems to be their big pop-off. But looking for a pop-off of their own is going to be Twisted with a redo of the last time, and it's going to be Twisted and Furia yet again.
Twisted Furia keep on fighting, but this time Twisted Minds is TPP maxing as they use the side of this hill to try to get a peek up over the top. Example getting the smokes out, trying to get a little forward. They decide to move the Dacia down. I think there's a point where we just go around this fight, but not, instead of through it. No, they're going to keep going. What legends, Matt? The push forward, Boostic and Levante elsewhere fight, but Example opens fire on BL. They did lose Lou. The counter shot is there. They did not expect the flank around. BL tosses a nice nade out, but it overshoots. Example sees him in the smoke, trying to close this deal. We got another flash coming out right after the grenade. Example's going to hold the blue line. I don't know you can handle this, Beal. What do you do?
Oh, tries to bait it around. Patience pays off for Twisted Minds. Other side of this one, though, Posa does spot out Molodoct. Example a bit trapped. new contenders coming over here as Falcons have now left Milta. This is why Twisted couldn't wrap down to the south. It's going to be Falcons coming in hot and heavy, realizing that there's a ton of kills potentially to be had, trying to get high ground. Fury, I think, heard this. They're trying to play more aggressive into the line, but Twisted just trying to stall this back out, slow all the pace, and it's going to be example going down to the blue zone as Batulans has a ton of teams on top of them, but does manage to out-survive Furia.
It's believed that a large enough Falcon can destroy a cat in the woods, and I think that is what happened. Tiggleton on top of the rocks was just too big. They don't know about the man in front of them. They saw the smokes, then the knock on Fury might have let them think Batulin was no longer there as he sits in the car and plays hyper stealth.
He's now in the blue. It is Circle 4, about to be Circle 5. He can't really get the car to go anywhere because if he goes for anything, just trying to go uphill, he'll get caught out by what's going on with Falcons. He does hear them on their regroup. Falcons have a lot more space to play on this hillside, but they've got to be careful. Duress coming out from the Crazy Raccoons. Really their one vulnerability for the time being. If they opt into going to the north, they can go into Lumberyard, have a couple of different paths, but they also have the hillside around Lumberyard that they can play for. That is going to be the way that they opt in. New Circle pops, leans away from Lumberyard, does go back over to Vitality 17 Gaming.
And as far from the Falcons as it can possibly be as consistency continues. Myth going to have a nice little entry on the north. Vitality still against Petrichor, kind of trying to figure out where's this last player, but they are in such a good spot in third place on the overall. Any placement points they pick up at this point is good for them, so they don't have to come out of this. They don't have to force the fight on Ming Ming. Plus, if they get crashed on a north shift, that crash is going to hit Ming Ming's compound, most likely not theirs, so they can play spoiler on that as well. So I like Vitality's spot. They might choose to go forward if they get a good stun, but right now, I think lock it in.
We got cover whiplash after Los Leones where you had buildings galore, and we're moving into a phase 5 circle that has got near on nothing in it. Just a couple of wizard towers, the gate houses that you can work around. Sure, there's some hillsides, but this is going to be fight for the terrain that you really want to get. E-Arena is going to be lining up against Navi, who's making a play just alongside those gate houses, but Fairest, oh, the Molotov. I don't know if it just hit something or what. Gedrox does run up and finally finish out Ming Ming, so that's going to be just on the outskirts of this.
Aaron's going to throw another nice grenade in here. They are very low. The res came out just in time to get the knocks down. Xiaowu and Winda team up to take them down. Nurin's a little annoyed about that as he'd like to be getting these points on the board with how hard he's been working to push forward. Nurins goes to the right side, knows that Na'Vi player is over there. Meanwhile, Full Sense and the Falcons fight it out outside of the map. Nurins, you got to close this. You've got to find your split between these two. The rest of EA is just sort of following him.
Oh, good Molly. That just instantly forced him away. Slowly reclaiming this territory, getting into the positions that they want. Don't know exactly where the last one is, but they're a bit hesitant. The positioning from 17 is going to be its own problem in just a little while. Also, it's going to be 4 angry men. Yep, I was going to say they're going to walk into vision for them. Harassment's already coming down. So another set of contenders could be a distraction, though, as it looks like Falcons are going to get very close to 17.
I like that both Pathompom moved up the left side while Norins went up the right, and they made sure that they threw blues and mollies at the same time so that no one could be hiding behind the shack safely. A really good understanding of position, but a new red zone has appeared. A perfect grenade from Xiaowu as he stops the res and knocks the big Tig.
Forces Shrimsy on full-on medic duty right now. He doesn't want to run back into the cars. He realized that that can be a contain on nade. Has to get away from it. Xiaowu does get the flush onto kickstart. And the guys from the Falcons know that Crazy Raccoon's back behind him. Full Sense was back behind him. Myth potentially making a pass. And you can see Shrimsy is very, very nervous about that. Crazy Raccoon wants to finish this out. Nade's rolling down next to him, trying to at least get some damage, get a knock. Tree's not going to give him enough, really. He's just going to have to keep bouncing between them. Can't even go back for his teammate. He's all by his lonesome now.
Crazy Raccoons made it so bad that Shrimsy now has to go 1v4. I'm sorry, 17 did this, and now he has to go 1v4 against the Crazy Raccoons. How you do that, I am not sure. Meanwhile, Batulin, who was in the car, is slowly but surely backfilling this fight. Remember, they thought they had finished it and left while he sat there in the cab of the Dacia. Will he be a spoiler as he goes up behind the Raccoons? Can he save the Shrimsy?
Ooh, the circle pops on this one, stays right along where Shrimsy's at. A lot of our team's going to be pretty close to the edge. It's just going to be Vitality having to make a bigger move up to the north into a near-on-nothing open spot. PO does get the nade onto Shrimsy, finishes that out. So Batulin's going to be trying to backfill behind Crazy Raccoons like you're talking about. Arena's got to make a move into the circle where 17 has great sight lines and 4 angry men can set up a crossfire. Navi still has a solo back behind Arena and Vitality to the north. This is going to be really hard for 3 of these squads to get in. And Batulin's might even have the easiest path out of everybody.
Yeah, I think he's just hoping for a rando placement. Lay down there on the inside. He has one more med after this one, so he's going to do a little sprint, Should be get himself topped up just inside the circle, but not a lot of time to make a transition. Meanwhile, let's look at Vitality. They have moved forward right now. They realize that that compound is no longer functional. They got rid of Petrichor, and now they are going to move into the circle, with is actually not a bad spot, only because of where the circle border is. So they need to lock up, make sure they don't get wrapped around from behind by Na'Vi, and then after this close happens, it'll be a much better thought.
I love this from Hakatori. Slow roll into this. He wants to be as quiet as possible. Does realize that there could be vulnerability positions that he can try to exploit. This is a man that we know can pop off. Big way. Uh-oh. HS. He's got himself a way to pop that. Hits, connects, gets the knock on a one. Now just juking around, feeding the information over. Spaceman has gone down. Actually leaves the wizard tower. Doesn't want to stay in there for too long, expecting throwables, but goes back in right as the nades are going off. Pops in his face, but manages to stay alive.
Oh, they just stared at it. All right, up to Shen on the high ground. Going there, trying to get his friends back up as Vitality continues to push forward, looking for a winning position. Gedrox gets that grenade inside and gets the knock on Hasameme. Shen's got to make the play from the high ground. He's got Spaceman up, who's wrapped with the healing, but now they're locked into the second floor. Nice spray to get Gedrox down. Shen with the peek at the perfect time.
Just the wizard tower, so much focus. That's kind of no surprise. Not a lot of different ways you can really see this one go out. 4 Angry Men now has to surrender any of the control that they had going on in the south. Crazy Raccoon trying to get the shots over and what's going on with E-Arena while this is all happening. Vitality doing a great job on picking their fights, getting more containment angles in what is a very open circle. Using cars, using smokes, any cover they can find. They just want to try to open up something, some vulnerability that they can exploit.
Hakatori now behind the Doritos. Going to go ahead and keep pushing forward. Opod's not interested in letting him fight Vitality. He will be removed by the White Rabbits. And actually, Vitality are going to be ecstatic about that.
That was a big problem. Hakatori sneaking up back behind you as a solo is terrifying. You don't even know it exists, but there's just this monster looming on the shoulder waiting to pop. Spaceman's got himself a monster of his own, so when there's not a lot of cover to be had, this tool can be quite useful. Question is, we haven't seen a lot of Panzerfaust be used at this point. Might be having to be a bit careful as if you get too close to anybody, I'm assuming there's probably 1 or 2 of these squads still having the Panzerfaust left.
Look at that bonfire, Matt. It's like it looks like the European Cup games last night, as it's just a absolute junkyard right there. But that is a symptom of crashing. There's so few compounds. Everyone's got to throw everything they got at trying to get in. Batulin playing the old way. I haven't seen plays like this since Rapta to Rapta back in, I think, 2016 or 18 maybe. He doesn't see him. The sneaky secret.
But Batulin is so good at this. I mean, you can say Raptor the Raptor, but this is now the Batulin special. This is like, what, the 3rd time in a year we've seen him just as a solo, sneaking in right along next to several other teams, just letting them do the work for him. He already knows he's not going to take the shots until he has to. He's just wanting to make sure he doesn't look back his direction and maybe have to take a fight.
Batu God. Batu lines up the shot, and Batu drops Pio, the legend, one versus the other. He tries to fall back, but the shots immediately come out. It was not meant to be. As Glaz goes, where did he come from? And now they have to run down and should be able to get Pio up.
Pio just got out-Pio'd things by Batulin's things instead. I really love the fact that we're seeing Batulin find more and more ways to get these salvaged points, man. It is just crazy. We're seeing more confidence come out in his gameplay as well. Batulin's not just evolving Twisted Minds, but his play is evolving constantly. It's just so fun.
Batulin, one of the all-time greats, and I think that honestly, whether he wins his PGC eventually or not, will go down in history as one of the greatest of all time in PUBG, though I know that he won't be satisfied until he lifts that final trophy. Pops it up. Pathampong had the cover, but he didn't get down fast enough as Levante saw it coming and says, no fort for you.
Big potential right now for Vitality. They've got themselves into the circle. 17, of course, has the compound, the control. E-Arena's just got this little bit of a smidgen of a hillside that they're going to be playing. Crazy Raccoon has to wrap into the vision for 4 Angry Men. But Vitality, presently 10 points back behind Supers, 13 points back behind anyone's Legend. This could be a big game if they can manage to survive the just stressful position that they're in.
I can't believe the Raccoons and 4AM are about to get themselves into the mix if either of them comes out here on top. Raccoons in particular, I came into today thinking, they're cooked. But they're playing crazy, and in this game, it's working. Hollow My Bad takes out Hollow My Bad because the nades are now flying back and forth. It's 4AM versus Crazy Raccoons, and they are doing what they do best. They got smoke, they got a car, and they got a prayer.
Falling back in from Yasnaya. The rivalry continues. Close range nades galore between the two, with the BRDM being some cover. Is going to get some damage on Spaceman. This is just, I mean, if you don't have to take a lot of close range firefights and you manage to get the top 5, you're going to have a ton of utility, ton of frags, and it is just getting burned right now.
But at that point, like, you're like, only one of us is coming out of this, and whoever does survive is probably limping. Burn it all, especially in Crazy Raccoon's position with not a lot to work with elsewhere. 17 is going head-to-head with EA. 4AM does look like they're finally going to storm forward. They're even throwing Doritos at these men, potentially. No, they toss it backwards for additional cover. The car is gone. Another nade comes out. It gets a good bounce, but not enough. They have to fall back to the tree as there's more lethal from CR. They went back to the trunk and got more.
4 angry men starting to get pretty frustrated. I don't even know if they can do much more. The way that this is kind of set, they just keep raining more and more stuff. It's like, okay, go back, grab something. We're out of nades, guys. Okay, see if maybe you can get some smokes, blue zones. Finally, one of them connects. Frustration mounts, and Crazy Raccoons just sends it in. They are going to finally take out 4 angry men. E-Arena clustered up against the side, now watching, looking into the circle.
That's so Crazy Raccoon right there. A full send with double barrel shotguns. E-Arena takes the peak and gets naded as Lil Ghost goes ahead and tosses in the perfect rock. It is 4v3, though I think CR has time to get the res, so we should see a 4v4 here to finish this out. 17, one of the best to ever do it, and the Crazy Raccoons, led by Pio, also one of the best to ever do it, about to lay it down.
This is a great contain angle if they can keep control over this one. We're at phase number 8 right now, so the way it is set, both squads trying to prep up, get ready for that center dot to appear. How cooked does the nade? Get some damage, doesn't get the knock. PO still got more, though. These guys have so much utility left as well, and 4, 6, 17 back. Molotov, I think, might have connected, or at least made it scary.
Logos is at 6. He's got 6 flashes, some mollies, and some smokes to come out. 17 with a lot more utility than Crazy Raccoons, though shockingly, Crazy Raccoon still has some. Tianchan going to drop down and heal. 11 kills on 17. No matter how it goes, it was a blaster of a game. The same for the Crazy Raccoons sitting at 10. Whoever takes this can be proud, and whoever loses can be proud as well, because this has been a heck of a match.
Big come-up match, though, for Crazy Raccoon. Steps out into the open. Tian exploits it. Pio just got caught a little bit unaware off of that. I think was expecting a reposition away from the rock, or maybe a refocus. Maybe just trying to draw the attention to open up some outside sight lines. Great shots coming out from Tian. Says, nah, I'm getting a little tired of these throwables.
Tianchan gets burned down. A nice play there as Wenbo now has to tuck in and try to guard. Nice flashing coming out. They got mollies. They're going to push up. Crazy Raccoon's playing very aggressive. Inonix gets the play. Xiao Wu gets Guyon. It's down to a 1v2 as Crazy Raccoon tries to push in, but 17 from a different angle ends the game. Class, experience, and power as they come away with a big win. Congratulations to 17 Gaming on taking the second match of the day.
And in a big way. 15 kills, I believe, is where we ended up. 10 points on top. That big climb coming up, Claris. This is going to be 17 coming back into form on the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah, the big old bounce back here for them, of course. Starting off the day with 22 points alone. Now this is going to be able to propel them up nicely for this leaderboard as well. Avenger to talk about this one. I'm like trying to call you Martin, trying to call you Avenger. Where am I going with it? But 17, we're used to this squad winning, and they've got themselves another one here.
Yeah, and previous to this game, James, they had, when the day started, they had 22 points. They actually was in a really rough spot, and with winning this, with the amount of kills that they had as well, absolutely next level for them. They are now joining a potential podium hunt down of the top 3.
Yeah, definitely. Good stuff by them. We should have a mascot off whilst we take a look at the highlights of this game. You can have 17 in a tiger outfit toffers. You can have, of course, you've got E-Arena, the big bunny rabbit outfit. You've got Falcons in a big falcon. You've got Supers, a bowl of soup. It's a great mascot off.
There's a clear winner here.
Yeah,
you
clear
think so?
winner. Supers.
Of course, the bowl of soup, the inanimate object.
No, it's the Tanukis, man. Give me the Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's a team name that has ever epitomized the way that a squad plays, it's Crazy Raccoons. Can we just be honest with that?
Yep.
I think you're right, and I think that I think they're originally from Overwatch. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that like also their roster there was like very aggressive, very crazy, and was very successful. I could be wrong about that, but that's where I know them from at least.
Yeah, I don't know if they started there, but I remember them from Overwatch days as well. I mean, what would 4 Angry Men? Just an alarm clock and the lion, right? I think
I think their mascot's God V.
Oh,
yes,
just really
for sure,
mad.
controlling
really
all his minions. I say yes. Ease your
Right, so
anyway,
awesome game. Can we talk about Batulin for a second with his super sneaky? I slipped into a Dacia, maybe they won't find me, and it somehow comes around and pulls like literally a 2018 backstab on Pio. Like it was like watching a game from that period. It was entertaining to watch that moment for sure.
That was great. Didn't get the point though, but it did get 5 total points with the 3 kills.
Not bad.
And the 2 placement points that they got. So that was huge. Good to see from them.
25 though, going the way of the smackaroon is going the way of 17 Gaming. I think that it really does show here, Matrim, that any team could jump drastically up these leaderboards. I can't believe the jump from 12th at the beginning of the day into 3rd place. Wow.
Nero, double your points, man. Big come up. And 17 Gaming, Sleeping Giants, they're starting to find it. Game 1 and Game 2 been massive for them, and they are just on a pull-up, on the chase, trying to find something, and I cannot wait to see if they can keep it continued. Because you guys were talking about it. It felt like this was becoming a 2-horse race. Not anymore. Now we're starting to get a lot more contenders.
Especially with those 2 going out early, right? And then also even the teams that were on that slight barrier to enter the 2 tops, like the fact that you've got Vitality, Twisted Minds as well, not getting as many points as they may have liked, but Little Ghost and Wembois doing a ton of work here, Toffees, for the team. 17, it's good when they're able to get these kinds of, again, a similar space control game and just being able to blast at anything that comes their way because they're very proficient at it as well as Supers.
Yeah, I mean, this is great to see 17 up here and running. We sort of, at the PGS one last weekend, we were like, oh man, they look so good. They're going to make a comeback, and they did not win that one. This one, they look significantly better in this game. They made really strong decisions. Lil Ghost with 6 kills. Take us back to PGS 1 the first time around when Lil Ghost was the king of everything, Martin. He was a poltergeist.
The poltergeist.
And it feels like, exactly, we call it poltergeist the entire event, and then it kind of felt like a slow decline for a long time. If Lil Ghost is back, that means 17, they don't have a roof. They can be incredible all year long if Lil Ghost returns to form.
They don't need a house to haunt. They can haunt the entire graveyard with Lil Ghost, of course. I'll say this, though. We have to call a spade here, and we do that so often, right? They had the garage building, but it wasn't just about, walking into the late game. They were aggressive. They were proactive. The way that they're controlling the space round, the way that they go out, try to take down Falcons, and effectively did so, especially with how much damage they got on to Kickstart and Tickleton. Shrimpsy obviously going down to PU and the boys, and with how they're, going out of the garage and not being more punished than they were was just due to the fact how perfect the circle was. You saw especially with the Arena and with Navi and the guys on the west, Vitality could go straight to the 4 a.m. Myth fight that we saw in the Harry Potter. Like, it was perfect for them, but they could just pick so many kills up and then go out when they needed to be proactive, right? So it was great to see. Usually some of these garage finishes, they're 5 kills and a win. Here, 15. Amazing play.
Yeah. I'm thankful for all of these teams that were committing towards the Milta power, that eventually we got a West shift and it actually opened up some space for a lot of the rest of the teams. But anyway, that's by the by. It's time to go to a break. When we return, we have 3 more games remaining here for the final for PGS 2.
Something big is coming. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100 plus audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zowie is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zowie strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zowie stands with you.
Battle. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, give it all you got, we got next. Y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it, must be off your rocker, thinking you gon' stop her. We got next.
3 more games and a stumbling block for some of those teams at the very top for game 2 of the day, as they have not been able to secure themselves an even bigger lead that they possibly could have, as we take a look across all of the players here to get things going for game number 3. So far, the player of the day vote is currently on the go, so you guys at home can vote. I wonder who's voting en masse when I look at these names that are in the top 5 so far, Matrim. It seems it might be a little bit leaning towards Vietnam and China.
Some bias? No, not in the slightest. Yeah, big viewership groups. They're going to have their own fandoms. But, I mean, I kind of support it. You can't necessarily be mad. Himas is popping off, and he's got the stats to back it.
Yeah. Yes, he is. I think maybe he caused himself a few problems at the end of that Miramar in that 1v1 in the kind of panic that was going on. But regardless, still probably very much so in the running for the MVP. Toffee's final thoughts before we run into Rondo?
This is it. There's only 3 games left. Rubber hits road, make plays. It's close. It's awesome. It's Rondo. No, I don't have any real thoughts. I'm just excited to watch.
Fantastic. All right, let's do it then here as me and Martin will bring you all of the action from Rondo. It's going to be a good one as we have a pretty decent playing path for a lot of these teams, unless you're wanting to go all the way to somewhere like Jadina City or something like that. And that has been the backup for Petrichor Road, Martin, as we've watched them in these last couple of days.
Yeah, this could definitely be a difficult plane here, James, as we talk about it. Going from the southwestern side up towards the northeast, but let's see how the teams adapt. Rondo is fortunate enough to be one of the maps that has enough space that even on bad plane paths, there's plenty of alternatives to go through here. James, on match 8, this has been insane so far. What a way for anyone's Legend and DN Supers to hold the handbrake involuntarily, though, last game. For everyone else to catch up, especially with 17 here. Now just 5 points for DN Supers. That's next level craziness.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm glad actually we did follow the plane path all the way to the very end, because the team that I expected to try and stretch for somewhere as far as Jadina City, of course, which is never going to happen on a plane path like this, is Petrichor Road, that is actually coming out on the plane and heading the same way as Furia to Hame Town. So this is not exactly what either of these teams would really like, given the scenario. And now, 17.
There's a pickup here. Get away from that! That's great. That's actually a great way to pick up your teammate. Drive someone else away, and the other guys are going to be fine about it. 17 with their kind of in-between Jiao 10 and test tracks, but they're going to be completely chill and having fun with this one. I will say this, though, James. The amount of circles we've seen here, north of Danqing, west of this river, close to where Na'Vi and Twisted Minds and Full Senses is next level. We've had so many here. Sure, we've had some over close to Jiao 10 as well, but these test track rankings, man, they are just happening again and again.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And for a team like Twisted Minds, they had a huge win rate on Rondo based on the fact that they have test track. Regardless of whether or not they're able to convert, they are still currently in the running, 52 points at the moment as we overlook their position currently, and take some highlights from that previous match as well, which was a little bit easier on the teams than I was expecting when I saw that first circle, still encompassing, what, like 40 to 50% water.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a difficult one. I love the somewhat close to Milta endings. It's always enjoyable to watch, especially with how the teams are kind of approaching it, especially with the copy-pasta compounds inside still. They always have such a big impact too. I'm surprised, though. The biggest surprise in the last game was that Na'Vi didn't get more out of it. They actually had a great spot, but it came down to Hackatory, and yeah, the nades coming in onto the arena here. We see a different angle on it. The air burst grenades just exploding and smashing the arena back to the lobby.
Yeah, that was some crazy stuff. 17 executing that very, very well. And now he will see if he can continue. Here's actually another shot of it.
Yeah,
straight
so
off the back of that foldable shield as well. It couldn't have been more perfect, really, from Little Ghost, could it? Jeez Louise.
Nah, they had a great game here. I was expecting a little bit more from Crazy Raccoon, but they got absolutely picked apart just because of the higher angles. As you see, Crazy Raccoon here on screen as well, against Full Sense. They're holding on to each other, potentially seeing what's going to be happening here. And Pio, no helmet. Thanadol, barrel in hand. Could be a difficult one for these two. Let's see how this evolves here. Thanadol coming in too, and look at this. Oh my god, a lot of damage done already from Thanadol. Glasses 1 HP.
Yeah, you should be thinking, though, that this is an easy cleanup for them. Unless, of course, they get a little bit rinsed by the shotgun.
Oh my god,
he comes out
well
of the car.
played.
He didn't even realize he was there.
No.
That was perfect stuff. A perfect setup by Crazy Raccoon to push him out, force him into the prying eyes of Pio. Inonix gets the finish, but Pio does the majority of the damage.
Yeah, easy and well played here for Crazy Raccoon. Easy point to be picked up as well. And getting this compound here, especially with the recall station, getting it this early, it has tons of spaces to hide your cars and get them safe. There's a lot of angles you can kind of play, and locking this one down early, sure, it's first circle. But still, it's a really great one for it. But Groza coming into Na'Vi, let's see if they realize it's just outside the door.
Yeah, it's funny to see these teams already situated in extremely similar, if not identical places to what we already saw yesterday, right? Full Sense is trying to take the spot that they basically won the game from yesterday. Na'Vi is trying to take a spot that they salvaged double digits from yesterday. As these teams, because of the drops, because of these central circles, have the pick of the litter in the positions that they want. And of course, they would prefer spots that paid dividends in the previous days. So not too much surprise there. And Na'Vi is getting themselves a crate by the looks of things off the back of it too.
Yeah, indeed. Falcons moving in here, James. And with how they've played so far and how they've approached it. 41 points. Sure, it's some way away from podium right now, but only 12 points up to 4th place. And again, massive difference in terms of prize pool, in terms of PGS points to come their way here. Vitality, though, on that 4th place, talking about it, James, still only 10 points from 2nd and very, very doable for a podium finish. Very impressed with what they've been able to do so far. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, they could. I'm excited to see if they're able to kind of do that. Because, of course, the formation of this roster, I think we understand that individually in components, great skill, right? Brilliant skill. We've seen them in regionals as well as even internationally towards the tail end of 2025. So I'm excited for the prospects. We're in very early days for 2026, right?
Oh yeah, it's the second global tournament so far out of 12. We're going to go to regionals in 3 weeks' time, so that's going to be good too. Little Ghost, meanwhile, does find Destroy here. Destroy has been on the receiving end a lot of damage early on in the games here, especially in Miramar. Started out going down as the first player. Now here's the second player. Very unfortunate for him. And Anyone's Legend. Let's see if they can sweep in and actually get his chip out, or if 17 is just going to absolutely camp this one.
Yeah, I will say Martin, while this is going on, the little kind of wiggling around of each other, I don't think I've ever seen a team where Petrichor Road currently is looting. Like, where they had to go after Hime town was kind of occupied by Furia, to the point where I'm very curious to see how Petrichor Road is going to play out this game, because they're coming in so late, so wide. I've never seen somebody up that top corner in a professional game before.
Yeah, you know, when there's alternative loot, there's trash loot, some teams call it. This is worse than that. Like, east of Hime town, when it's the furthest northeast town, it is the possible worst loot you can get. Sure, there's some houses. There's one of the compounds is actually decent, but it's not gonna be a lot for 4 guys. If they're lucky, surely they're gonna have a lot, but probably low in utility. Probably not all of them have 6 and 8x scopes that they prefer. Some prefer 6 over 8 and other way around too. So let's see their approach here. But if I know the Rondo circle is correct, we're gonna have a wild one no matter what. Utilities is actually fine, James. Look at that. Only one guy missing nades. I'm actually surprised how well equipped they are at this point.
Not bad at all, but I am not ashamed to say I've never been over those bridges that they just went over. You know what I mean? Like, that's how far out this is.
Yeah, I've been it only because of the area where the recall station is. So I've only been there over there because you were like dropping east, and then you've been in that area. But yeah, it's not often you see it. It's not often you see it for sure, especially also because there's a bit of water that also had a little bit of impact there too. So DN Super is here, test track, north side, James. So far, Neox Factory has actually been abdicated by Twisted Minds. They're on the southern side of Test Track and further inside the next circle here. So a great 2-2 split for them. As we see Furia. A BRDM in play, James. Now predictions. Are they going to get into top 5 and get placement points, heavy placement points with this one because of this BRDM?
Well, a lot of their good games have come off the back of having a BRDM on board. And they've been no stranger to the big old tank driving on around. The big old caterpillar just wiggling its way on through as well. A lot of wiggling in this cast. I'm not sure what's going on with my vocabulary, but there we go. Zakraken, the commander of the BRDM.
It's a Kraken in your voices too. And for PRDMs coming in for this one, again, impactful games, especially how Rondo has played out and how much cover there is due to the ridges, due to the dips, and due to how all of the terrain is working. Here now with Falcons sharing with Maiden Thailand. A little bit of an impact on each other here, but it's pretty central on the southern side, south of Full Sense, but still with a good circle coming their way here, they're going to probably have to fight it out. Kickstart and the glider, James. That's going to come in too. Destroy gets back. Happy to see that for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, in the previous game, going down early and just kind of bleeding out very rapidly in the game means that Anyone's Legend here needs to kind of just tighten the bolts a little bit and make sure that they're going to be okay. You don't really need to change the game plan as Anyone's Legend right now. And again, that can happen towards the very tail end of some of these tournaments, some of these finals, where they think, okay, we're ahead. Okay, how do we stay more ahead? What are we going to be able to do for this? But they don't need to change anything just yet. Well, they've looked good on their normal game plan. Just stick to that. Stick to the fights you're taking. A lot of it has been edge play for them to be able to carve out decent swathes of land and then take those fights. So I want to see more of that from them.
All right, circle pop, James, as we see Petrico Road here. And it's going to go a little bit southwest, but still holding the majority of the teams inside here. As you see, southwest side. Expendables in a great spot. Twisted's probably going to stay in where they are as well. Crazy Raccoon to the compound they took earlier by force is also in a great spot here. But a lot of teams on the east are going to be fighting. Nerns does take Heaven down. And now with Cerberus and their setup, let's see if they're going to be having engagement with Furia, or how their approach in this circle is, considering their current location outside the circle. I would like to see them prioritize going into the circle, James, because the way that they've been slow playing has put them in the spot that they're in right now. 30 points only, 14th place, tied with Myth, very far behind currently.
One of the first times the pundits and experts have been able to pick up one of our Western teams, and for them to pick up Na'Vi, it's not too much of a surprise on Rondo, right? It's either a lot of people lean towards Na'Vi or Twisted Minds in a lot of these instances because of Neox Factory, because of Test Track. So all lines up, all comes up Millhouse for them, as Kickstart is all the way up in the sky, as always, here in his glider, scouting out what he can see. Just got to be a little cautious about any aggression that would come from Myth's direction, with the other guys sat a little closer to them, but it doesn't look like anyone's moving just yet.
The only 20% left on the gas on the glider, the one that's hurt a little bit, so let's see if he has some gas to replace that. It's going to be landing safely, especially from their kind of approach in the circle from that southeastern side. They could be going in, but Furia approaching quite well with the BRDM here now. Vitality, look at this. Unfortunate for this, but still inside the circle, but in the far north side. Yeah.
A replay!
I heard some Russian that I know from having spoken with other guys before, so yeah, unfortunate, but still, it's not a problem. They have plenty, and it's going to be easy for them here. But with the next circle here, they're already talking about, okay, how are we going to get into this one? Obviously, holding and waiting a little bit for the next circle. They're not going to have any high prio. Also, it's very, very terrain and open heavy here, James. There's like 5 good compounds and good spots inside. Otherwise, you're going to be playing likely how their approach is with their backs free, and then kind of approach it circle by circle and kind of play have an edge, right?
I like that he's marking his car. This is where I flip, guys. Can we maybe hit it with another car, please? I had to do the walk of shame to the barn. Please help. I've had to do that walk of shame many a time, Martin. Flip a car, walk of shame, walk of shame.
Yeah, that's how it goes, right? And then either Mini or some of the other boys are coming in and flipping it back for you. Sometimes it's Frost driving, and then, you know, he's always flipping cars. Then you're down to one car. Gedrak's already going in, the IGL going to get some information here, and he's actually kind of poking a little bit towards the Twisted Mind side, so they have an angular approach. On the other side here, the Pride and Lions Rock of Anyone's Legend, they have multiple levels here. They're really hoping for a southwest circle, though.
It's just a normal rock, guys. Just ignore it. It's just a normal rock. As Twisted Minds using the expert camouflage techniques. I wonder what that Frost guy's doing now. A second one. Oh, it's just a rock, guys, with another Panzerfaust in it. It's an explosive rock.
Oh, they're ready to pre-drive here, James. We're about to have another one. 5 circles until this next circle is about to pop here. Them pre-driving, leaving a spot that's actually pretty good. Could be backfilled, but it does go southeast here. We're close to Danqing here, and let's see where they end up going. Full Sense actually have disengaged or kind of disconnected from each other. Just a little bit flashes back, and they could be driving straight at him. That's shots coming in already, connecting maybe a little bit. No, could be a chase. They actually are trying to lock down this a little bit here. Belma, oh my god, Full Sense not going full car carrier and going all together means that they're going to be losing Belmoth here in this spot. That's very unfortunate for them. And it looks like Twisted Minds, no matter the circle, they always have a plan, James. Always have a destination, no matter if we go away, no matter if it stays.
The pre-drive was good. That's going to get themselves situated at a very nice spot as well. Falcons, of course, left Danqing where Myth was, and they've situated themselves on that south side along those ridges. I think they're going to be okay with that, but a lot of action is going to be going on while this is going down as well. Oh no, Glass here gets knocked. Twisted Minds dismantles them, and at the same time, the Expendables gone from Full Sense as well as Crazy Raccoon. A lot of damage being done on these pre-drives and rotations.
Oh my god, James. It's, yeah, from hero to zero. From 2 years ago, PGC, a year and a half even only ago, to now last place here, PGS2. Monix has been found by Delvin. Example down, let's see if they can get him back up here and get this engagement with 4 AM happening. They've got both sides. It's very workable to stay both sides here. It's not really worth it to go over the ridges and then expose yourself to multiple other teams at this point, right? So hunkering down here could be a good play for them. They've also got another emergency pickup, so that could work. And as you see here, Kickstart's actually got regassed the glider, and they're getting a lot of information from this southwest here. And he sees the cars, actually, that Cerberus is kind of counter-rotating counterclockwise back behind them. So the information coming out being shared to Falcons here could be viable and crucial for their campaign further into this game here.
What do you think about the car camouflage? Because for me, I feel like as much as a lot of people probably look at it and think, it's not that great, it's kind of useless. But one thing it does for me is that it denies that first shot through any window if like somebody's going to be looking from a distance. That's what I see value in it for. What do you think?
I think it's great, especially for the hiding the tire pop immediately. Like you can then get out and save the car before you lose 1 or 2 tires pretty quickly, right? So that's good. Oh my god, what a headshot from Kiss here. My god, that's the gamer that we know and love from Kiss here. They've actually got a 2-2 split here in Dan Ching, trying to force everyone else away. Petrichor Road has landed in the northeast side, but Furious trying to kind of relocate themselves. They still have the BRDM in play, and it looks like BL is calling back Kraken to get a pickup here, James, and that's always what's really lovely and nice for the BRDM. It's not a lot of people in Circle 2 and 3 is taking a lot of shots at it just yet. And I'm kind of surprised because that started to be the meta at the end of last year. Everyone was just shooting a little bit of bullets into it. Like, give it a half a mag, give it a mag each, and it's really quickly done for.
Yeah, surviving some of these late games. At the same time, Vitality needs to survive into the late game. Taking a fight against DM Supers at the moment. Levante does take down Deal, but Gedrox is completely gone. Vitality was currently in the running to be able to try and get themselves to at least podium, and then maybe even challenge for that #1 spot, but losing too early here is going to be deadly. So they're sending some more nades forwards. Quizzy's looking for a bit more of an off angle here. I think it's just too short to be able to make impact where he really needs it. A little bit of damage done here, but Rex is dancing around on that left-hand side, making it hard for the full convert.
Pretty unfortunate for Time Vitality, 0 kills, and it's going to be a difficult one to get more out of here. James is just trying to absolutely disengage from this one.
I get it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe he can snake or rat a few points later on. Lost a tire in the back left, but maybe can snake or rat a point later on. That would be fine. Is it a callback even, maybe? Did he have one of the chips I didn't see?
I also didn't see.
If he manages to get one of them. But the next circle has popped, and it's phase 4. We're going from 1 damage per second to 3, so it's a little bit harder to heal. Sure, you can get off the emergency pickup, but that's a little bit difficult for them here. Pickup from Pero. I don't think it makes sense to accept this one or grab it. They're also all split out. One gets it just to jump off quickly here, but Twisted Mind's looking good. Furrier looking decent. Crazy Raccoon actually has some cover here. Yeah. There'd be a lot of damage. Look at that. All the lines going towards him. That is crazy. Down to straight to healing here. Everyone just shooting at him. But this could actually be a close to Dan Chen ending here. It's very difficult. The Crazy Raccoon spot is actually pretty good, but where Twisted Minds is, if they are able to stay in for a while longer, that could be a spot where you get a lot of kills from. Destroy now. Back in the game, obviously taking shots against these ones.
Imagine, like, that's the thing, right? It really shows how dangerous emergency pickups, even just for one person, is towards a late game in a lobby quite like this. So definitely got to be very, very cautious about it. As now Supers is going to set themselves up along this ridge line. They do know, though, that Twisted Minds can technically see this angle. So they're being very cautious about that northeast side. And then from there, they might have to drop some smokes or shooting some return fire here.
I actually love this area. This is such a good place because you can accommodate so many teams and players around this area. As with a few ridges, a little bit of cover. Cover is blown away, though. That's him as finding Xiaowu. One more nade going his way, and it's actually going to roll perfectly onto him. Oh my god, him as the nade god himself.
Yeah, I thought the deployable shield was going to actually block quite a bit of that damage, but it looks like he was caught. He's dropped his nade. Oh no! Crawl away! Crawl away! Crawl away! He does manage to survive. Can they get him up, though, is the big question. They're still taking this fight with 17 at the moment. What does the damage he needs to do? There's an MG3 in hand as well here. If anyone's legend can find a good angle down this road, we see this fight a lot down this road and how it actually unfolds. Those smokes are pivotal here to keep 17 alive.
the disengage from both sides. They already got a flush, so if they can get the man advantage up and rolling, that'd be huge here. For him also engaging on this destroy, though, trying to get this different angle, but him being off on the high ground exposes him to multiple other teams here, and then for him is just going to be able to come out and just sneak a peek onto him. He's going for it, though, going straight into the smoke. It's like the other day when he gets an opening on it. Tianchan finds the ulti, though. More shots coming in from MG3 now, and Delvin under fire.
Oh, and perfect moves here from Tiantian. Once again, Wumboa takes down Himas. It's all on Destroy now to do something. This has gone from bad to worse here for anyone's Legend, who really didn't do what they needed to here against 17. The util usage from 17, once again, it was in picture-perfect spots to be able to shut down any push that was coming along on that left-hand side. And then Tiantian just peeking on over for that finish with the shots. Great stuff. Wow. Flashed nade as well. Oh, he's taking so much damage. He's got to be so careful. Surely he's gone. Oh. There it is.
Well executed by 17. And now Falcons is pulling up on this third party, and we try and we go again, James. They have to defend it. Chiggleton finds Wenbo. Shrimpsy actually hits himself. Shrimpsy gets the explosion onto Wenbo. Looks like they're going to be able to pick him up, though. A lot of utility being expended towards this. And it's outside the circle, James. It is a fight under so much time pressure.
Yes, it is. Especially with also, I think Crazy Raccoon was looking this way, but they're kind of embroiled in a bit of a fight with the arena as well. So as much as one person was looking this way, I don't think it's going to be a third fight for them anytime soon. Double blue, that will push him maybe off of that shack, and that might be able to expose him to a few of the shots that could come in.
Lots of car faults here going on here. Tilson trying to follow up with this one here. He's outside. They know he's going to be close here. Good push outside the car. It exploded away. Sees him, takes him down. Takes down with a nice headshot here on the AUG. 3 kills for Falcons. A really great third-party pull-up from them here to get the kills and the finish quickly on 17.
I like what the double blue did, because even if he'd have exposed himself on the left and the right, that would have kept him open. So what did he do? Okay, he moves behind the shack, but that allows Falcons the opportunity to move up on it and just put in the boot at the very end. Really good stuff by Falcons, as now Crazy Raccoon is making a bit of a move against this. Falcons, though, is looking at their way, and also Arena moved in below them. This could be terrible for Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, this could be an insane sandwich onto Crazy Raccoon here now, because he's going to get flush here on potentially from BL. If you're trying to make a move here on the southern side. Arena actually decides to go even further here, tries to take the fight on to Furia, but he still have the big beard DM, and now he's trying to go towards him. More than half HP on the still. DraftKings finds multiple nerds down, Petampong down.
This actually saved Crazy Raccoon a little bit, as Arena had to disengage from the position that they were in, and now Furia doing so much damage to them. Goes for the spray through the bush, didn't quite see where he was. I understand the desperation in that from Hakatori, realizing that they'd gone for a bit of a mad dash here through into the middle of all of things, but Batulins does do some damage through against Twisted Minds now. They're both in pink. I got confused there for a second, but Twisted Minds is the one in the middle here and trying to get themselves the recovery on this spot.
Example, trying to go out and defend this spot here with the Batulins currently being rest. Navi really on this pull-up. Could be difficult. That could be a great nade. Underhand throw straight towards Hakator. Does a lot of damage. He's down to half HP. Other player as well. Spirits in the distance. His finds Nurens on the other side of the fights here. Example now has to disengage just a little bit. Still playing around the smoke here. Hakator goes down to the Example nade as we talked about. Now Lou is trying to go with the backup. Trying to get and dislodge this fight that Navi is putting onto them. Supers is down in 11th plane meanwhile, with Falcons fighting that.
Talk Human to try and do something for it, but it's not going to be enough. Still, the top two aren't moving. 17's caught up here. There's an opportunity here through 5th through 7th to really make something happen in this game, but they're all kind of stuck in the middle here to try and do something. Twisted Minds still fighting off against Na'Vi just across this ridge line. They're doing a good job of it, honestly. Fakaratori's down. Fairest has been knocked. As much as Molodoct is knocked as well. There's a world where they can recover this. We've got more smokes.
Yeah, they could. That could be 4 alive as well. Spirit down 2. That's super well executed and played. Yeah, well, Twisted Mind 4 kills, gets Molodoct up, and this spot that they have well defended, and it's dead inside this circle here, James. They're looking extremely strong, especially if they can hold on to this spot here. Forium hasn't pushed it or third party at all. It's not been worth it for them because they've got backs free on the northern side. Meanwhile, though, Cerberus is trying to take this fight to Furia, trying to engage on the arena fight as well. Looks like a lot of pressure is onto the arena. Look at that. It's been spotted. 2 easy shots here from Cess with the Scar.
Not bad at all, trying to challenge those bottom spots at the moment here. Any little point could matter, especially if you already got yourself in top 8 position in PGS 1, because PGS 1 and 2 points in the top 8 will contribute towards if you can qualify straight through into the grand final for PGS 3. But anyway, we still have these fights going crazy down here towards the bottom right. bottom left of the map, as Falcons are still surviving. They've done a really good job on that side, but likewise, so has Fury to survive as long as they have just ahead of this. But the fact that there's Panzerfaust still in hand here could be deadly. Crazy Raccoon's down there, trying to send it through Kraken.
So Kraken again and again around this BRDM, but the Panzerfaust could come out. Nades comes out for Tickleton here. He thinks there might be another player in there. Nice shot from Tanbin. And Cess didn't get it. It was Tanbin with the AK, but nice shots connecting on it too. Cerberus is actually trying to disengage completely engage onto the fight onto Falcons, but they've spotted the multiple shots connecting onto them. Look at this cover done. Really well played here by Edgewin. Good shots for the AUG and the 2X.
Edge carnage going on in this game, honestly. The middle has been a bit more quiet compared to what's been going on the edge, for sure. As much as Twisted Minds was in that fight, and 4am is also now lurking just north of them as well. Falcons have done a brilliant job here on the edge. Likewise, so have a lot of these teams, but unfortunately they've been sandwiched, they've been caught with their pants down here. And now Cerberus, will they be able to convert on anything? They do technically have a man advantage here, Martin.
Yeah. 4v2 here for Cerberus. Great nade from Tanbin. And then sweeping over Tick. Oh, great headshot actually connected. Nothing left on H-Man on Tickleton. Completely disengaged here for him. And that's super well executed by Cerberus, James. And 5 kills for them. And they're now alone on the southwest side here. They're just to take this next step towards Petrica Road. It'll be huge for it. We're down to 4 teams though, James. Cerberus looking good. Twisted Minds looking good. 4am is the next team that's gonna have to make a play. Do they engage on Twisted Minds? Or do they try to make a sweep all the way on the west or east side? That's really the question for me.
Yeah, it's a tough one, because normally in this kind of scenario, I'd be asking, is this another Twisted Minds Rondo victory? However, with 4am eventually lurking over, with eventually somebody potentially going to be able to third party that if they see the blood in the water, it might be difficult here for them. Although that being said, they're doing some damage here against 4am. Likewise though, Shen with some brilliant nades forwards against them. Oh, that could be a brilliant bounce. Oh, the airburst does a ton of damage. They've not quite confirmed example just yet, but this is really making Twisted Minds scramble.
It's a blue zone rolling straight. Batoons can run around that. That's easily here. Shen goes down. Shen takes example down with the flush here. Oh my god, Winder sends it up onto Batoons to get him down.
Very good push forwards here against Twisted Minds. A 4v3 here, but the opening salvos coming in from 4am was strong, but it's not enough. The recovery from Twisted Minds. Somebody in the coaching room can't believe it. It looks like it might have been the Falcons boys. The Tab shaking his head a little bit, knowing that there were some potential casualties there that they could have avoided. But, I mean, the thing is that they are so choked up in that one location with the nades. It is difficult to disperse and then potentially put yourself in the line of sight of other teams and then not take that damage, right?
I mean, no matter what, it's the circle is perfect for Petrica Road and Cerberus, because they can just third party whatever fight is going to be happening, right?
Yes.
If 4am drives on either the side, they will also be shot at from Twisted Mind. So the only engagement that makes sense is use all your utility, try to take the spot away from Twisted Minds. And sure, the Tab is shaking his head, but he knew that if his team was on the northern side, the same exact engagement would be happening onto that location. But 7 kills and a top 3 is still great for Twisted. They're in podium, James. They earned 64 points. And especially since Super's going out early and Anyone's Legend also had a rough game again, it's all open now. Like, it's so open for all the teams. The podiums are not locked at all, and we got 2 games to go after this one converges.
I mean, we might have a very similar jump up from Cerberus to what we saw from 17 Gaming. If they're able to finish this game off with plenty of kills, Lou down, Chewy has a brilliant angle on that. And the problem for Cerberus is there's no reaction from them just yet on being able to get this. I think they're content with at least getting a second place. Obviously, it doesn't really open up too much about them pushing for it against Twisted Minds. I guess they just want to either conserve nades or they don't have any nades on that eventual spot, because they are in range up there.
Yeah, could be great to see how much utility is on both sides of Petrica Road or Cerberus, because it is definitely down to the wire. Sure, Petrica Road has a great spot, it looks like. I-26 has the king spot with the car and the rock inside the next circle here, but Cerberus with a Famis in hand with a great spot here from the high ground. Lots of cover on the trees, and with a bit of smokes, it could work out. I do miss the times where our, under the teams in the top, that was the total utility.
Yeah,
now we're going to have to take a look inside the teams each. Says here, the only utility he has is a smoke grenade launcher in that, but 8 first aids for him and a 3 gear. That's plenty to take some damage and impact some damage onto Petrica Road.
Cheeky Moller with the Groza as well as MK12. So he's looking for, I think at this point, he's looking for maybe a knock and a flush. I think he knows that it's not going to be easy to get himself onto a second place spot here for replacement points. Not only is Petrichor Road looking his way, but also Zesters as well. He's totally open. The blue's going to push. Tough stuff.
Yeah, easy. Now he gets a car. Not enough time to go and take all the loot from Twisted Minds and 4M and all the other teams that died in that location earlier. But here, it does surely feel like a Petrichor Road win here with the utility they have. It's a 4v4, and it comes down to utility after that. There's a Panzer in hand, too. There is emergency cover ahead. And look at this. We're talking multiple nades and Molotovs and plenty of smokes on the sides of Petrichor Road here.
So many nades. Yeah, meanwhile, nothing on the side of Cerberus. This really kind of like brings light to the fact that there was just no nades going the way of Molodok. This was my concern as soon as I saw no nades going that way. And now, as much as those percents might say, okay, yeah, Cerberus, 40% chance, those nades in Petrichor's pockets say otherwise, in my opinion, if this goes down to a closer battle.
100%. I mean, in my book, this is a 90 to 10%. There's a 90% chance that Petrichor Road wins this, and there's a 10% chance that Cerberus wins this. With the amount of utility, with the amount of cover, with the amount of location and spots that Petrichor Road has inside this, it's easy for them. Stan hits you dirt, NB goes down, that's so unfortunate, but they tried to move, and now it's down to a 4v2.
Surely here come the names. I mean, they're not throwing them just yet, but I think that they want to know that they're just completely condensed into a single area. Okay, one goes forwards on the car, does actually connect as well. Another one goes forwards here. Petrichor Road has so many explosives at their disposal. It's an easy win from that. It went slightly awry there for Cerberus towards the end, but Petrichor Road on the bounce back here, Martin.
Yeah, easy and well executed by them. That was so well played, and that's exactly how you played the late game here. They held on to that southeast side, James, and they were able to lock this one down. And when you don't disperse all your utility, and you don't have that for late game, that's exactly how you win the late game. Unfortunate for Cerberus, with all the engagement, all the fights they had, they didn't manage to get all the utility back from that. They committed too much utility to a fight where they could maybe just shut everyone out, right? You remember onto Falcons, onto all the other fights, right? And that's really the unfortunate thing, because did they have like 3 or 4 smokes and maybe a few nades? They could have blown away the shields. They could have blown away the guys that were hiding behind cover. Yeah, unfortunate for Cerberus. But a second place and a lot of kills to come their way still. It's a great comeback for them no matter what.
Well, Toffees and Matrim joining us to talk about this one. Toffees, this was a kind of an easy rounding out here for Petrichor Road towards the end against a team that had been through the doldrums of fight after fight after fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was an absolute war. It started over on the left side. I think, we saw 17 go versus anyone's legend, and the entire field rejoiced, right? And then everyone else kept getting involved. Then ultimately, we saw Twisted Minds lose 2 people, which I think they probably could have avoided maybe losing both of them. And that sets up Petrichor for a nice walk. This is a team that we talked about earlier, super strong in PGS 1, coming out on top, and have been a little bit of a question mark here today. So to get this win is really big. Another team that I'm impressed with was that second place Cerberus. They, in the last game and this game, have both sort of shown up, made it to the final 5. They doubled their points from yesterday in the first 3 games. But here's the crazy part. It is so tight at the bottom and everyone is playing so aggressively. They have grabbed more than they had yesterday, and they are in a worse, or I think the same position in 11th place that they were when they started. So like, as much as they're having the best day ever, it's still not enough to catch these other teams that are racing as hard as they can.
Yeah, that's a tough one. The quality is very good. And Matrim, when we watch this fight, all these fights go down, in fact, the West lit up. The West of this circle was just an absolute barn burner. So many fights, so much third partying, so much util in this game.
Yeah, and it was a lot of the squads that were inside the circle that were kind of corralling teams on top of each other. What we saw Falcons have to do that immediate, like, flood in right back behind everything that was going on. Talking about Cerberus and the utility that they were having in the later stages, they were caught up in a lot of the firefights, had to burn it early, and just didn't get time to really get back over to the loot boxes. Or even if they did, most of those were already probably burnt, just due to the amount of nades that were all coming through. It was just so bloody over in the West. If you're coming in from over there, there's just nothing left. It's just coming in tatters and bullets, and you just had to win it off of that.
I think that's the big major thing between what's going on with our format changes, that in TPP, as we take a look at the points coming in, it's not the biggest win, but it is a win, Martin, is that you see a much more of a focus on, okay, our util is unbelievably important, even more so than it was before in 2025, to the point where it all gets spent super early in some of these fights, and by the time you clean someone up, there's nothing left there for you to pick up afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. As we look at the total leaderboard here, we're going to point it out. There's a two-way tie for third place. 64 to 68 points. Our podium is 4 points apart. Sure, there's a little 7-point gap down to Petrichor Road, but still, it's not a two-horse race at all. And sure, Petrichor Road could have had more kills and make it even closer here, but with 2 games to go, gentlemen, it's gonna be awesome here because it is so close for everyone at the top. And for Twisted Minds, in my book here, for them having such a great game here, they are biting their nails and biting themselves because, oh, look at that though. Lou, 4 kills.
Yeah, great stuff from him. And also, example, a ton of damage coming on into here. I think, maybe I jumped the gun a little bit early there, Toffees, thinking that maybe we'd have a 2-race horse race. It's looking like it's going to be, for the Americans, the Kentucky Derby. We're getting all the horses on board.
We're going full Triple Crown as everyone makes that run for the end of it. Petrichor back in the hunt. They said we were the winning horse last year or last week. We're back again. But I think that the tell of the tape there was Twisted Minds, 22 grenades thrown in that match. The amount of utility that exploded, they tossed over those hills, was astronomical. The man of the match will go to Lou, but it seems to me, Martin, like the players, there's this old saying by Mike McDermott in the poker world that says if it's good enough to call, it's good enough to bet, or it's good enough to raise. And I feel like that's been the utility game right now. If it's good enough to toss 1, toss 2 or 3, right? Like at that end of the day, it's like utility is so valuable that they're holding on to it till they know this is the time to use it. And then when you see it used, it's dumped. At least double blues, triple nades. You saw that Akatori fight. He was going like this the whole time, just chucking him over and wrapping around. So I think that is the biggest change I've seen. There's no such thing as a single toss anymore.
I love the fact that you are going for those tosses and your camera shakes. I know. It's like, whoa, this is vigorous. But anyway, let's head on over to an interview with Petrichor Road before we get into the next game.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Pero's Chewy. 안녕하세요. Well, we had a pleasant surprise from Pero on the final day here. Well, how did that happen? What was the change that made it possible for you to climb up that leaderboard? 이제 오늘 상위권에 다시 진입하기 성공했습니다. 어떤 변화를 줬길래 그게 가능했는지 물어보고 싶어요.
그냥 실수는 했는데 한 판 한 발씩 더 열심히 실수 안 나오도록 하고 있습니다.
Well, we had our mistakes, but the team talked about how we shouldn't, let that stop us. Just keep doing our best, make the best out of every situation. Well, before I let you go, I wanted to ask you, I saw that Eggslev got you a little bit of something. Can you tell us, did he promise more if you guys take the PGS2 trophy? 이제 앵레 선수가 선물을 해준 거를 봤는데 이번 PGS2까지 하면은 더 선물을 약속했는지도 들어보고 싶네요.
아직 안 했는데 아마도 네.
Well, he hasn't made any promises yet, but I would say he will be gifting us some more. All right, thank you, Chewy. 감사합니다. 안녕.
Wait a minute. Wait.
What was the gift? What was the gift? I missed this one.
He's promising them something and then we don't get the payoff. I want to know what's going on.
I'll say this though, James. I saw Eichsleft running around with an AP during the last tournament I saw him at. So it could be a new watch. It could be a new watch. I don't know what it is, though.
Yes, of course, yes. Well, we have 2 more games remaining, and it is really close up towards the top. But not only that, I think, Matchroom, there's a world where we could have a lot of these other teams, because we've seen the top teams fumble in the last couple. We could see teams even join that top pack and make it even more exciting.
This is where the problem kind of mounts in, right? Is if you're one of the top squads, every single one of these falters just is opening up the doors for everybody that's back behind you. And this is not a shy lobby in the slightest. We're seeing Twisted play way more aggressive, realizing that they need to get more kills in the middle stages. We're seeing a lot of rotates. Falcons even saw a couple of counter moves that were going on over there. Petrichor Road, who won the last PGS, starting to make a climb of their own. 4 Angry Men finding more synergy that's happening. There's way too much on this as we move into these last couple of games for another falter. Just 2 left, so if you stumble even slightly, you're gonna feel screwed.
And Martin, before we get into our next game, any thoughts before we jump on in?
Yeah, I want to quote another legend of the pokers, and the most important one is that when talking about Rondo, when talking about PUBG in general, Doyle Bronson said you need to have 10 nades and 2 smokes for every kill you want to get.
Doyle, what? Sorry, how do you spell that?
Doyle Bronson.
Doyle Bronson. Continue amongst yourselves.
Fair enough. Well, as we say goodbye to the two of you with a reference to the father of modern Texas Hold'em, one of the greatest poker players of all time, James.
All right.
Jason would be furious with you not knowing who Doyle Brunson is. But
I
he
don't care what
says
Jason thinks.
He says a lot of great things. All you need is a chip and a chair. And that was the story of the day today. A lot of our teams joined this race with nothing left but a chip, a few points, and a hope to catch up to our leaders. And they went all in. Some of those teams, it's paying off big, Matt, as they've hit the jackpot. And they are now within striking distance of getting the big PGS point payoff at the end of the day.
Yeah, and to go over to this map with the plane path that's going to go over the northern island, feels like it could be a bait and switch, as it's going to be a pretty dicey series. We've been seeing that this map has been pretty brutal, specifically on in-game circles, often going over rice paddies, fields, leaving a lot to be desired as far as movement can be had. And that's made for, again, a more active mid-game. That seems to be the theme that we're looking at as we've shifted forward on this. You guys were doing a great talk about like the amount of utility that's been going. We talk about trigger discipline a lot. Are we now going to start having to talk about nade discipline? Because it does feel with TPP, like you guys are alluding to, you feel like you can get these throws that were so much harder to get in FPP, but it does mean that you're using a lot more way earlier now.
Also, everyone's using the trunk, right? So like the trunk is now just jammed full of explosive ordnance, which is now, in a way, it's kind of funny because in the past, I think you could throw some grenades out. You could be a little more laissez-faire with how you utilitied. But now everyone on your team sees you run back to the trunk to grab your refills. And you know the IGL's like, you can't have used 5 grenades by now. You know what I mean? Like, it is so valuable that I guarantee that top IGLs are now tracking their usage and what their reserve is going through each transition in the game.
Well, it's been intriguing as well because we're seeing a lot of blue zone nade use happen way earlier than we used to. And we haven't been seeing it really be as big of a component in a lot of these in-game circles as can happen what we saw going on last year. So it's not just nades, it's everything that's coming out. You just feel like with the extra little bit of vision, you can get it right where you need to. But even then, I wouldn't say like we're seeing a massive flux in accuracy. It's still kind of everybody doing a good job on trying to get away from these nades as they're popping down next to you.
Well, it's also one of those things, like Hackatory is a good example. He was trying to push that hill in this sort of 3D fight, right? The other team has a higher position on the hill, which means they have the vision. He cannot push up before they know that he's coming. So even if the grenades are not accurate, if you lay them out 1, 2, 3 right across the top of that crest, it is going to force that defensive team lower on the hill. They will lose the sight advantage, if not for a split second. And if you are smart enough to get that nade over the top or use it for zoning or whatever your system is, that gives you the height advantage and the chance to make a wraparound without them knowing it. So that's, I think, where the real value of utility is. Yes, it's lethal. Yes, it's easier to throw potentially because of some of the positions you can take, but most importantly, it is the only way that you can take a spot and guarantee that someone is not holding it, that someone is not secretly watching you and making your life more difficult. And that, to me, is utility. It is the skeleton key that unlocks this entire new era of PUBG.
Looking through the circles right now, it's going to be pretty centered up right now. Petrichor Road on first circle as it did move away from the island, and it's just going to be the main peninsula itself. So it's pretty centered, I guess, with an eastern lay looking at it. So most of the teams not going to have to make too big of a rotate. Outlier teams that we're looking at right now are going to be Falcons that are going to be coming out from over into the east. Crazy Raccoon already has one of their players in. Guyon looks like it's going to be maybe a regroup come out from them. Back behind, it's going to be Super, as well as the Expendables and anyone's Legend with a regroup. And then kind of down to the south, I believe it's going to be Cerberus. But everybody else already at least have something to play in this very vertical, hilly section of the map.
Lots of middles. The issue is there wasn't that much time to talk to your coaches between games. There was no break between 3 and 4, very short. So there's a lot of teams in the mid-pack that I think don't necessarily know exactly where they stand, and their coach hasn't given them the full strategy of how do we play out these points. So I think you're going to see a little bit of some slower to engage action here by our top and our middle teams as they kind of figure out, okay, do we manage our points or do we go all in and try to make the big play? Because from Falcons all the way up to anyone's Legend is only a 1-win difference.
Sorry, I was just catching that Buggy nailing you dirt and flushed him out. There is a little bit of player on teammate on teammate violence. Can happen whenever things start getting a bit dicey. No big rotates have happened just quite yet, as it looks like it's just kind of more of a regroup around center as well. Whenever we're looking at Petrichor Road, of course, we've also got 4 Angry Men. It's going to be pretty close. Vitality, who's I mean, they're finding some more successes, but they're still finding themselves right in the thick of it all. And this is a squad that's kind of newer to the international stage whenever we look at it. I don't want to say like they don't have experience, but whenever they're competing in this upper echelon, they're definitely the new guys on the block.
Vitality?
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, I think they got 6 at PGC with most of this roster. So I think that they have. But I would say I get what you're saying. In the long term, right? We're 9 years into this thing. When you compare them to like a Twisted Minds or a Falcons,
Supers,
yes,
100%.
I agree. I just want to be very clear. I think that for the fans, especially seeing them last year and their emergence, yes, it's tough because for some of us, we're on this like 10-year timeline where we're watching. You know, you talk about the growth of Batulin or the mastery of Example or the emergence of Maladoc, and you can kind of roll back through time. Yes, Namiga, now Vitality, is a bit newer. Their team, the Gedrox, these teams are not people that we got to see regularly. And over the last 6 months to 8 months, you're right, Matt, they have really entered this sort of visibility to not just the West or Europe, but the whole world. And that, I think you're right. This is a massive trajectory. And with the support of Vitality, who we know really will invest in these teams as they get them ready for EWC, it's going to be a big deal.
Eyes in, still very compacted as we look at top 7. I mean, Falcons kind of holding that cusp position, just 6 points ahead. The tie between 4 Angry Men, E-Arena, there's 1 point back behind that. Then everybody else got a bit of a cluster before we get to our top sides. Here's the circle. Red Zone going to be appearing over Petrichor Road, and their 2-2 split that they've got. Vitality that we were just talking about, down to the southeast of them. Navi just to the due south. Cerberus going to be coming up back behind them. Those later rotates coming up from Myth as well as the Expendables Falcons. Not any real big hurry, probably eyes on circle number 2. The Tulans and the crew starting to get some more vision on what's happening with 17, as it also going to be Furia, yet again, just to the east of Twisted Minds. These guys keep rotating right next to each other.
And they've been fighting all day long. In fact, I would argue Twisted Minds would be in first place if it wasn't for Furia. Like, so maybe you guys should just stay away from each other because Twisted Minds does seem to be having a hard time with the the Americas teams, I should say, in particular. Hagatori, nice little P90 play there as Cerberus, who's been on a tear, gets torn apart.
Yeah, they were the aggressor into this one, so it's going to be Navi on defense with some vision high. So making sure to exploit that. Had good vision on how Cerberus was going to rotate in. Vitality also taking a couple of pot shots on Theris, but he should be A-okay. Theris just throwing some bullets saying, hey, make sure that you remember that message. Don't come back over here again.
It's like an old man in his yard shaking his fist at those soldiers. You get off of my lawn! Hagatori runs out in his robe. You were never welcome here in the first place as the dogs of war ride off to find some other location for them to hang out.
And it's a pretty quiet circle externally from that. Not a lot of other movement. E-Arena's kind of doing a juke in to see if they can squeeze in next to 4 Angry Men. Externally, Falcons have managed to make it in the circle, and Crazy Raccoon is regrouping up to the north. The Expendables might have some friends in Myth back behind them, as well as having Full Sense down below them. That's pretty gate-kept on the approach for Myth, so curious on how they're going to navigate it.
Let's check in with the Supers, currently in second place with 66 points. They are going to continue to do what they do, which is move into the circle and try to play percentages. A lot of scouting going on their transition. Soup has been, I think, maybe a polar opposite tale from anyone's legend in terms of how our top 2 teams got to this board and what they're willing to do. Just south of the Supers, though, is anyone's legend. Their number 1 competitors for the first place finish. Super kind of doing these stack advances, whereas anyone's legends, it's like more, they scatter plot. They scatter plot their transitions and then collapse on whoever found the best place.
It's a confidence in gunplay, right? At this stage, you feel in phase number 1 that you can just hit the shots well enough to discourage anybody from a full crash. Hopefully you could be loud enough to make them think that maybe there's 2 of you over there. But with the way that the circle is set, this has also kind of put them in the ravine position to play around. So it looks like they're leaving a tail end, and I believe destroy, to try to keep an eye on what's going to be happening in the more field side of it, while the other players are kind of moving more into the hillsides to prep up for where they know they're most likely going to have to either foot push or car push through a very clustered section of the circle.
But I think the momentum is with 17, right? I want to point out again, if you guys are just joining us, these guys are in 4th place with 64 points. They started today in 12th place with 22. It is a massive day for them, and they have pushed up into a position where from the start of the day, when our leader was at 54, they were back by more than half, and now they are within 4 points. That is a shocking day of play, and to me outlines both my issues and my love with 17, right? Because this is 17, good 17, bad 17. Sometimes a bad 17 is an entire year. Sometimes a good 17 is an entire year. And this year, I need to know which 17 are we getting, and I hope it's not a day-by-day basis, because right now it feels like that, Matt. Like they wake up and have waffles and they slap, and then they wake up and there's none available and they don't.
Yeah, it feels like they tend to wake up whenever we get to more of the final section. That's where they get more comfortable. It's almost like the more like difficult that the lobby gets, the better that they feel like they can play. And when we look at 17, this is a squad that has been pretty consistent as far as its roster and who's been on it. They have had some swaps here and there, yes, but a lot of the core has stayed pretty similar and has built up synergy. So it's intriguing to see how they navigate each different section and each different PGS, really. That's kind of, they come into it with a different approach and a different play style almost every time. Sometimes more hot and heavy, sometimes a bit more like playing passive, going for late game circle rotations. This time they don't have much choice though. They're going to have to push right up next to Petrichor Road, cut off the regroup from the 2-2 splits, and then also going to have Twisted right back behind them. This is a big opportunity for both of these teams.
You said they like it hot and heavy. This is about to be just that. Example opens up. Tian stops the car and gets dropped. Example will come around, and they're looking for a fast flush to encourage the rest of the team to just keep on keeping on without bothering us too much. So Twisted will actually revert backwards to a different position that might bump them into Furia for the second time. Let's go over to Vitality, who's faced off against 4AM. Almost a perfect nade if he had gotten just a little bit to the right. Gedrox inside the building looking to hunt them down.
Could be a potential big come up right now for 4 Angry Men, but Vitality has just been playing so clean in a lot of these firefights. Already read counter moves and positioning, realizing where they're going to be vulnerable, trying to prep up, get counter angles for it. Playing on the outside of this one, you can see the wall is going to be a key factor. Up on the high grounds, though, we do also have 17 in that shift that they just made. Does have vision on this. Falcon's going to be coming up back behind it as well. Might be a fourth party. The longer this goes on, bigger problems going to be mounting for 4 Angry Men. But the Expendables under duress, caught up with Navi right on the other side of this one. And it's going to be even more scouts. No real third or fourth party yet, as everybody's still rotating around. But great throws coming up from Hackatori.
Sick toss by Hackatori. Another one's going to go out, because if you throw one, you may as well throw 17. As Hackatori gets another toss up on the Expendables spiral, flushes Clories, or gets the finish there. And there, Navi only down one. Ferris jumps out of the glider. He's now behind them, goes up to the high ground. He's going to try to get in here behind the Expendables. Just has to figure out, where is this man?
The longer this goes on, Kiss is getting closer and closer to this for that third party. So Long F, if he can manage to survive for long enough, he might get reinforcements, or he just might get entirely backstabbed. Finally, Ferris spots him out, does get the knock onto him, and Expendables in more and more trouble, even though they're so close to the center of the circle.
Easiest knock of Ferris' life. Hong F, you know, to his credit, no other options. He had to try to move out of this fight and backs up nicely so. But as you see, Myth, Kiss, Baron stacking up behind Na'Vi, so Na'Vi might have to consider a turn and face if Myth decides they want to play third party.
Looking out, Tanvu's going to be on the other side of Buksan Sa, so no real opportunity for Rez on Huang F. He just gets to kind of look around and maybe scout some information, give that back over to teammates. Cerberus already inside their vehicles. Look like they're going to be rotating, find some crates, maybe get some extra fun toys to play with. Twisted still going to be playing up around the fields. They're going to have Crazy Raccoon getting closer and closer to them by the second. As 4 Angry Men and Vitality still caught up in this dust up between the two.
Shen is saying, if you show, I'm going to go, and he's got that Panzerfaust ready. He's using the corner to try to figure out where his opponents are. These two teams splitting the compound. There's the first knock, though. Levante goes down window with a nice play, and now Shen has to decide, am I going to try to go for him? Can they get to this flush? What do we do here?
So much smoke's come out instantaneously. We've seen Vitality have a lot of respect on trying to keep Levante on his feet for the team. Shin just listening in, playing it slower and steady, goes for the pop, doesn't get the knock on it. 4 Angry Men under duress. Now Quizzy makes a push onto Shin, gets him down, so it has been a counter knock, and now 4 Angry Men move to the outside. Looks like they want to try to use these external walls to take control.
Beautiful play by Quizzy. He knows how long it takes to change from your Panzerfaust back to your AR and makes the push at that time. Spaceman goes in through the smoke, trying to use sound signals to find his opponents. He's down here by the windows, got to wait for that dissipate. The smoke's still a little bit thick for him to get involved.
Rez does come out onto Levante, so pacing and timing now gotten a bit weird as 4 Angry Men has a couple of Vitality players right on top of them. They want to try to get Rez of their own. Twisted Mind's in a little bit of trouble, but now starting to fight it back on the other side. Crazy Raccoon on the high side of Example has gone down, but it is just a hillside firefight, and it feels like Crazy Raccoon playing from this one hill that they've got left are in a ton of trouble, and they do go down.
In the meantime, we only saw one knock come out from that 4 a.m. fight as Twist is going to go ahead and put out as many smokes as they can to try to maintain their position here. Let's go back to Spaceman as he takes that fight with Vitality. He jumps through the door. The double barrel will not stop me, says the astronomical player. As he turns back around, he gets a little bit of cover behind the cash register, gets fired on from the second floor. He knows where it is. He finds the man through the smoke. He used echolocation like a dolphin. This man truly is next level.
And a lot of external third and fourth parties' eyes now drawn to 4 angry men. Falcons were looking to see if they can get a piece of it. 17 as well. Little Ghost looks like he's headed more up to the north, but could be potentially going for a res. I'm not quite certain. That makes the most sense to my brain given his pathing right now, but that means that the duo now has to play the foothills and keep control over it. Twisted is going to be on the northern section of that. Not going to be able to spot out the rotate from Little Ghost due to the fact that they're going for resets of their own. Finally getting distance from Twisted Minds is going to be Furia over into the east, but to the south. E-Arena has to get into the circle, and they've got Fields in front of them or a hillside that's going to have full sense on the other point.
God, I can't get over that Spaceman play, dude. That was so cool. He shot the low window, realized he was still getting shot, and went to the high window and nailed it. This guy is next level. That's why he got the MVP. He just sees things differently. All right, let's talk about 17 as they make their transition here. They went ahead and popped a little bit of a res, so they'll be back up to 4 strong. I'm assuming that they will have him join the rest of the team who've probably got a good spot and a little bit of gear stacked up for his return.
E-Arena can't find that path against Full Sense. Looks like Full Sense was inside of vehicles roughly the same time, so led to a little bit of a pathing problem for them. But, I mean, Path and Pong, the rest of the crew should be pretty all right. They could do a wrap back over to the east now. Not going to be the best for them, but Full Sense just continues to rally so close and just kind of gatekeep them out as we do have Batulins. Get a listen in as they are getting closer to Furia yet again.
Я хочу упор чекнуть, пага, если нету, то нету.
Я так стою, что если бы на ТБ челы появились,
На ТБ челы не могут появиться, потому что... А нет. Я хочу упор чекнуть, пага, если нету, то нету.
Я реди.
Надо, чтобы тип меня на своей тачке забрал. Если она норм.
Мне тачка?
Не к вам просто?
Не, мне кажется, тебе нельзя отдавать.
Тихо-тихо. Как-то хотим занять?
Ну, у нас 4 выдавливается.
Да не вот так вот будут играть, право. Нет?
Ну, главное, чтобы не через меня. Если они так будут играть, мы их отпиздим нахуй. Если в меня сейчас заедут...
Уже играет. Вон, чел подъехал только что на двойку.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what they were talking about, but it sounded interesting.
Well, they did at least get the circle pop go their favor. Buksansa going to be a couple of the sections in the north still in the circle, but outside of that, it's going to be really Petrichor Road and Twisted Mind already in fortified positionings, trying to get prepared for it. Furia not going to be inside the circle really just quite yet. Means long wraps coming out for a lot of these squads. Full sense of Falcons have bumped into each other down in the south, but 2 players down Falcons, but they still have the BRDM. Are they going to be able to finish this one out?
Just move that car out of the way. Why not? Oh, he's going through. He does a little bit of juking to get behind. Out comes Kickstart. Goes for the spray through the windshield. Should have put a cover on that car, baby. As he ends up going down. Nice play by Kickstart. He can try to get out and pick his teammates up. He's still taking fire, though. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much of the commitment. They really want to have enough players up and active for this later stage. Sitting at 7th right now. Vitality is down, so most likely going to jump them in position unless something goes really Falcons wrong. They could regroup. They don't have an easy path into the circle, and with this knock, it's really thrown off their timing. Cerberus really kind of content to continue their harassment. They think that they have a beat on Tiggleton and want to punish it.
What a rescue by Kickstart. Came with the BRDM, makes a nice little spray down, reparks the cars out of convenience, and then transitions. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. drives right through 17. They've got to stop. They've got to fight. Spaceman has been on a tear, but it's not going to stop Xiaowu from the right side.
High side just continuing the push-up. Tig even starting to get close enough that he was thinking about getting involved, then pulls away from it. HS just trying to fight off so many different angles for 17. Nades come out. That's going to be enough. Xiaowu finishes it.
They came in strong, but the position was defended as 17 holds. Batuin stealing a couple of windows, knocked down from far away, so a little bit of points getting stolen there. And now Na'Vi next to E-Arena has to make this play. They're at 44 points. They have to survive this. EA's at 45, but they're also struggling with health. Both of these teams need to win this and transition into a really good endgame if they want a hope of gathering PGS points.
Jacobs just hoping that no attention gets drawn his way. There are a couple of shots coming out right now from Super onto Irina's position, and poor old Jacobs just kind of caught up looking at it all, realizing that there's way too many people around to be even slightly comfortable. Na'Vi has the high ground, couple of different ways that they can opt into playing this. Falcons had an idea, but it was pretty similar to what 4 Angry Men tried to do a moment ago. I don't think 17's going to let him have it.
Kickstart slow rolling up this hilltop, using the BRDM to stop the grenades, takes a couple of pings, goes, all right, I know where they are. Let's turn back around. I might need to pick up my buddy and take him through the firefight.
With this new circle pop, this is going to be really peculiar. So we've got anyone's legend inside the circle. They've got, I guess you can call it kind of a compound situation going on over there. And then the high side hills coming out of Buksun Sa. Outside that, this is going to have a couple of dips along the hills, the roads that you can play. But it's a bit messy as Shrimzy. He wants this, but I mean, 17 does a good job on defense. Wimbo pops up, gets the knock on to Shrimzy.
This is what they had to do. They didn't have a lot of options. Kickstart still inside, trying to figure out how to make this one happen. Good thing with a nice grenade up over the top. You see Wimbo they turn back around to try to make this play. Tig coming in from the backside. Kickstart jumps, needs to jump out and help out. There's flush 1. There's flush 2. Tiggleton in a really good spot as he turns back to find the last members of 17.
Furia runs right by. Cerberus is coming up back behind Falcons. Remember, they've had an eye on them for a while. Looks to see if they were trying to get third party, but not even going to go for the full commit onto 17 anymore. It's just about unlocking the door so that way they can try to get in the circle. If they can get this BRDM into this very open circle, they'll have cover where a lot of other teams will not.
Kickstart has traded a Shrimzy for a Tiggleton and continues to march forward to stay as much as in this circle or near it as he possibly can. Here comes a big stem by Twisted Minds. Third place if they can get a center and lock it up. This could be their chance to take over first, but there's not a lot of real estate. Nothing is available, and the prices are at an all-time high.
Finds a rock, and that's about the best that you can find to work with. With this dip, they do get a lot of control over center. That's going to be pretty good for them. They do have neighbors. Anyone's legend that has a compound that they're going to be playing from. Petrichor Road as well on the other side of it, so a couple of squads could roam through. Potential for a high amount of kills depending on how the rotate happens. Tiggleton and the other Falcon are rotating back behind Fury as Fury is just trying to continue their path in. They want to get their reses up and better positioning, but this is the problem whenever you go to rocks this early. Mortars could spell your doom.
Twisted Minds. Wow. It could. It's working its way there. It's as long as it's not Tiggleton shooting them. Or who was hitting like stupid ones the other day? Somebody was a monster. It was not Petrichor Road though.
We've been seeing a lot of like glow up on mortars as more and more teams are finding out that, hey, around 5, 6, 7, these mortars, they can really open it up. And oh, that one was way better aimed.
We have found the spot. As the mortars continue to rain down, Lou drove away and then drove back. He was watching the sky and said, okay, I'm backing up now. Expendables actually goes out elsewhere on the map as Boostic hits a very nice grenade. And slowly but surely, the teams are going to work through this edge and try to force team-on-team fights to get over before the third party, because there's too many third-party options up here in the hills.
Well, what's interesting is the way we see this Petrichor Road, they have left their compound. They were trying to move into the hillside. They kind of bounced up against Falcons a little bit, as well as Cerberus with high ground shots. That's forced them back along the line. Twisted also popped out a mortar of their own and was like, fine, you want to play it this way? We'll try to throw them back. Circle pops. It goes really far south. That means the Petrichor Road's got to move. The last player for 17. Cerberus has got to get it in, but now Na'Vi is going to have high ground, and E-Arena's found themselves in a much better spot in the circle.
Sue pushing forward. They got to deal with EA. They have been waiting for this for a while. Meanwhile, Petrichor hits another mortar and gets a double flush with it. Lou got knocked. They came to res him, and then they took 2. So these mortars have been absolutely brutal. DL does get a nice there knock on Pathompong with that face we started out with. Example trying to move forward. Twisted Minds taking fire now from Petrichor and everybody else. This spot has been torn apart by those mortars, and Twisted Mind in third may just stay in that place.
The wreckage of vehicles that Twisted Minds has might be a big sign that Petrichor wants it. This is going to be kind of brutal to navigate. Cerberus still getting shots coming out from. It's going to be Petrichor Road, while Falcons are just trying to figure out, okay, what's the proper timing for trying to enter the circle, because nothing is going to feel good over here. They've got themselves a way to get in, but it's just so open, and there's so much edge firefighting. It just feels like nothing is going to be safe.
The mortars have made such a massive difference in this game in terms of opening up this mid area. Without the cover, with everyone sort of tucking into little holes here and there where they can, it's blown open a lot of options. And if there's not enough cover, we drop a bunch of boxes right down the middle. So that might come into play depending on how the next shift goes down. But it looks like Heaven's going to finish off EA and get to slide over here to get a little bit, maybe get his player back up. Can they still maintain 3?
Jawu goes down, so that means 17 is going to get eliminated, sitting at 68 points. 1 point ahead of them right now is the weak and Twisted Minds. Anyone's Legend, they have multiple players up, but nobody real a threat around them at the time. And Super is a bit weak on the external section of this. Petrichor Road wanting to continue to chain success. 6 kills right now, but they've got to get into a very messy circle that has been set up. Too many angles, going to make it too complicated. An example going to make it even worse.
Brutal. So they do open fire. Twisted Minds even down to 1 is finding ways to look for points. As Example tries to close these out, but the Falcons have arrived in their BRDM off to the left side. Example can't really peek to try to finish any of this. He does. He says, I want them points. And with that, we'll move up to 70. The Falcons heard the shot, and Kickstart does not care. Example forced down range, and he will be killed from the car by Tiggleton with the AUG.
Continues pathing around, and it's going to be Petrichor Road and a focus coming out from 2, maybe even 3 squads right now onto this BRDM. It can take in damage, but with the amounts coming, problems! As that's going to be Kickstart going down. Tiggleton, the last one up for Falcons, and he still has Petrichor Road and Navi back behind him.
If there's a man that I want to hand the mantle to in this moment, it is the Big Tig. But if I'm on Myth, it's Jacob. Some of our heaviest hitters are the sole survivors. We've got DNS, we've got Anyone's Legends, Falcons, Navi, Legends of the Game, previous World Championship winners here to show that they've got what it takes, that they want to be in the top going into that final race. Myth, this is just to prove that you are what we believe you can be, which is a future contender for PGCs. Falcons, if they can win this, they might actually get back in the hunt with a super win in the final game. But those top 2 teams, Anyone's Legend, staring down the barrel of complete victory, and Navi looking to play a little bit more catch-up. Supers in second. Jeez Louise, man. Anyone's Legend or Super wins this. I think it might. Is it out of reach for the others? No, Twisted Minds is still close. We're okay.
This is going to be really intriguing as we have Anyone's Legend and Super, like you're talking about, neck and neck on the leaderboard. 1 point between them. And it's north and south with the spattering of everybody between. Downside for Supers, though, is they've got Navi and Jacob right on top of them. So as this continues to push in, it's going to force more of a cluster on the side, forcing them to fight. So this is where we're going to need the Super to really start to come back into the late game firefighting that they so love and try to excel at.
Yep, they've been simmering so far, but it's time to roll to a boil as they are getting pushed from Navi on the other side. Navi loves sending a flanker out to the far side, so they are going to be coming in from 2 angles here. DL sets up the defense. They've got a few Doritos to try to slow it down, but expect the rain of nades to begin shortly.
It's also going to be a lot more complicated on this fight because Anyone's Legend does have vision. That's one of the reasons you see Supers playing it so low. Nades come in. DL takes a ton of damage, doesn't go down. Third party starting to become a bigger problem as Navi has to just push this way faster than they wanted to, but they come down. Spyro in a big way. Shots connect. He's going to go down. Super in trouble, but it's going to be Navi having to just fight their way into it. Smokes, Neuron, no vision to be had. And let's not forget, Jacob is still over here. Navi takes it pretty clean, though. 10 kills.
What? Sexy place. Flex out Spyro so that he can backstab after you use grenades to force him off the peak of the hill. Excellent execution. They did lose Spyro, but they'll get him back up right now as Hector keeps an eye on Anyone's Legends. The Falcons go out. They die to the blue. Tiggleton is done, and Dustin is down to Navi versus AL. AL would love to walk away with this win and pad themselves going into the final. Navi looking to prove to everyone we don't just have good and bad days. We are a team to be reckoned with throughout the year. This ad is going to be huge for us. Destroy, send it around, trying to get some shots. I don't know, man. I don't know who takes this.
This is going to be really fun because this is just gunplay at its best right now. Anyone's Legend does, yes, they have the compounds to play from, but the circle has kind of moved more into their favor. Navi has to come from the high side, but we know that both of these teams are absolutely ludicrous whenever it comes to their firefighting capabilities. These guys can hit shots from crazy ranges and absolutely destroy you. Not just because one of their names is Destroy. Jacob, though, is the X factor. You can see looking down on Anyone's Legend right now, but still oh so close to Navi. Just a bit of a hill keeping him out from getting involved.
Na'Vi started today in 5th place, has slid down to 7. It hasn't been the strongest day for them as they move into the second to last match here. A win would at least get them back on track. You heard an interview with Allrain where he said the problem is we're talking too much during this tournament. They're trying to change their strategies. They're second-guessing themselves. This could be a win that could bring massive confidence to all 4 of these players and set a path for them. Maybe not in PGS 2, but certainly in PGS 3, where the true rubber meets the road and the big points are up for grabs.
Kind of slowed down as it's just repositions right now. Anyone's Legend trying to get into the way that they think that they can take a fight against Na'Vi. Na'Vi starting to get their way down the hillside. This is exactly what Na'Vi wanted to do. They wanted to brute force along this so that way they could have some cover. Anyone's Legend was a bit nervous given the way that their cover was set more to the north. They've leaned into the east. That now puts Jacob into a better line against Anyone's Legend. He's got a Panzerfaust crawling closer and closer. And it's just going to be who connects onto a shot or two, and then we could see Jacob pop up and absolutely ruin the other side.
Yeah, both these teams look like they don't want to hard send this fight because they know there's 9, right? So they all know there's one idiot out there somewhere who could ruin this for us. Himas hits and flushes Ferris and immediately lopsides this fight.
Instant move comes out from Anyone's Legend, trying to see how much more they can exploit. Looks like it's going to be Delwyn playing the lower side of it. Spyro has to keep that angle contested, though. They can't let Anyone's Legend take too many control angles away from them. Nade's going to roll out, wing and a prayer, but not going to get really too close to get the knock onto it. At least trying to get a smidgen of damage, but that does reveal Nade blow. That forces Himas to play the other side of the tree, opens up an angle, and Boostic eats it.
Without even trying, Jacob is a game changer as he forces around the side. This is a 3v3 at the moment. Na'Vi knows they got to stop that res and get it as fast as they can.
Anyone's Legend having to deal with too many threats now, trying to see if they can get a little bit more control over this, throwing out some nades, slowing back down the pace. They need to get a Moss back up. Delwyn goes down. Na'Vi starting to take this with more and more authority. Yeah, they lost Fairist, but they got so much out of that. Continuing their push forward. And on the other side of it, it does look like the red did come out. Himas is back up, but Hakatori pushing the smokes. Very little fear. He wants to take this one.
Hakatori is the direct counter to Himas and vice versa. When Himas went down, Hakatori aggressively pushes forward. He's got the P90, a full reload in the chamber. He could take them if he needs to. This is a great spot on the tree. His team's going to try to keep him protected as much as possible. Out around from me, and it's now a 3v1. Hakatori looking for the last player, and it is found. That will be a win for Na'Vi. 15 kills to go along with 10 points. And get themselves back into a race for PGS points, Matt.
I mean, very cleanly played coming up from Na'Vi. They had to push down into the lower sections, managed to brute force Anyone's Legend who didn't feel comfortable taking the firefight there, set themselves up into so much better of a position, Colaris. Just crazy set of plays, and no disrespect to Anyone's Legend. They put up a great fight there.
But they were going up against an insane arsenal coming out from Na'Vi. I thought they were going to have a terrible time trying to push across those hills, but it was anything but. Na'Vi asserts some dominance here at the end of the map. Martin, this was amazing from the boys.
Yeah, what a way to finish this one off. Of course, coming out strong for Bux and Zab, but getting all that gear, getting all that loot, the FAMAS, the 3 gear, the P90, to set fire onto Anyone's Legend. That is insane. The way they're able to lock that down, that was just, yeah. We've heard of a few times from Elrain.
Yeah.
When they got the second and the third places. And he was like, we could have done better. We were happy, but we could have done better. This is exactly the peak of their performance here. 15 kills and a win. Sure, he couldn't be happier than that.
Are they in the running to upset the meta at the top is the question. As, of course, I thought that if Anyone's Legend was going to win that Toffees, it could have been all done with how good they've been looking throughout this final. But Na'Vi taking it away. That's exciting.
I thought they had it. Honestly, I think it was Jacob, that grenade that pushed Himas off the tree and let them get the knock. Like, I genuinely believe when you're looking at those teams facing each other, it's Himas versus Hakatori, and the rest of the crew is sort of making their plays, right? Like, I think they're the hard counter to each other. Himas goes down, and it's not lost on me that Na'Vi pulled the trigger. They immediately pushed someone forward and made a V formation to guard him. It was excellent execution, and the fact that Jacob did that to Himas was absolutely brutal.
Yeah, the teams moving in ahead of Na'Vi could have caused a lot of problems as well during this game, right? If you're looking at how this player's outmatched him, great mortar usage against Twisted Minds as well. But if you think about where Arena could have come in, if you think about where DN Supers could have come in as well, when Na'Vi was kind of coming out of that Buksan South area, it could have gone all awry. But the fact that they were able to then find them, then take them out here, Na'Vi went through the war zone and they prevailed.
Yeah, and Supers had a great spot, but it's just that Na'Vi came down, and Supers was having to play in that dip due to the fact of anyone's legend continuing their harassment onto them, and they kind of played it a bit slower, a bit more passive, thinking that they could just keep territory control and keep playing for the circle. Na'Vi didn't care about that. They walked into an angle that they knew anyone's legend could take pot shots on to take a fight against Super, and they took it very clean.
Yes, they did. Anyone's legend, I mean, for that game, Martin, they had that compound on the roadside for a long time. Admittedly, you should be getting some decent points from that. Second place, nothing to sniff at, though.
That's in their book, though. You could see it when we jumped out of it, too, right? That's in their book. That's a win. That's a lost win right there.
Sure,
they should have locked that down. And only 4 kills with the second place. That could have been completely different. If you're able to get 3 more kills, 4 more placements, that's a 17-point game rather than a 10, right? That could be the difference maker once we come to the podium. But with the 25 kills and points that we get for Na'Vi, that puts them in the running for a podium finish. Sure, it's 13 points from Anyone's Legend, but with them stopping Anyone's Legend, having this win here, that means there's an open door for, I would say, 7 teams right now in the running for the 3 podium finishes.
Yeah, definitely. And then quite a few in running for the championship as well. As you take a look at the numbers from this game, Na'Vi with 2.7k damage. Not too much surprise when you've got a FAMAS, when you've got a P90, when you've got all the util on hand here for those guys. 16 nades going out, plenty of smokes to boot to get them towards a winning position finish. Myth, man, Myth. I really wish they'd been more visible during this PGS 2 after what we saw so good from them in PGS 1, but here are the numbers, Toffees, to take a look at.
So, yeah, as much as we worship Myth in 1, it's been kind of a drop-off here. But, yes, Hakatori is the man, the myth, the legend. Boostic right behind with 768. Spyro with the most knockouts. But it's the strategy. The way that they pushed that, I forgot who the fight was with right before they ended up in the position they were in. They sent Spyro around. They send him out to flank spots, and he won't engage until his team is throwing grenades. He basically drives outside of ordnance range, pops up when the nades are going off, so that anyone who repurposes or repositions, he's there for a flank shot. And so while he won't always get the kills, he puts out a ton of knocks and a ton of damage, and then you get guys like Hakatori coming over the top of that hill and earning man of the match by just dropping everyone who's left.
Yep, always seeing Hakatori up here, a man of the match. Is there any surprise? For me, for my money, Matrim, it's, okay, example is example. He's like basically the GOAT, but Hakatori is effectively example 2.0. He's just the extra version.
If we go back and look at the total damage from the top 4 teams that managed to make it into the end game there, Hakatori, I think, actually out-damaged 2 of them. I mean, at least 1 of them I know for certain. This guy just pumps out damage. Doesn't always convert into kills, but it's all about control, and that's the way that this squad plays around him. They use his firefighting to just take up so much more space on the map, and it's just being so exploited. I love to see the way that they play.
Brutal stuff from them, trying to keep themselves in it, trying to get up to the podium. We're going to go to a break. When we return, it's the final game here from PGS2 to determine who's going to be our champion and who is able to take those top spots.
Something big is coming.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From soul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you,
Battle. Every frame.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Something big is coming. Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, give it all you got, we got next. Y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it, must be off your rocker thinking you gon' stop us. We got next.
One more game remains, not only to be able to qualify yourself into that circuit final at the very end, but also claim the crown here in PGS 2. We have got a situation where those PGS points from across Circuit 1, in that PGS 1 as well as PGS 2, will determine the top 8 moving through into that grand final. Joining me, Avenger, Toffees, and Matrim to talk about this one. And Matrim, if all was said and done at the end of Game 9, it feels like those top 4 in what could be the for PGS points are almost certainly in that grand final. Anyone's Legend, Petrichor Road, 4 AM, DN Supers, and then from there, it's a little bit open as to who might be able to make it. So there's still a lot to play for in one game remaining.
I mean, that's what you always want, right? Is we're coming down to the last game for this weekend. You got some money on the table, but of course you also have the ability to qualify, set yourself up And we saw a very mixed situation as far as outside of our top four, like you're talking about. It gets a bit dicey between everybody as the way that this can go, it's been so close on the leaderboard. A couple of these teams faltering means the fact that they could just push themselves back out and having to play through a Survivor Series yet again.
Toffees, how do you think this is going to go down? I, for my money, I feel like if anyone's legend can kind of keep this on, I think that they're going to claim a PGS much earlier than I thought they were going to.
They look light years better than they did last year, right? They came off of that, I don't say they, but like they came off PNC. We're like, oh, they're going to be awesome. And this looked like a really cool roster, and it just sort of faltered, right? But I don't know what they did in the offseason. They have bounced back big time. So I think they look good. I think PGC is a total in play, but I think that they are playing aggressive. And I will say this is my one caveat. They got off to a good start. They had confidence because they could take fights that I think other teams were a little scared to take because of the punishment potential. That's their key. If they get off to a good start, they throw all caution to the wind and let him-ass do him-ass things, and they dominate. So I think that is their year. Do they start strong in every tournament? Then yes, PGC is totally on the table.
Well, we do want to hear from an interview from Boostic from Na'Vi after their win.
Hi guys, it's Bill. I'm standing with Navi's Boostic. Boostic, hello. Well, congrats on the chicken dinner. You're only 13 points away from #1 on the leaderboard. Are you confident?
We are confident, yeah.
Well, what did the team talk about after the chicken dinner? I heard a little bit, but I want you to say it on camera. What was the talk?
Talk about the last game, just we win and talk about it. Nothing special, you know.
But you said your focus was to do something in game. What was that?
Our focus just kill everyone. That's our focus.
Okay, loving the confidence. Thank you, Boostic. Best of luck to you. Oh.
He wants to be down on the ground as players of the day at the moment. Ming Ming leading in #1. But the big question for me, will that man on screen not only be able to take player of the day, man of the match, but also the tournament as a whole? Himas looking to rise back to glory on the international stage, minus PNC, in these true circuit tournaments. So without further ado, thank you very much, Matrim. Thank you, Toffees, for joining us. Me and Martin will round things out here for Miramar to determine who our champion will be for PGS2.
Yep. It's going to be us, James. It's going to be the final day. It's going to be the final game, and it's going to be Miramar. I couldn't be more excited for it. And yeah, it's so close, James. It could be 7 teams in my book that could take everything home. As you see on the left side here, there's only 16 points from Falcons up to anyone's legend, but that does feel like a tall hill to climb. But a third place is still possible for him.
We have seen those top teams go out with only 1 or 2 points in a single game. There is definitely a world where we could have a big upset occur here in the final game, and we go west for this one.
Yes.
Monte Nuevo, a bit of a focus point. DA Road, a bit of a focus point. Power Grid, an easy linchpin, an easy launch point for Twisted Minds to get things going. Hell, even Vitality up in El Pozo with the split that they have, what a rally back it has been from that team here throughout the day as well, having not even made the last final, Martin.
Yeah, that's really the craziest things of it, right? That's 3 of these teams coming in here, and they've done so well already. They've put themselves into a spot where it's like, okay, there's PGS points. There's a potential to get good amount of prize pool for this one here. But what a game we had in the last one. Na'Vi successfully defending Buxansa, and what a fall from grace it has been for the Expendables, James. Tanvu, a former shadow of himself, I would say.
We've not seen much from him. We have not. But you know what? With the Expendables, you know what you can always guarantee? Eventually, they're just going to hit some insane game, and it'll be like a 23-kill game and a win. And then suddenly they've like rocketed up, and it's like, oh, the Expendables is back. But I don't think we'll be seeing that this tournament with only one more chance.
Yeah, maybe in a couple of PGS circuits, right? That's that doesn't feel like it. But what a game Spyro had as well. We talked about it while we were watching the guys cast it, and yeah, that was a great step up for him. But damn, the 3 gear, the utility, and all the impact that the crates they had, that was insane. But with this one here, we're on the western side, James. Cerberus already setting up shop here. If you're a team in the top, it feels like, especially for the guys and the Jays here, it could be smart to play it a little bit more cautiously. Ooh. But now it's Mehmet coming out and taking Human down, James.
That scuppers a lot of the plans here from DN Supers, doesn't it? And beeping as well. Oh my days, 4am knows exactly what they just did. And then crashing into a rock, of course, probably looking at the map. That's fine. You've done what you need to do if you want to really hurt the top teams in DN Supers. So, and I guarantee you they've probably taken the blue chip with them as well. Brutal there.
For sure they have. Someone stopped them, and they did. But it's Gumin. Again, these guys... With Gumin's guiding voice, the 3 guys can still have an impact. But yeah, that does seem like a tall order for them, especially that they don't have a kind of a fast impact and a fast prio into this next circle. They're on the eastern side, and with Gumin being stopped this early, that means that they're also going to hold back just a little bit. And Avi, though, 65 points, coming off a huge confidence game here, James. Podium finish within reach.
I do wonder how they're going to approach it as well, because as much as, yes, they're coming in what is effectively relatively early-ish to a circle like this, there's already a lot of those spots that have been taken. So we'll see. As DN Supers once again is in trouble. Oh no! Okay, heaven goes down. It's all alert now here for DN Supers. They realize this has gone from totally bad to worse. I can't believe it. I don't know if they can get the confirm on this one, though. He's around the corner there.
Look at Kickstart and Shrimsy in the top of the minimap. They're driving straight towards it. They're going straight for that location. You can see H1 as well coming in for that spot right there. And yeah, they're coming into it. They're trying to get this confirmed, locked, and loaded. Look at this, different angle. H1 going in even harder forward. Look at that. I love that aggression from them, though, James.
It's very aggressive. They're going to throw a nade on forwards as well. They thought that maybe they were going to drive left. That was a smart nade from Shrimsy, but no. They decided to drive up onto the rocks and crash down. Oh, they are desperate to get out of this one.
And he jumped out of the car even. No, he left the car and he's sitting at the...
oh my god.
Sitting duck at that point. That's so unfortunate for DN Supers. What a great run they had. That one blue zone to maybe confirm it. Maybe they know that he's still in there. He's just going to bleed out eventually anyway. Yeah, there's one blue zone. Easy peasy. Kickstart gets the confirm from Tickleton's knock. That's a great start here for Falcons, but what a horrendous start for DN Supers. Sitting in second place. They're chasing down anyone's legend, but now it's looking like they're just trying to survive and hold on to their podium finish. And I don't think with this, James, I don't think they're going to be able to hold on to this second place or even third place finish.
No, I don't think so either. And here's the thing as well, is Falcons was still waiting around this angle because they know, okay, yeah, well, a knocked guy can't drive a car. So there has to be somebody else here. And Rex, of course, has gone to hide. But look at this. Falcons is moving in to make sure that they've completely cleaned this up and also hold it down. They are not letting this go. What a disaster for DN Supers, who felt like so many times in 2025 they were like second place, third place, fourth place. Of course, they did win PPMI, but that was with Salute. That was a different time. That was a moment where it really felt like the word on the street was Korea has a leg up when it comes to TPP. They've been practicing it a lot more compared to the rest of the regions. Now the catch-up is very much on for the rest of the world.
Yep, that's been the case indeed. And now with all the teams, look how congested it is already. Only Petrica Road and Maiden Thailand is outside the circle currently. They're going to have to make their way in, James. And my oh my, do I hope for a southern or western shift. Look how congested. It's basically a pizza slice from Full Sense down to E-Arena and over to Navi. It's just one big triangle, all the teams holding it in. Petrica Road, a smart place for them. Can they make it in time? Jui's already there. He's trying to get the info, but the other guys are somewhat behind here, but they are driving together and trying to make it as fast as they can here in the Mirado and the Broncos driving in as fast as they can. Rex, though, look at this. Ooh. Holding on to this Falcons push here. They're disengaging it, though. They don't think he's there, or they don't want to run into an open angle where they're going to lose one player, but the rest station is right next to it. Do they just take the chip and dip out?
Exactly, and of course, if you're unfamiliar, if those chips do get taken by someone, excuse me, I'm dying, just like DN Supers is, you will be able to see how the movement is going. Tiggleton, I think, is right on that car, so he's still stuck around there. Wait, is it? Oh no, okay, he's shooting. I was wondering if he was like picking it up and trying to bait the fact that they'd left, but then him not move, making it look like that there was no problems whatsoever, but yeah, that's not the case.
I mean, Falcons got the 2 points that they, with the 1 point that they liked and got out of there, right? Poster does find Flash and Full Sense and Furia on the northern side of the circle here now with an engagement. The Panther fouls into this. Now Nate's being bounced here. That could hit on to Posa. Shots come in. Actually gets Tigger down too. Really well played and executed with the barrel in hand here for Posa. That's 2 fast kills from him. And supplies are coming in from DraftKings help. And taking down Tantalol too.
That's big. That's unfortunate for Full Sense as well. Of course, our current world champions, who in PGS 1, again, finished around 12th. And now this is basically a 13th or lower at present here for Full Sense. Which... they really need to tighten those bolts. Like, this is a world champion we're looking at. We do not want a fall from grace for them. But they are having a hard time going up against a team like Furia, who, I said it at the beginning of the day and I'll say it again, they were in 16th at the beginning of the day. They've moved up a little bit, but they don't play like a 16th place team. They're playing some good PUBG throughout all of this.
Yeah, looking at their 11 points from 8th place, right? The one huge game for them, it's very possible. But yeah, it does feel like one more BRDM game. It could have been a different story for them. Ooh. Fortunately, the placement hasn't really come in for them. Now, Boostic here, great interview to hear from him. The young prodigy himself. It's good to see them stepping it up, and it does feel like under the great leadership of Alrin and of IGL affairs, the guys says, they actually jumped out. It is going a little bit northeast, so the vast majority of the teams is actually in. They do jump out because they're hoping for maybe a further western split, but where the emergency pickup is actually really far from the center of that circle, so it doesn't make sense to follow through. I like the decision making and the IGLing here from Chewy coming in. Yeah, it's good to hear from him as well. Ixlef sent some great gifts over to them. I think they got some bags and some other cool stuff, James.
Oh, how lovely. Lovely indeed. Well, I think that big east wrap for them, and then trying to find themselves an east spot, and then probably trying to crash up onto the plateau of Power Grid if they need to, is very important. But Na'Vi also now in trouble here, who could have been one of the big threats towards that top position at the moment. Losing Boostic would be a disaster for them in a similar vein to how DN Supers has had a bit of a disaster going on, but looks like they're going to be able to recover him with those smokes, with this play. Looks like our pundits are off the mark with their prediction for this one. Full Sense probably not winning this game.
Absolutely not. No, there's one guy left and they're in 13th place, so the wrong one. And of course, that's the beginning of the day. Now Vitality coming in. Welcoming party here, James, for System Lines, though.
I think maybe Example shot a little too early there. To kind of alert to the fact that it's going on. Belmoth looking for reinforcements and actually getting Deal down. Oh dear me! I mean, it's going to be a done deal for DN Supers very soon. This is just going from worse to worse to worse.
DN Supers are evaporating as everything's getting cooked here at this point, and now Example's trying to hold on to this Vitality. The back has arrived though, James. It's going to be a 4v4 with Vitality. It's going to be a difficult one. It looks like Myth is look at Kiss, look at Fury. They're coming in as well. Levante goes down to the car explosion. So unfortunate.
53 points on the board at the moment for Vitality, looking to at least get themselves into that top 8. But they could be falling out of it here if Example and the boys have got anything to say about it. MP5 in hand. They're looking to try and get the recovery on. They know that blue zone is coming along as well. He's through the smoke. Technically, if that smoke wasn't there, he was visible to Lou. So that is the saving grace for them for the moment. It's just spraying through the smoke.
Oh my god, he actually got a little bit close to it. Now shots are coming in. Nades are coming in too. Lou down to 42 HP. He's disengaging too. A little bit rough for him, and the spots that he's in got balled over. Oh, that's a slow ball too. And they're sitting at the angle. Look at that Kiss. He's got all the info though, James. Maiden's Island might have a perfect third-party opportunity for this. Look at this.
Yes, he is. Taking some shots. Doesn't quite get the knock just yet, though. Hello My Bad does do a lot of damage to Batulins. Example down as well. Vitality is also scuppering the plans of Twisted Minds, who is basically in the same situation as DN Supers. They are in a position where they could be trying to strike for that top spot, but Vitality is ruining their chances at the moment.
And Myth is coming in for the third party, sweeping in on that southern side. Kiss got the knock, and now Batulin's up. Meanwhile, Fury and DraftKings gets down kickstart. Levante finds Lou. This is falling apart here for Twisted Minds.
Mythrap as well. Levante hits with the Panzerfaust. Batulin's down once again. Molodok tries to go crazy against Quizzy, and yes, he does, but there's a flash on through. Doesn't quite do anything there against Molodok. There's no follow-up to try and get this going. Shoot through the door. Try and bring down some of that cover here. And Twisted Minds is gone. They will maybe not even get podium off the back of this.
And now with the third party coming in, Baron gets down Levante. Falcons and Fury are still fighting each other. Poser goes down, Shrimsy finds him, and Myth now trying to reap the rewards with this third party. He's trying to get in and get this flush. No, 0 kills for them so far, but Jacob's offensive with this barrel in hand. 3 best on him too. Perfect opportunity for him. Stun grenade now also picked up, extra for him, and now he can kind of flush into this one. Baron finds the Vance for the confirmation. That's one more. Look at that. Vitality's just going to leave it. They got a few kills and they're dipping out. 4 for them, trying to hold on to this 8th place as you're talking about, James.
This is brutal to watch as these teams at the very top are just getting picked apart. The shift heading down to Picardo. Na'Vi. Man, Na'Vi actually moving in on the north side of Picardo. That actually really might work here for them. As at the bottom of Picardo, it's all guns blazing. Petrichor Road's down here. The Expendables here. Anyone's Legend is here. We have to keep an eye on them. As Delwyn does start to open things up. Mingming takes down Tamvu as well. Mingming currently leading that popular vote. As Petrichor Road is... I mean, if they're able to convert on some more of these kills, they're almost certainly looking at a podium themselves here after winning the first one. Ooh, gets knocked out of the car.
Petrichor Road, man. Easily a second place here, taking over DN Supers and Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
But it's down to 17, down to Na'Vi as well. Petrichor Road really stepping it up. Imagine, though, James, if they take it after their rough start to all of it, the last game yesterday, and now stepping it up to the level that they have been today. It's been great to see here. And it could be a Urban Picardo ending if all comes to rights.
And that's the thing, right? If you cast our minds back to the Los Leones Urban ending that we had before, what generally happens in those things, if these teams still survive here and we get an Urban ending, I feel like anyone's Legend might have the tournament in the bag. The reason is because points get spread so thinly across teams when an Urban ending goes down, and that would only benefit that #1 team.
Yeah, you're right. A very astute observation here, and especially with the location that they have. Cars still kind of in play for them, and in my book, this next circle here, going away from unplayable where it is right now, it should go closer to Picardo here, but anything can happen. It's PUBG after all. 4 AM, not really been firing at all cylinders. 9th place so far, can still jump into that top 8 for the prize pool increase and for the PGS points increase. That'll be a huge difference makers for sure. And also, last game, $1,000 also for the winners and the chicken dinners.
Love a cheeky 1,000 in the pocket. And
feasting all right tonight then. If you get $1,000, you're feasting. You're getting a big Korean barbecue if you're in Seoul, that's for sure.
Seoul is such a good place for food, man.
I love
the Korean chicken, the Korean barbecue, everything. Get it all. It's fantastic. And looks like,
straight into my belly.
A fantastic opportunity for Furia to have one man back on the board, as the other two are using the linchpin of Power Grid as kind of that anchor point. So Kraken will have to move on. But Hello My Bad is actually healing.
He's waiting.
Whilst this is driving past. Yeah, I thought maybe he was just going to shoot at the Kraken as he goes. Okay, so he's finished with his heal. A little bit too late here on the shots, I think.
Yeah.
Bad timing.
Does he have the chips in his bag to maybe get 2 of them back? That could happen, but yeah, he only has... It's a lot of damage coming in, James.
The circle.
I know. I've seen it. I mean, I saw it from that other circle. It should go that way, considering the unplayable that 4 AM is close to, right? So it could be, but we could also have another hard shift anywhere outside Picardo, and it shouldn't be a proper urban ending. We've got a lot of space around it, and look at how E-Arena is moving up to the southeast side. A lot of teams that's not inside already is trying to take control of that outer echelons of it.
Crazy Raccoon is gone, thanks to Mingming, Shen, and Himas. They are done, and now more teams are going to be crashing as well here. Wenbo going for some mad sprays to try and do something against these teams moving forwards. Made in Thailand trying their very best to wiggle on through. Na'Vi did move from the north side of Picardo into the interior of it quite a bit further, so there is an opening up there here to see if Made in Thailand can make this work.
All right. This is looking great for our teams chasing at the top here. Petrichor Road just hoping to not be crashed on that southern side, but it looks like they've locked it down quite nicely here. Irina, great observation for them to see the motel is open and to take it by force here. And the Falcons guys, 2 left alive here. Holding the gas station as a 2-man is actually viable. It's doable. They get some more points. At least hold on to this top 8 position that they have already, but just 4 more points, they jump up to 5th. But for 17 and how their location is here, if it doesn't come west, James, they're going to have to make a mad dash whenever everyone else has already made the mad dash. That's going to be difficult for them, and yeah, I'm curious to see how their campaign further through this game here is going to fare.
I think the first team that might be crashed in through all of this is Petrichor Road. I think that they are currently watching like a hawk the south side and seeing what Cerberus wants to do, and from this position trying to get themselves a decent spot. But we are on board with Na'Vi, who is in the interior of Picardo. We can't really listen to their comms and see what's going on, but we can see their point of view and figure out exactly what they're thinking about the pings. But one thing's for sure, being in the interior of Picardo here, Martin, it's going to be a lot of just We're looking out the windows. We're trying to figure out if anybody's going to be making some silly moves towards us so we can gun them down.
Yeah, I mean, I like the 2-2 split that they have right now. And now you can see as well, Farius always the fast and quick calculations to see the match log, to see who's eliminated, if we have anyone close to us, and how many has 1 or 2 guys left alive. And you can analyze that quite quickly from it. Takes a bit of time away from it. And I think it's a kind of a valuable statement, especially for Farius to say, okay, guys, there's 2 left on Falcons, there's 2 left here. If they didn't rest or anything else didn't happen, then that should be how the case is for them. And especially them holding onto the eastern side could get points from either later in the game from either Falcons or other teams trying to crash in on that eastern side. But let's see where this circle comes here, James. It could be a big one. Could be a Picado Urban. It looked like a Picado Urban ending, though.
What a way to finish PGS2. Oh my god. All right, okay, so whilst this was going on, of course, Furia up to the top. Jeez Louise, okay, well, good luck getting to this one. But I mean, technically you could up on the walkways, but anyway, I don't think they even realize it's there. But Hitmass doing some damage against 17, who's going to be trying to crash on forwards here, knowing that Picado is going to be an extreme focus point.
It's crazy. Look at the minimap. Everyone's shooting at them. They're trying to go. Oh my god, it's absolutely cinematic scenes here from 17. Trying to enter Picado. Shots and nades coming in everywhere. Anyone's Legend. Delvin gets Winbow down. They're down to a 2-man and a knock player. Everyone's going to be full sending it into 17 here, James.
Yeah, they're sending more nades as well. They know exactly where the other ones come from. Sean off shotgun goes forwards here, but no, it's going to be Delwyn taking down 17 to start things off. Hakatori steals one away, but it's all cleaned up. 17 is gone. 5th place for them at the moment, but they could be knocked away. But Xiaowu's nade, the fadeaway nade, actually does a lot of damage to anyone's Legend. Can anyone capitalize?
I don't think anyone realizes. Everyone else just wants to get deep because they know it's an urban ending and they're trying to get as deep as possible here. Petrichor Road also in a fight with Cerberus. See Chewy going down to Cest as well. Furia trying to get into the center. Actually got quite deep here. 0-4 gets 2 as well. Hakatori finds Bill Calmo. Great flushes here from them too.
The thing is that Petrichor Road knew that this was going to happen eventually. They've been prepping for this for the last 5 minutes. They knew Cerberus was going to try and crash on this spot, and they did very well about removing them completely. Stand down, Udo down, Cest is down there. So Cerberus completely decimated upon arrival. Great stuff by Petrichor Road. 7 kills. There are just a few behind Anyone's Legend, but Anyone's Legend is still alive with 4, whilst Petrichor Road has lost 1 currently.
Yeah, 7-point lead here, but 7 kills and jumping into 2nd place. Our PGS1 winners trying to reclaim the throne here, but it's looking unlikely. It's looking like Anyone's Legend's going to be able to back this one here with the averages averaging out, the kills you're able to get in these urban endings here. Unless we see a hard eastern shift in the next one, James, it's looking good for them. A 7-point lead. Sure, no placement points has come in yet, but there's a lot of teams, a lot of players, especially Gedrox here, players outside the circle that's trying to survive. Teams outside the next one here. I'm just hoping for a dead center urban ending inside the casino. Everyone gambling for their lives to survive.
Yeah, Tambin's gone. Shen takes him down with the Dragunov underneath the car. Very good stuff for him. Now, the question for me is for Na'Vi. What do they want? Do they want to just get as many points on the board so that they can guarantee qualify themselves top 8 into PGS 3 grand final straight away? Or do they want to go for the big prize? Because if they want to go for the big prize for PGS2, Martin, I think you've got to be... You can't just hold down these buildings now. You've got to go bigger than that to try and actually push on a huge difference between the points now.
Yeah, let's see what Na'Vi can do on 4M here. If 4M doesn't get a shift here, it's difficult. Let's see this shift happening. This next circle poppy is going to be crucial. It's going to be impactful, James. And it's West. Look at that. Straight over to Petrichor Road and Anyone Legend. Surely these 2 teams are going to hold on to 2 podium finishes.
You'd think so. And then they will go head-to-head maybe eventually as well. Again, though, Anyone's Legend with a man advantage right now. That is going to be huge here for them. As 4AM, the one furthest out of the circle and the one that's going to have a hardest time really getting to the other side of the circle, I think they're not longed for this game. They're going to have to make some big moves. I think they might try and go wide. They might actually go all the way wide and try and crash into Anyone's Legend of all places, which would be insane. Easy. But, oh no, they're just crashing forwards. This is insane.
They're just trying to get deep into the circle here, deep into the game. Oh my god, Spiro Hakator. Na'Vi is just absolutely cleaning this up. A complete wipe. Shimshin does steal 1 here, but all of the knocks ones on Na'Vi's side here. They got so much out of the Fagatory getting 4. Na'Vi jumping into that. Look at that. They're just 3 points away from 3rd place. Easy podium for them here in my book.
If they wanted to go big, that's not a bad way to start it. And they've just really not changed anything about how they were going to play out these buildings anyway. So a bit of a gift coming from the gods there from 4AM as Scappy takes down Gedrox. That's the end of Vitality's moves here. for this last game. Scappy trying to get Myth just a little bit higher. Scappy in general has been the scrappy guy to get themselves a few more points in almost every game in the previous tournament.
Yeah, and as much as you can look for it from Myth, 43 points. They have 4 points up to Cerberus. That's a huge jump in PGS points too. They could potentially get some more of that. And look at the Falcons here. They're trying to swing on the southern side, trying to engage onto E-Arena. That's a full 4-man here. It's going to be a difficult campaign for Shrimpsy and Tiggleton, but 2 masters themselves here. It's possible. It looks like Neurons has the info. Full 3 gear 2 on this guy. No way he shies down too quickly here. Great disengage though from Falcons James here to recoup a little bit of terrain.
Yeah, couldn't have sat on that angle for much longer there. So now E-Arena going to be their next hurdle. What can they do about it? As E-Arena is just positioning themselves in such a way that I think it might be difficult for the 2 Falcons boys to really do anything. You're going to have to be flying high and somehow avoiding bullets, avoiding nades, avoiding anything, avoiding the flashes that potentially come your way too. This corner could be a death trap.
Could be E-Arena with 4 guys, tons of utility in there. And how much utility should they be spending on a 2-man here? They could just peek out, put third party. Too many nades would be a waste in my book. Look how many of them coming out at the same time here. Multiple, one more, easy peasy for E-Arena. Nurns and Opons getting all of the Opons actually jumped out and got Shrimpsy down, and the nades confirmed it. Easy play for them. They did get a placement point for it, and currently inside the top 8 and 7th place. It could be enough. Look at E-Arena. They need to have a massive game to chase them down.
I think, okay, so 2 Na'Vi players are looking directly south for when that cross actually occurs here for E-Arena. I think that they believe that they're eventually going to have to make that move. Fury is also looking that way as well, so I expect E-Arena to be absolutely peppered with bullets in a few moments' time. As you can see now, the circle does shift. Na'Vi moving across those apartment blocks once again. Still Petrichor Road, still Anyone's Legend alive in the buildings to continue to hold on to first and second.
And we have to remember, James, as well, this is 7th circle. One more circle is going to come, but Navi's looking good. If I was Navi right now, I would be moving to the other apartment immediately, so I later in the game could be holding out Myth, because that's going to happen eventually. And I-26 takes down E-Arena. Pathampong and Nurns is down. Look at this. They're trying to for a smoke path, but too soon. Look at all the nades coming in there. Going to try for a rest here. 20 seconds until the circle moves. Going to be a little bit too late, it feels like.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi was hoping that they would have to make the move and then they'd be in line of sights for the shots, but Petrichor Road has just the better angle, just the perfect way in order to greet any move straight at them, by the way, which makes it all the easier to actually hit those nades as opposed to a target moving from side to side. So E-Arena, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. I was going to say bunnies in a barrel, but you know what? That sounds a bit mean.
Yeah, it does. Wangref does get Ferris down here. And this is the engagement I actually didn't expect from Na'Vi. I expected them to hold on to the other side where the apartments are. Now they're going onto this side here. Let's see how aggressive they can go about it. Boostic does take Hongwef down, and now it looks like the casino's there. They are now with 2 guys on each side of the main road where we could be ending up. So I kind of like the approach that they have. But look at E-Arena trying to get this one in here. Boostic with an angle, trying to get shots onto E-Arena. More points could be coming in, and Petrichor Road just has dirty angles on them. Look at that. A lot of damage done.
Kudos to how many smokes they had during all of this, but they're completely bottled on up. 0-4 Donks Lyrics as well. Petrichor Road wants a back-to-back here by the looks of things. They are not relenting with all the shots that's going to be coming in. Another spray here to try and make something happen, but Boosty knocks Pathongpong. Can they confirm it though? Pathongpong with a fadeaway nade of his own, but that is Petrichor Road taking a lion's share of those kills, confirming it. They're up to 80 points. They could challenge Anyone's Legend and get a back-to-back at the 11th hour. What am I watching?
That'll be absolutely insane. 10 kills, James, as we're talking about to go their way already. Lost 1 player, but 3 guys alive. That's still an impact. That's still a lot of firepower in the hands of Petrichor Road. Down to 5 teams, 15 alive only. It's been so clinical of all the teams left alive here. And right now, the 3 teams fighting for our podium is looking like they're locked in.
And with that, now Petrichor Road, yes, they do still have a few of their buildings in. And I'm trying to figure out who's going to have favor here for all of this. Yes, Fury is in the middle, but I mean, they're not really in the running for the top spots. Anyone's Legend, Petrichor Road, Na'Vi with a very outside chance now, with the fact that Anyone's Legend as well as Petrichor are being able to gain so many points off the back of these moves. Not too much sweat, though, going down in that coach's room, even though they are watching intently.
Hagatori's angle. Oh my god, great angle here. Molotov on the door. That's exactly how you played. Oh my god, two guys on fire. Only one caught fire, but holy, what a deny. What a way to play it. And this is exactly how I would love to see it. It's sadly, Ferris knocked and flushed, but there's still a lot of points to become the way of Na'Vi, James. 3 nades. Lots of utility still potentially coming the way of Na'Vi here from this deny on the corner here. More nades coming in. Oh my god, this could be huge.
Not a bad nade, but they've not moved that forward just yet here. Now with the blue pushing against them and they're sticking at the very edge there. Spirit does take down Jacob. It looks like Kiss and Baron here trying to make a little bit more moves, but Spirit was doing so much work against them. More kills go their way. And this is perfect little cleanup for them. It's so hard to make this transition if you don't have an insane amount of smokes, as well as maybe even trying to get some shots against these windows.
Oh, look at this. Anyone's Legend might be trying to come out and sneak some of these kills here. Not a lot of utility left for this boosting. And the Spirit and Hagator, the guys on the northern side here, they have no lethals left here. They're going to get the rests off it. Look at this. Oh my god. Kiss peeking a little bit too early. That's going to be scary. One more Molotov here would be 2 confirmations, but looks like the rests are going to be coming off. That's sad for Na'Vi. Oh my god. Look at that.
No way.
Mid-air.
No way.
Oh,
no way.
No way.
If he gets a triple. Oh, he can't shoot it. He can't shoot it.
Oh, it's on fire. It's on fire.
It's on fire. It's on fire. That's a big nade coming in forwards, though, if that actually be able to steal anything. But it looks like Navi's going to be able to get all of that. Oh, they get most of it. That's 79 points at the moment here, Martin.
It's so close, James. There's 2 points up to Petrica Road. 10 kills on both the squads. And N1 Legend, they are the furthest away from this next circle here. They're going to have a fight with Petrica Road, Furia, and N1 Legend. It's going to be a 3-way. It could be Na'Vi. Look at this.
0-4 down. They could actually do this. Imagine if they do. I do feel like Anyone's Legend, even though they're a little further away from the actual center point and they have to make across that road, I think that they should be able to smoke this off. But if Na'Vi makes this run as well after being so far behind, unbelievable stuff. But this is down to the wire. You do not want to miss these next moments. Big shots coming in. Delwyn knocks Spiro. That's big.
So Lalsi getting I-26 here. Looks like Anyone's Legend is just reaping the rewards of this fight on Petrica Road here. Getting a bit of kills, getting a bit of knocks. Booster gets the confirmation in the blue zone. So Lalsi gets a point too, and that is huge. Na'Vi now in second place, guaranteed. The question is,
if they win,
can they take the win? Can they take the fight against this? They have to get kills on Anyone's Legend. They have to get the victory to take this away from them.
But I don't know if it's going to be possible. It's 4 versus they need Spiro back up first and foremost. It looks like that's going to be occurring here. Furia could absolutely rumble the plans of a push here from Na'Vi. That said, though, Anyone's Legend has played a blinder of a tournament. They got themselves a good compound inside of Picardo. It's been a bloodbath from here on out. But now, more smokes go down. They have a lot of utility still available to them with these smokes, still being able to push them across the road. And the fact that they eliminated teams that were trying to be the ones to deny them from crossing the road. It has been perfect here from Anyone's Legend.
Only 1 nade. A few Molotovs, though, trying to Molotov off the roof here. I like that. The question is, does Na'Vi go inside or outside? Do they try to get on the complete roof here? It could be, look like Hagator comes up. 1 nade here could be huge. Nade comes in. An angle for Hagator, though, is huge, James.
Yes, it is, and that will cause them some problems. He is on fire. He should be able to heal through this unless any more lethal util actually comes on forward. So does drop for the heal. He's okay at the moment, and that is a knock, though, but it goes the way of Posa. Na'Vi's going to want to steal that at the moment. On this roof is such a problem here for Anyone's Legend. Hagatori and Busik are able to take 2. Is this happening, Martin?
It could be happening. Hagatori down to 18. Have to go for a heal. Spiro gets Solalsi as well. It's down to Destroy here. Lots of points coming the way of Na'Vi. It's a complete wipe for Na'Vi. 16 kills. Now it's down to Hagatori. He has to take down multiple Furia, getting multiple 1v1 between them.
Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? He has two shots left here. He needs to finish this off. He's got to be so careful. He can't aim straight down. He's on the go. They do it. Na'Vi takes it. There's no way. What a move after 2 last games. Natus Vincia has been able to take PGS 2, and they know it as well. I can't believe what we just watched here. Matchroom and Toffee's joining us to talk about this one. Toffee's, what was this?
That was insane! From the high ground, from Picado, the gas can, the high ground, the crazy plays. Na'Vi is blowing my mind. Add Boostic, bring passion, dominate. This is Na'Vi.
Matchroom, what are your thoughts? I can't. I need a break.
A 1v1 to end it, taking down Anyone's Legend that was in first place. all the drama, the heartbreak on the other side. Anyone's Legend finally started to get everything working for themselves, but Na'Vi comes alive and steals it away in a massive performance. This last game was nuts for them.
Martin?
I'm speechless. And if this doesn't cement Hackatory as one of the greatest in the newest era of 2026 and PUBG Esports in general, I don't know what does. What a way to finish things off with a 28-point victory chicken dinner with 18 kills. Absolute insanity for this squad here.
And the win before as well.
Back to back. Crazy.
I mean, Petrichor was on point to be back-to-backs, Matchroom, and then Na'Vi just does something absolutely crazy in the last game. Sorry.
Oh, it's just more along the lines of that you could tell how hungry that Na'Vi was, and the way that they've approached these last couple of games. They were very unrelenting in a couple of the ways they made pushes. It's sometimes we would see Na'Vi just keep that larger territory control. This time they were like, no, we're going to get up in faces. We're going to start bringing out some tech that we haven't really been having to flex out and use yet. I mean, like you mentioned a second ago, Toffees, with the gas can, making sure to shut this down. I mean, we saw a blue zone nade go on near across the circle just to come in and try to steal a kill. That is constantly head on a swivel, understanding every point matters.
Unbelievable scenes. There you are. Na'Vi are your PGS2 champions. And if that doesn't make a statement for 2026, I don't know what does. The boys in yellow and black, with the new roster, with the absolute proteges, with the absolute amazing performance. Let's hear from Bella and Na'Vi.
PGS2 champions, Hackatory. The thing you fear the most, the microphone. Can we have some more microphones and enters Ivan, who will be helping with the translation. Na'Vi takes the champion title for PGS2. A lot of feelings, right? I'm still shook from watching the game myself. Hackatory, I know you don't like interviews, but here we are in front of the trophy. What are you thinking? What is going through your mind right now?
Hackatory, ми знаємо, що ти не любиш інтерв'ю, але розкажи про свої думки, що ти зараз думаєш, що ти зараз відчуваєш після перемоги на цьому турнірі.
Чесно кажучи, я шокований, тому що ми думали, що ми не виграли, тому що але дожили до кінця і я трохи шокований.
Honestly, I'm shocked. I wasn't expecting to win this, and so far there is not much emotions. So I'm just shocked about the win.
You're happy though, right? Want to say yes to the microphone? Yes, yes.
Yes.
All right, moving on. Ferris, I know we had a lot of the changes that we needed to work on, the TPP mode and how the other teams, the underdogs, were performing so well as the IGL. It must have been a lot of burden for you. Can you tell us what was the journey like for you? You have a champion title.
Honestly, I don't have any words because this is such a small win for us.
Oh, what's a big win then?
But I'm very happy with this. I can describe this feeling.
Indescribable feeling, right? Well, whatever you did, it definitely worked off. And Boostic, I had a chance to talk to you right before we started our last match, and you told me we're going to kill everyone.
Yeah.
And you actually did. You
Yes.
did it. You did it. And you started off your career so soon. It hasn't been so long, and you take a title. Tell me, what are you thinking? Who do you think of right now?
Like, I'm agree with Ferris. Like, I can't describe it. That's small win for us. Like, yeah, I'm happy. Like, yeah.
Just the team is just happy. Yeah. Spyro, let me talk to you now. What do you think about what the team said? Do you agree? Just happy?
Чи ти погоджуєшся з тим, що команда каже, про те, що ви просто раді те, що ви перемогли?
Так, звісно, ми раді.
Yes, of course, we're happy.
Yeah, and you had, honestly, compared to other teammates, you had the longest professional career, and you take your title. I feel like it must definitely mean something more to you. Can you tell me, are you having flashbacks on everything you worked on?
Враховуючи те, що твоя кар'єра довша, ніж твоїх тімейтів, чи навіяли це тобі якісь спогади, ця перемога, чи взагалі в тебе є якісь флешбеки зараз?
Ні, ніяких флешбеків. Це моя перша перемога на лані.
No, there is not much of flashbacks. This is my first LAN victory. So, that's it.
I mean big victory.
Yeah,
Like-
big one. And I'm sure that all the work that you put in, all the work, the talks and the VOD reviews are definitely paying off, right? Before I let you go for the Champions trophy lift, do you have anything you want to say?
Перед тим, як нас відпустять, чи хочеш щось ще додати?
Я шокований. Ми були на 13-му місці. Ми за 2 гри досягли топ-1.
I'm really surprised and really shocked. We've been in 13th place 2 games ago, and now we're the winners.
It's definitely a masterpiece game that you pulled off. Congratulations to you again. Hakatori, any last words? Maybe we get to interview next time too. Say,
No.
do you want to say thank you to all the teams?
Чи
Surely.
хочете подякувати всім іншим командам суперникам? Чи хочете подякувати всім іншим командам суперникам?
Ні, не хочу.
No, I don't want.
All right, well, congratulations and shout out to Alrain for leading such a beautiful game. All right, that is all for our PGS2 Champions interview. Congratulations to Navi. Wait with me, yeah. Bye.
To live in the shadow of Twisted Minds for so long, for Spiro to be on Virtus Pro, to be on Northern Lights, and now to finally find success beyond Twisted Minds, for the prodigy of Boostic to join this roster, for the mind of Fairus to be able to lead them to victory, and for the Lord of Destruction in Hakatori to be able to blast the lobby in its entirety. That is Na'Vi being able to take PGS2 here and move themselves on to PGS3 as a champion. Martin, what a performance from this quartet.
Yeah, that gave me goosebumps, if anything. What a way to finish things off with. The peak, the absolute insanity we saw from the roof and from Hakatori. Yeah, that was just exactly how we finished things off with. And yeah, for Spiro to come in as a veteran that has been on so many rosters and has success on so many rosters to now lift the trophy on LAN is just so amazing. A 1K club game to finish things off with 18 kills. That is just insanity.
I wonder if he takes the MVP off of Hibimas, but we'll see, I guess.
Surely.
Listen, I think it goes deeper than just, hey, you got your first LAN. This getting dropped as Twisted Minds makes that transition to greatness, for example, has got to be earth-shattering. It has to be crushing in terms of your belief in yourself. To then come forward with this team after playing in, I don't want to call it the doldrums, but almost like this sort of waiting to become big again over in Europe. He finds the team, he finds the roster, and then comes out with his first time with them. He was playing flanks that entire match. They were sending him off on solos, and he was coming out 1v2s on a regular. He was a catalyst to make Hakatori great, and this has to truly make him feel the way that he deserves, that he's always known he's been, as he helps the new members, him and Boostic, take Na'Vi to the next freaking level. It means to go forward, it means to win, and they did that here.
The West bit back, and they bit back big. 93 points for Na'Vi, who was the one glimmer of hope in PGS1. And now, look what they're able to do here at PGS2. And it's funny, Matrin, because I talk about, oh yeah, it's an urban ending during that game. Oh, it's going to be sparing the points. What are they going to get? They have an absolute banger as he takes himself the six man of the match leaderboard. 6 man of the matches during this. This is crazy, Matrim.
I mean, Na'Vi, born to win, born to conquer. That's what it means. And these guys step up big way. Himas, Hakatori, Tiggleton, Hakatori just unleashing a torrent. Look at those damage.
Surely. I mean, the numbers will be ran here, but the fact that it's 1,300 damage ahead, 4 more kills. Do the knocks make the difference? It looks like they are if we're rolling Himas clips here. But I mean, what a tournament he has had as well. I just want to make the full confirm that we're running these clips because of this.
Could be both. I mean, he had 9 more knockouts. 9 more knockouts than Hakatori. And the calculation is pretty clear, right? And sure, it was 1,000 more damage. Hakatori had 4 more kills, but the 9 more knocks. That means that it looks like, yeah. Oh, we're running both. We're running both. The MVP top 3.
The mystery continues. Hey, the fact that Tiggleton's up here as well. Falcons didn't have the easiest of tournaments, Toffees, but Tiggleton is also absolutely banging.
Big Tig is on form in a way that I have not seen him in a very long time. He's always been a great player. Last year, it felt like there was something else distracting. Now he is fully focused and dominating the field. Hackatori, back to him. His grenade play has been non-freaking stop, Martin. Like, I don't know, this guy's out of control.
Yeah. The peaks, and he's mastering the TPP peaks just to such a degree. It's crazy. To then jump down to rise in the sky. Surely there's going to be a Hackatori, wings on Hackatori on the corner of this building in the future. Surely it's the MVP. It's going to be Hackatori, James.
He makes it. If he does not get that roof, they do not win this championship. It's as simple as that. What a performance. Hackatori takes man of the match, and it looks like we'll be heading down to Bella in just a few moments to get some words from him.
I'm back on the stage to talk to the MVP of PGS2, and it's Hackatori. Hey, good to see you again. Another interview, back-to-back interviews. That is crazy. First of all, I want to ask you, I feel like you have a very special thank you shout out that you mentioned, so please, word to your family.
Якщо в тебе є кому сказати дякую, ти можеш зараз це зробити. Це перше.
Дякую мамі, папі, брату за те, що вболіваєте, за те, що дивитесь. Дякую.
Special thanks to my mother, my father, my brother. Thanks for watching me play.
Man, a few words, but he hit the important people on that. And first of all, you have been selected as the most valuable player for PGS2, and with it comes a prize called $10,000. So please tell me, what comes to mind when the money just, what are you gonna do with the prize money?
Що ж, вітаємо тебе з MVP. І разом з MVP йде приз у $10,000. Розкажи, що ти будеш робити з цими грошима?
Насправді я ще не думав, ніяких покупок не планую, але думаю, що просто відкладу ці гроші.
Honestly, I haven't thought about anything. I didn't think about buying anything. I just thought about saving those money for future.
And, this is your first global title, right? But as a professional gamer, I feel like, I wanted to ask, what is the next step for you then?
Це твій перший міжнародний, перший великий трофей. І як у гравця, як у геймера, які ти бачиш наступні кроки для себе?
Наступний крок – це PGC. Я хотів би виграти PGC вже. Це невелика перемога для мене. Як сказав Фейрис до цього, так, хочу PGC.
I would like to win PGC. PGC is the big trophy for me. This is like a small step towards PGC.
Already eyes on the next trophy. All right, congratulations to you again. And thank you, Ivan, for helping out with the translation.
No problem.
That is all for the MVP interview, but I'll be back in a bit.
And once again, congratulations to Hackatori here for taking that MVP spot. Up until the 11th hour, they were not the champions of this tournament. Up until the 11th hour, Hackatori was not the MVP of this tournament matchroom, but at the very last seconds, they steal it away with an explosive finish.
I mean, we talk about stats, numbers a lot whenever we look at MVPs. This is probably the purest MVP that I think that we've seen. This comes down to 1v1 on top of a building, looking down, everybody else around you dead. This is your opportunity. This is everything that you've been working towards. And he manages to clutch up in a very emotional moment. I know the man looks strong. He looks tough. He doesn't smile a lot, but you know that there's still nerves. There's other things that are running in the background, and he doesn't let him control them. Instead, he controls the game and takes control of his destiny to get that MVP and get their victory. Just respect.
And here's the money as it does all roll in. Petrogor Road, of course, once again, so close to getting a back-to-back here, Toffees, and they will stand on the top for the money here for PGS 1 and 2.
I mean, so Na'Vi looks great, and we're talking about them. Anyone's Legend in Petrogor, though, they definitely put up a fight. Petrogor to go 2 events in a row where they're ending in these top positions does speak volumes, but I can't stop with what I saw from Na'Vi. The fact of the matter is, as I watch it and I see their growth, I start to wonder, is there a world where Spyro has a PGC championship before Batulins, Perfectix, and Lou?
Ooh.
I think it's a possibility.
Ooh.
Right?
God, can you imagine?
think about that.
Can you
And
imagine
that's
if it's those two teams at the top at
Yes.
PGC?
And his fragger, his man that he is enabling, Hakatori said, PGC is what matters most. I remember hearing those words from a certain Batsu last year.
Oh yes, yes. You bring up an amazing point, because there's a world when you look at a roster like this, when you look at the potential and the fact that they can take a PGS that as quickly as they do after these kinds of roster changes, Martin, who knows where the limit is?
Yeah, the sky's the limit for sure. And of course, PGC is always the biggest stream. The World Championship is always the biggest stream, but we have a lot of tournaments coming up for it. And obviously next week already, the top 8 from these two tournaments, these two circuits we just have started here, that's going to go straight into that final, right? And that's, for me, looking at Na'Vi and looking at how they're kind of their composure. Sure, this is a great win. This is a PGS win. Look at the road to PGC, and the top 8 from this, guys, that is marked right now, is directly invited to our PGS 3 Grand Finals, where we have $300,000 of prize pool, where we have double the PGS points on the line.
So, of course, Petrichor Road in number 1, and you've seen there Na'Vi and Anyone's Legend in 3rd place by looks of things for all of that. The rest of the teams, Matrim, will have to go through a single-day survival to try and get themselves into that grand final.
5 games to decide if you make it into a grand final is... I mean, that's going to be a lot of work put in. Oh, we got Bella.
Series 2 has come to an end. But PUBG Esports fans, all the viewers watching at home, don't be sad, because we still have the epic final week of the PGS circuit ahead of us. And before we get there, we have a little treat prepared for you guys. We need you to mark your calendars for Wednesday, April 1st at 7 p.m. Korean Standard Time, because we're bringing you the PGS event match, a massive 12 versus 12 showdown featuring 24 of your favorite PGS players, with Crazy Raccoons, Inonix, and Team Falcons' Tiggleton as the team leaders. Pride is absolutely on the line. You wouldn't want to miss the pure chaos of your favorite players, so make sure you check out the VOD drop that is going to happen on April 1st. And we're keeping that hype train rolling straight into the next day, because 2 days after, well, Thursday, April 2nd at 7 p.m. Korean Standard Time, the grand finale of the PGS Circuit 1 kicks off with PGS 3. We're diving right into the survival stage. The 16 teams that missed out the direct ticket to the grand finals will be battling it for their tournament lives. So we only have 8 tickets left for the 16 teams. We have no idea how the puzzle will come together, and you will just have to tune in and find out with us. All right, it is time for us to sign off for the night. But before I go, I want to invite our PGS2 champions, Na'Vi, back on the stage to give them their final celebratory moment. All right, well, Na'Vi, the floor is yours. Please join and lift up this trophy.
And here they are, of course, Na'Vi, able to take the victory here at PGS2, signing their names and etching them in history. I think one thing's for sure, in this moment, a wave, a ripple was sent through the rest of the teams, and Na'Vi has put everybody on notice that even if they're towards the middle of the standings, then don't be secure at the top, because they can come charging right back with 2 insane games to put themselves in the championship spot, Toffees.
We started this tournament, this series, saying, what about the beasts from the East? But as he sets the glass and they gather around the trophy, I think we can look strongly at this and say, perhaps we found the best of the West, because these lads, this new roster with a great manager lifts the trophy. It is Na'Vi winning PGS 2 2026, and the future is bright.
Yes, it is. Na'Vi looking fantastic here with this. Alrain has got to be absolutely chuffed to bits with this one, as they raise the trophy multiple times here. Avenger, and again, every individual component, it's very clear, is coming together and working in tandem, in synchronicity with one another here, as Hakatori, the MVP, raises the trophy.
Yeah, amazing scenes here, and yeah, you've got to give it to him. You got to give it to Alrain. He's been able to assemble this amazing roster and put together a absolutely crazy lineup. These guys have a great future just ahead of them. And right now, I mean, my eyes are set on next week. they're an absolute contender for the win for grand finals, where there's $300,000 on the line and a lot of PGS points to secure themselves a step towards Esports World Cup, a step towards PGC, and a step towards greatness.
I do wonder if Boostic just broke a record for being like one of the youngest international champions of all time, by the way. It might be worth looking into, because I just looked at Liquipedia and I couldn't figure it out. But that's an exciting moment. It's an exciting moment for him, of course, Matrim, just being able to come on to this team as a whole. Obviously, you know, he came to PGC. Everyone was saying, Boostic, this guy, he's going to be able to make waves. And here we are.
I mean, as fast as this all is kind of slotted together for the team, it just feels like it's a synchronicity coming up from them. They're just finding so much more. Whenever we looked at some of the crazy plays that were happening in the push just in that last game, there was everybody that was working together. Yeah, we look at Hakatori and the amount of just damage and influence that he can put out. But this whole squad has had standout moments, control plays that they've worked together. They all set up different angles and oppositions. This has just been very clean, and it's still, I don't even think the ceiling for the squad. I think that it can get even better from here.
All right, final thoughts before we get all this done and dusted. Toffees, I'll start with you for the tournament for PGS2.
Listen, I could gush about Na'Vi all day. These guys look incredible, but I'm going to pivot just a little bit because I want to give a special shout out to somebody else who's been dominating. It's Bella. Bella's out there with a cameraman, finding interviews, getting great questions. Like, this is PGS2. She joined us last time around when the PGS has started, and I am blown away at how awesome these interviews have been. So I don't usually do that, but thank you, Bella. Your interviews out there, and I know that you don't have a ton of support, have been incredible, and your insights you're getting us. I thank you so much for that.
Mr. Avenger, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's great to not have, it's not boots on the ground, it's Crocs on the ground for Bella, obviously, out there in Seoul, and it's good to hear from her. But I'll say this, and I gotta point it out, it's still the tournament of the Beast from the East. It's only Na'Vi, it's only Twisted Minds that's been able to step in to this top 8 here. Anyone's Legends, 4AM, Myth, Petrica Road, and DN Super's T1 even is able to step it up to a level where 6 of these Eastern teams here, they have a direct invite to our grand finals in next week. It's going to be a BO15, which is even cooler. That's why we're going straight into the survival stage starting on Thursday with our bottom 16 teams. So yeah, it would be a heartbreak for the 5 teams that's not seen a final yet not to get another one. But it's going to be a difficult one. Guys, it's only 5 games to get into a $300,000 prize pool grand finals, where there's double the amount of PGS points online.
Mr. Matrim, your thoughts?
I mean, respect where it's due. Na'Vi, great play. Anyone's Legend. Petrichor Road, we've been seeing what you guys can do. But everybody else, we've been seeing some star performances start to rise up. Everybody's starting to figure out what's going on. New metas are starting to develop. How everybody's handling a more centered section. The way that the circles have been kind of brutal. But even we saw players like Tiggleton that was in contention for the MVP of this event, while Falcons aren't necessarily doing the best on the leaderboard. There is still a lot of space for these teams that want more to get it. And as we're looking eyes to the finals, I think that this is going to be really spicy and absolute must watch.
Yeah, a few things to talk about, actually. We have, of course, what's going on here, which we didn't even know about, actually. This 12 versus 12 that will be happening on Wednesday. I like to think it's going to take place in the Bella Dome, where Emperor Bella gives the thumbs up or the thumbs down. Appease me, Bella, the Emperor of Korea. And so we'll see if Team Tiggleton or Team Iononyx can win that event.
Is that the name for the Picado Arena now? The Bella Dome?
The Bella Dome, where she's just judging, lording over everybody. Probably. But that's going to be very different, Avenger, I think. I have no clue what to expect from that.
No, it's going to be fun. It's always fun to have these special event matches where you have all kinds of crazy rules, it's different setups and everything. But yeah, what better way to take it in with Tiggleton and Iononyx, of course, leading the charge for that. A 12v12. That's just, next level stuff. I can't wait to see the teams that's playing on each lineup here. That's going to be cool and fun to see.
All right, gentlemen, we are done. That is it for PGS2. As I say, Na'Vi just put the rest of the world on check. Who is going to be able to step up against them if they're able to put on that kind of explosive action? Will it be the Beast from the East? The numbers look like it might be yes down the line, but you need to join us same time, same place next week for PGS3, where we crown the ultimate champion for the circuit. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.